perineal muscles, your core muscles, and tucking your chin to the chest. Perform the japa of Shivoham in your inner space. महामुद्राबद्ध कोनौ ताड़ासन विभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपति प्रिया. Next, from the standing position, lean forward and down, bringing your hands flat on the ground. Engage all the three bandhas and bring your forehead towards your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you continue to perform the japa of Shivoham. महामुद्राबद्ध कोनौ ताड़ासन विभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपति प्रिया. Next, entering into Tarakshvasana, coming into a plank position. Tuck the chin to the chest, engaging the Jalandhara Bandha, and rotate the head from side to side, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Gajasanavastitva mastakam varam varam dakshinakokhim savyakokhim najet Tarakshvasanam bhavati. Next, lowering your entire body down onto the stomach, keep the toes pointed backwards. Keep the hands next to the chest and raise the head up using the strength of the lower back. Open your mouth wide and inhale through the hollow of the mouth. Visualizing yourself as a cobra. Angushthanabhiparyantam adho bhumo vininyaset karabhyam chadharam dhritva urdvashirsha phanivahi. Next, coming back into a tall plank position. Alternate bringing one knee in towards the chest and back and forth. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gajasana samstito janudvayamakuncha varam varam kartavyam shasasanam bhavati. Next, entering into Rathasana, place your one foot in between both the hands and simultaneously jump one foot back and bring the other foot in between both the hands. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, that is inhaling, holding your breath and exhaling slowly. Visualize yourself as a chariot. Gajasana samstito ekaikam padam puro margena bhramayitva kartavyam rathasanam bhavati. Now, having your right foot in the front, keep the toes pointing forward and the knees bent at a 90-degree angle. Keep your left foot behind with the toes facing outwards. Bring your arms up parallel. Pull the stomach in and up, engaging the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra as you gaze into your third eye. Vasishtamatha kaundinyam urdhakukkutam cha ashtavakravathotthanam mayuram setu bandhanam. Now we'll be repeating the Veerabhadrasana on the opposite side. Flip over your feet with your left foot leg bent at a 90-degree angle and your right foot extended back with your toes pointing outwards. Raise your arms up and parallel. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze into your third eye, visualizing yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Vasishtamatha kaundinyam urdhakukkutam cha ashtavakravathotthanam mayuram setu bandhanam. Now, we'll be entering into the Vrikshasana. Coming into a standing tall position, bring your right foot into your left inner thigh and bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra. Raise them up and above the head. Pull the stomach in and up, engaging the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a tree. Vamo rumula deshe cha yamyam padam nidhayato tishtettu vrikshavad bhumo vrikshasanam idam viduho. Now, bring your right foot to your right hip. Bring your hands into the Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in your inner space. Garuda asana vakshe jena dhyanam stiram bhavet sarvadoshad vinirmukto bhavatiha mahabali. Next, we'll be repeating the Vrikshasana on the opposite side. Now, bringing your left foot to your right inner thigh. Bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra. Raise them up above the head. Visualize yourself as a tree. As you continue to engage the Udyana Bandha, वामोरुमूलदेशे च यां यं पादं निधायतो तिष्ठेत् वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Next, bring your left foot to your right hip. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you bring your hands in Namaskar Mudra. गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद् विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली. Now, extending your one leg far back and keep the front toes pointing forwards, back toes facing sideways. Keep the arm straight, parallel to the ground, and bring the front arm down while you extend the other arm up towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle in your inner space. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Repeating the Trikonasana on the other side. Flip over your legs and bring your left hand down towards the ground while you extend your right hand up towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle in your inner space. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Next, we'll be entering into the Nikuttaka Karma. Come back into an Araimandi position and having your hands in front of your chest in a parallel position. Lift your right heel up and stamp it onto the ground while lifting the other heel up. Simultaneously, move your hands in a rotatory movement. Next, we'll be entering into the Angushthasana. Lower down onto the tips of the toes, placing your perineum on your heels. Have your hands in the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the japa of Sadashivoham internally. कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा. Now, extend your right leg out with the heels on the ground and the toes facing up. Perform the Brahmari Kumbhaka, that is inhaling and exhaling, making a sound of like that of a buzzing of a bee. Keep your hands to fingers down on the ground by the sides with the palms facing forward in Varamudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Prasarya ikam padatalam samsthapya tveka padakam. Next, maintaining the same position, extend your right hand out, holding your big toes with the prana mudra, that is with the index and middle fingers together. Keep the opposite hand on the back of the heel. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gulbhastito padam ekam prasarya tat padagaram samsprishyat tatkarena. Now, repeating the Saurasana on the other side, extend your left leg out with the heels on the ground and toes pointing up with your hands in the Varamudra by your sides. Prasarya ikam padatalam samsthapya tveka padakam. Repeating the Vidhunanasana on the opposite side. Bring your left hand out, holding your big toes with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gulbhastito padam ekam prasarya tat padagaram samsprishyat tatkarena. Coming back into a seated position on your heels. Bring your hands, rest your hands on your knees with the palms facing up. Keep the gap between the legs. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to the chest. Gaze through the gap between the palms. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दोवु फणा पानी हो ए वैसे एडी दो गुदानी वैसे कोरपकतल्या की माहिली आइस माहेरा शेमिली. Dropping your knees down. Rest your hands on top of the thighs. Visualize yourself as Sage Kapila Muni. As you gaze through the tip of your nose, engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Continue to perform the Brahmari Kumbhaka. Ubhai pagatale samataharave tinko mahili kor milave. Now maintaining the same position as Kapilasana, shift the gaze to the third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. दो वो पगतली संबड़ करे कोरबार ली भूपर इधर है कोरबार ली राखे ऐसे तापरी मूल द्वार टिकी बैसे. Entering into Suryasana, sit with your toes tucked and perineum placed on the top of the raised heels. Bring your knees off the ground. Bring your hands into the Padma Mudra, into the lotus posture. Raise your arm up and high. Gaze through the gap between the palms. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. As you continue to engage the Udyana Bandha and performing the Brahmari Kumbhaka. Edi dobu gudatariyane phanapani baithak punithane. Again dropping your knees back on the ground. Sit with your toes flat and perineum on the heels. Keep the hands on top of the knees and lift the tongue up and against the roof of the mouth. Catch the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra with your frog tongue in Manduki Mudra. Gaze into your third eye and visualize yourself as a frog. पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अङ्गुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशे जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन्मण्डुकासनम्. Maintaining the same posture of Mandukasana. Keep your hands on the back, holding the head with the elbows. Continue to perform the Manduki Mudra. Gazing into your third eye, visualize yourself as a frog as you perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Inhaling, holding a breath and slowly exhaling. मण्डुकासनमध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्धेकवदुत्थानमेतदुत्थानमण्डुकम्. Now, performing the Simhasana, cross your ankles and sit on the feet. Keep the knees wide and fingers spread on the top. Open your mouth wide, stick out the tongue and exhale forcefully. Gaze at the tip of the nose, visualizing yourself as a lion. दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेण दक्षिणेन ततेतरं हस्तौ च जान्वः संस्थाप्य साङ्गुलिश्च प्रसार्य च. Next, entering into Bhadrasana. Sit with the heels under the perineum and keep the knees wide. Cross your hands behind the back and hold the big toes with the Prana Mudra. That is with your index and middle fingers together. Apply the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking the chin to the chest. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. As you repeat the Brahmari Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling with the buzzing of a bee. Gulbhau Chavrashanasyaadho Vyutkramena Samahitaha Padangushto Karabhyancha Dhritva Chavrashtadeshatah. Next, entering into the Kakapasandhyasana. Squat and keep the feet flat on the ground and knees opened wide. Bring the arms in and around the back and interlace the fingers behind in Parashumudra. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as a crow in your inner space. Prathame Vesakau Kadathane Dobu Hathapagami Chaane. Next, entering into the Kanipavasana. Place the palms on the floor, shoulder width apart. Bring the knees on the back of the arms towards the armpits. Lean the chin forward and down, balancing and gazing ahead. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Asana ko guna achi dushta hoi to achi hoi. Now, from Kanipavasana, dropping your head onto the ground, slowly entering into the inverted posture of Kapalyasana. Bring the knees onto the elbows, hips over the shoulders and straighten the legs up, gazing to the tip of your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Sisha Sisha Dharti Teki Pagado Miliva Ucha Kukare. Now you can slowly get down. We'll be performing next the Parshvamayurasana. During the following asanas, we'll be performing the Rechaka Kumbhaka, that is, inhaling, holding your breath, and having a slow, focused exhalation. Now, engage the Mula Bandha, that is, contracting the perineal muscles. Squat on the toes with the legs together. Twist the body, place both the hands to one side. Lean onto the arms and balance. Extend the legs to the side and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Mayuram dandavat kuryan, Mayuram dandanamagam. Repeating the Parshvamayurasana on the other side. Twist the body onto the other side. Lean onto the arms and balance. Extend the legs to the side and gaze to the third eye as you visualize yourself as a peacock. Mayuram dandavat kuryan, Mayuram dandanamagam. Now coming back into a plank position. Step one foot outside the respective shoulder, bringing the foot between the hands. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in your inner space. Asana ko gunapiti jaji. Repeating the same Bhairaganathasana on the opposite side. Bring your left foot outside the shoulder and between your hands. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava as you gaze into your third eye. Asana ko gunapiti jaji. Next, we'll be performing the Unmukha Pithasana. From the Tarakshasana, place your forearms onto the ground and walk your feet forward, raising your hips. Lift the chest and head up and gaze to the third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Unmukha Pithasana. Bhunyastau januni hastau chatushpadama vangmukham utthapitangriyugala katistalama bhiruka. Next, from the Tarakshasana, the plank position, rotate your body onto your right hand, raising your left hand up. Visualize yourself as Sage Vashishta. Urdhva Kukkuta Vasishta Marichahala Matsyakam Parivrittim Chodarasya Vividham Dhanurasanam. Repeating the Vasishthasana on the opposite side. Come on to your left hand, raising your right hand up and above in the sky. Visualize yourself as Sage Vashishta. ऊर्ध्व कुक्कुट वासिष्ठ मरीचहल मत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्. Next, we'll be entering into the Anjani Asana. Be seated with your legs stretched and toes pointing up. Bring the hands under the buttocks with the palms facing up. Keep your elbows closer to your body and tuck your chin to the chest, engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman as you continuously perform the japa Mahasadashivoham internally. Dovu karki ubhay hateli korvareli mai lebheli. Next, entering into the Paschimottanasana, bend from the waist and hold on to the big toes with your index and middle fingers. Engage the Mahamudra Bandha. Bring the chest to the thighs, head to the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Jano parilalatanto paschimam tanamuchyate yena kena prakarena sukham dharyancha jayate. Next, relax. Now, with your clasp your hands behind your head and lean the chest forward and down, bringing the head to the knees. Engage all the three bandhas. Visualize Kali in your inner space. Swapanibhyam dridham dhritva janupari shironyaseth asano agramidam proktam bhavedanila deepanam. Next, we'll be entering into the Marichi Asana. Bring your right heel towards your groin and keep your knees raised. Reach your arm in and around the raised knee and clasp your hands behind the back. Bring the chest to the thigh and head to the knee. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. Uttanapadam krauncham cha maricham veerabhadragam natarajam trikonam cha suptangushta prasarane. Now, dropping your knee down, reach and hold to the front foot, keeping the leg straight. Bring the chest forward and down. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः. Next, we'll be repeating the Marichi Asana on the opposite side. Sit with the legs extended. Bring your left heel close to the ground and reach your arm in and around the raised leg. Clasp your hands behind the back. Bring the chest to the thigh and head to the knee, bending forward. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Now, dropping your knee down with your right hand, with your right leg extended straight. Inhale and bend down. Reach and hold to the foot, keeping the leg straight. Engage all the three bandhas. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः. Now we'll be entering into the Bhadrasana 2. Now sit and bring the soles of the feet together with the heels close to the perineum. Keep the knees wide and hold the feet firmly. Maintain a straight spine and gaze. Gaze into your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. गुल्भौ तवृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्. Now, from Bhadrasana, extend your feet away from your body, keeping the toes together and heels apart. Keep your knees open. Place the hands on the respective knees and tuck the chin to the chest, engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Ingwali Pavasana. पूर्व चरपट जोक अख्यो सोजी वाही विधि जो की जय सोजी जामे एडी भिन्न जो राशे अंगुला 8 अंतरो राशे. Now, keeping the soles of the feet together and heels close to the perineum. Hold the soles of the feet and lean forward and down. Bring the forehead to the feet and gaze to the nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala. दोबूपकथली संपुट करे एडी मेड के ढिंग दरे अर्ध हाथ को अंतर राशे लीलाट पकथलियां ऊपर दाशे. Now we'll be entering into the Midagi Pavasana. Sit and keep your heels together and toes apart and the knees wide. Lean forward and down. Extend the hands outside with the palms facing on the ground. Bring the forehead to the ground behind the heels and gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. पूरव विधि परिपकथली संपूर्ण शोल एडी मिली राशे. Next asana is the Siddha Samadhi asana. Now sit and keep the toes together and heels apart. Bring the arms below the shins, extend them out and keep the palms facing up. Bring the forehead to the ground above the feet, bringing the toes near the throat. Gaze to the nose and visualize Surya in your inner space. दोबू पगतली संपुट करे 16 मेढ़ आगा मेधरे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे एडी को ऐसे विदिदाशे. Next asana is the Chinaki Pavasana. Now sit and keep the heels together and toes apart. Hold the feet and open them up, bringing the soles towards the sky, keeping the back of the hands on the ground. Press the elbows onto the thighs towards the knees and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दो पगा की एडी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे. Next, sit and bring the soles of the feet together, heels at the perineum and knees to the ground. Place the hands on the knees and gently press them down. Pull the stomach in and up, engaging the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you gaze to the third eye. दोवू पगदली संपुट धारे आगा ने कर जारे पसारे गोड़ा भूसो लगता राशे हाथ दोबू गोड़ा परिदाशे. Now sit and bring the soles of the feet together and the knees wide. Lift the heels up and bring the toes down onto the ground. Keep the knees on the ground. Pull the stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha and place the hands on the knees in the Vidya Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Gulbhau Sambidya Janyonyam Vyutkramenothitam Shanihi Janvov Parshvagato Hasto Dandavad Bhairavasanam. The next is a Samasana. Sit with one heel at the perineum. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto the chest. Gaze to the third eye and hold the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra as you perform the Samasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Samanasana Vakshe Siddhamantradi Sadhanat Ekapadamuro Datva Gukhyonya Vaktrake. From Samasana, lift your left leg onto your shoulder. Raise the other foot up towards the sky. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत् प्रभो. Now, repeating the Samasana on the opposite side, sit with your right heel at the perineum. Lift and hold the left foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto the chest. Gaze to the third eye and hold the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Samanasana Vakshe Siddhamantrati Sadhanat Ekapadamuro Datva Gukhyonya Vaktrake. Now, placing your left leg onto your left shoulder, place both your hands towards the side. Lift your right leg upwards towards the sky and gaze to the third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत् प्रभो. Next, we'll be entering into the Gomukhasana. Sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of the body. With the feet by the opposite hips, place both the hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze to the nose. Visualize the face of a cow. As you perform the japa of Om Nithyanandoham in your inner space, perform the Sitkari Kumbhaka, that is, inhaling through touch the tip of the tongue to the teeth and inhale through the teeth with a hissing sound. सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत् दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा. Next, moving to Anusuyasana, keeping the same position as Gomukhasana, hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers, relax the shoulders and pull the stomach in and up, engaging the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya as you gaze at the tip of your nose. दक्षिण गोड़ों नीचे उठाने बाहों ताके ऊपर आने. Next, from the Anusuyasana position, interlace the fingers behind the back and lean forward and down. Bring the chin over the knees and touch the nose to the ground. Gazing at the tip of your nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. Jimana Goda ki sandhi uprida vagoda ki sandhi. Next, sitting on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum, keep the opposite foot flat on the ground and the knee to the chest. Keep the spine tall, chest out, and hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Dabopakamoodi edi mahilo gulbhamooladwarni chaide. Next, entering into the Naradasana, interlace your fingers behind the neck, twist outside the raised knee, and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Sage Narada. पिष्टिजवाम पकतली केरी भूपरी ताही लगा वे फेरी घोड़ा सुदोपण है जो जीत छिपा चितीरा शेषो जी. Now, next we'll be performing the Matsya Pitakasana. Place your left foot on top of the right thigh and wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding onto the opposite shin. Extend the other hand straight out and hold onto the respective toe with index and middle fingers. Gaze to your nose. Visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu. वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्. Next, we'll be performing the Gomukhasana on the opposite side. Sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of the body with the feet by the opposite hips. Place both the hands on the top of the stacked knees. Gaze to the nose. Visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत् दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा. Next, we'll be performing the Anusuyasana. From Gomukhasana position, hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers. Relax the shoulders. Pull the stomach in and up, engaging the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. दक्षिण को नीचे उठाने बाबों ताके ऊपर आने. Now, entering into Anusuyasana 2. Interlace your fingers behind the back and lean forward and down. Bring the chin over the knee, touching the nose to the ground. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिडा वा गोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा स्योले पकतल्यालो वाड़वाई सुधा राशे. Now we'll be performing the Garudasana 2 on the opposite side. Now sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other. Keep the spine tall, chest out, and hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Dabopakamoodi edi mahilo gulbhamooladwarani chaide. Now, interlace your fingers behind your neck, twist outside of the raised knee, and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Sage Narada. पिष्टिज वाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता ही लगा वे फेरी घोड़ा सुदोपण है जो जी छिपा शितीरा शेषो जी. Next, place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding onto the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight and hold onto the respective toe with index and middle fingers. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Matsya in your inner space. वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्. Now, we'll be performing the Matsyendrasana on one side. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Place the opposite foot on the ground on far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep the arm by the neck. Turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranath in your inner space. उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्. Next, will now bringing your left hand towards here and holding the big toe with your index and middle fingers in Pranamudra. Raise your right arm towards your ear and turn back, visualizing yourself as a camel. Gaze into your third eye as you perform the Kubasana. Asana ko guna jholo jaye. Now drop your right hand back onto the ground as you twist your spine intensely, visualizing Matsyendranath, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga, in your inner space. Matsyendra Peedam Jadara Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. Now, we'll be repeating the Matsyendrasana on the opposite side. Now, place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Place the opposite foot on the ground on the far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by the neck and turn the head back and gaze to the third eye as you visualize Matsyendranath in your inner space. उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्. Now, from Matsyendrasana, extend your right arm out and hold on to your big toe with your index and middle fingers. Bring your left hand to your ear. Twist your spine intensely as you visualize yourself as a camel internally. Gaze into your third eye in Kubasana. Asana Kogana Jholo Jaye. Now drop your left hand onto the ground. Twist your spine more as you visualize Matsyendranath in your inner space as you gaze into your third eye. Matsyendra Pedam Jarara Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. Now, relax after this intense sequence of asanas. Now we'll be entering into the Padmasana. Place your feet on your opposite thighs. Place the palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva as you perform the Shitali Kumbhaka, that is gently placing the tongue against the back of the teeth and inhaling, holding the breath and exhaling slowly through the nose. Perform the japa of Om Nithyananda Mahasadaशिवोहम internally. आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा ऊर्ध्वोरुपरि चेत् धत्ते उभे पादतले यथा. Next will be cross your arms and hold on to the toes with your index and middle fingers. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as goddess Parvati. उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरु संस्थौ प्रयत्ततः ऊरु मध्ये तथोत्तानौ पाणि कृत्वा तु तादृशौ. Now, next is a Kukutasana. Place your palms on the ground between the two thighs and lift the body up. Visualize yourself as a rooster in your inner space. Padmasanam samsthapya nanvororantare karo. Next, from Padmasana, rise onto your knees. Place the palms on the ground with the fingers pointing towards your body. Keep the elbows together and press your navel against the elbows, balancing on your elbows. Extend the knees up and off the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Baddhakeki Asana. Dharamavashtabhyakaradvena tatkurpari stapitana bhiparshvaha. Next, while on your knees, place the palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the body. Keep the elbows together and balancing on your elbows, lift your feet up off the ground. Visualize yourself as a peacock in your inner space. अथ पक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्. Now, lay down on your stomach with the feet pointing outwards and the forehead on the mat. Interlace fingers behind your neck. Visualize yourself as a crocodile as you perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, that is, inhaling, holding your breath, and slowly exhaling. अध्यासचेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानौ. Now, place your hands on the ground beside the chest. Raise the legs up, bringing the thighs off the ground. Visualize yourself as a locust in your inner space. अध्यासचेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्य करयोस्तलाभ्याम्. Next, pull the feet down towards the ground or outside of the hips. Visualize yourself as a camel in Ustrasana. अध्यासचेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम्. आकुञ्चयेत् सम्यक् उदरास्य गाढमुष्ट्रं च पीठं योगिनो वदन्ति. From Ustrasana, tighten the grip on your feet, kick the legs back and up, and simultaneously lift the chest off the ground and raise the head. Gazing to the third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bow. प्रसार्य पादौ भुजदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्. Now, sit between your heels with the feet flat on the ground with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Place the palms on top of your thighs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you gaze to the third eye. In Bhagasana, perform the japa of Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham internally. उल्टा मोड़ी पाव दो वैसे बहुरो जुगति करे एक ऐसे. Now we'll be entering into the inverted postures of Guhyasana and Shirasasana. We request all the participants who have serious ailments or are pregnant are kindly requested to not perform this asana or consult your doctor before practicing this asana. Now, from the knees, place your forearms on the ground, fingers interlocked with the elbows shoulder width apart. Place the top of the head on the ground, holding the back of the head with the hands. Walk the toes forward until the hips align with the shoulders. Lift the feet up, keeping the knees bent together against the chest and touching the chin. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दो वो हाथ की कहुनी जोजी पुनिह कलाई जाने दो ये. Now, extend your feet straight up into Shirasasana. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Viparitam mandalam cha dvidhaiva viditam hinaha. You can slowly come down and come back into a seated position. Now we'll be performing the Podhyasana. For the following asanas, we'll be performing the Bastrika Kumbhaka, that is, continuously making quick burst exhalations out of the nose again and again by pulling the stomach inwards and up. Now, sit with your hands behind the calves and legs stretched up. Bring the forehead to the knees and come to a vertical position with the legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दो वो हाथ पग बाहर आने घोड़ा तरे काकसी ठाने. Now, sit and extend the legs out up at a 45-degree angle. Bring the hands behind and hold the opposite shoulders. Keep the chest upright and legs straight with the toes pointed out and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as a mace. उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य. Next, sit and extend the legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Keep the chest upright and legs straight at the toes pointed. Visualize yourself as a boat in your inner space as you gaze to the third eye. Uttanashenam kurparabhyam bhumim vashtabhyam. Now, coming back into a normal seated position, sit and lift the feet up, scoop the hands under the heels and pull the feet towards the chest. Keep the spine upright and gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana. Pagatali samputa kari hatasyo paka uchayi. Now, lay down on your back with the feet flat on the ground. Place the palms down and the knee and the fingers just touching the back of the heels. Lift the hips up and high, feeling the feet into the ground. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha by tucking your chin to the chest. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. ऊर्ध्वे च जानूनि कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा. Now, lay down on your back with the palms facing upwards, completely unclutched from any micro movements of the body, and visualize the body is dead and the supreme point of Hinduism is liberating you in Shavasana. उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
Now slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees upwards towards your chest and rock your body from side to side, slowly returning to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, the first 108 asanas of the sequence. With this, we conclude today's Nithyananda Yoga session for the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants. Thank you all so much for joining us today. The next Acharya is going to start the next session very soon. And for the Level 2 and 3 participants, let us now get ready to continue the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama with the next asana of the sequence, which is Yathasana Ishtasana. Now sit in a comfortable position with your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, index fingers and thumbs together. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your stomach and visualize the fire in your stomach being kindled, rising up as you contract the perineal floor in Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Yathasana Ishtasana.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यथसंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. Now in a cross-legged position with your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, start inhaling and exhaling as deep as you can, again and again, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Next up is Muktasana. Now, place your hands flat on the knees as you keep your left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the supreme path of Hinduism.
निपीड्यसि विनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्पतः.
Next up is Siddhasana. Maintain the posture but shift your gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियो चलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next up is Siddhi Asana. Maintain the posture, but shift your gaze to the ground in front of you. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके इडीजानो सीवनिमधितासकोठानो.
Next up is Rudrasana 2. Now rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वामचरणपरिदक्षिणराखे एकजुगति ऐसे विदिदाखे.
We move on to Santa Dhanasana. With the hands on the knees, gaze to your nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुणमण की चंचलता मीट.
Next up is Siddhasana 2. Now bring your hands in front of your navel, one palm cupped over the other, in Samputta Mudra, resembling a closed lotus flower, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana 2.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भूय पादौ तु दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
Next up is Bandha Yoni Asana. Now, maintain your feet in the same position and set the sankalpa to manifest with the womb of creation as you inhale all the way, hold your breath, and then lock all the five senses with your hands in your face. Close your mouth with little fingers, nostrils with ring fingers, eyes with middle and index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs in Shanmukhi Mudra.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु यत्कृत्वा खेचरो भूत्वा विचरेदीश्वरो यथा.
Next up is Virasana. As you place one foot on top of the opposite thigh, place the other foot below the opposite thigh. Keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra and embody the state and space of bravery Vida.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः इतरस्मिंस्तथा चोरुं वीरासनमुदीरितम्.
Next up is Valmikasana. Maintain your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize the great sage Valmiki, the poet and author of Ramayana.
डावा पग की पगथली पुनि एड़ी है जोय.
Next up is Joni Mudrasana. Place your hands flat on top of the knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti, which is projected in the top right corner of the screen in Joni Mudrasana.
वामपाद की पगथली जाहि माहिली कोर.
Next up is Yoni Asana from the same posture. Now gaze up towards your third eye. Keep visualizing the Yoni Mandala in Yoni Asana.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलं तत्कालफललं तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि.
Next up is Padrasana 3. Now join the soles of your feet together as you hold on to your feet with interlocked fingers. Push your knees down to the mat. Gaze to your nose as you perform Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock, visualizing yourself as Lord Veerabhadra in Padrasana 3.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत् सव्यगुल्फं तथा सव्ये दक्षगुल्फं तु दक्षिणे.
Next up is our Godasana. Now keep your left hand on the left knee and cover your mouth with the right hand. Close your left nostril with your index finger. Inhale through the right nostril, then close both nostrils, hold your breath. Exhale through the left nostril and inverse the breathing flow in Abhyantara Kumbhaka again and again. As you gaze up towards your third eye, press your tongue upwards in Kechari Mudra and visualize yourself as an Agori.
पूर्व कहो अभिषेका जो जी वाही विधि जो की जैसो जी.
Next up is Kanari Pavasana. As you separate your heels, place your elbows down on the heels and rest your chin on the hands. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Exhale and hold your breath in Rechaka Kumbhaka and visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water.
ग्वाली पाव आसन का क्यों है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि तैसे.
Next up is Padasana. With raised knees, bring your hands underneath the legs and interlock your fingers in front of your body as you lift the feet up. Now gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ततोर्ध्वं रेचयेत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
Next up is Gopi Chandasana. Now hold on to the big toes. Hold on to the toes of your feet with interlocked fingers. As you lift your feet against your chest, place your chin on the hands, gaze to your nose, and embody the state and space of a king.
पूर्व विधिपका का अंगूठा कंठ को पराशे.
Now scoop your hands below the feet and interlock your fingers around the toes as you lift them up against your chest once more. Gaze to the nose and visualize your body free from any defects in Udarasana.
दोबू पकतली संबट ठाने उभय हस्त करी उरद हिताने.
Now raise your feet in front of your face. Keep interlocked fingers in front of your forehead as you visualize yourself excelling in everything in Vishishthasana.
दोबू पकतली जोड़ी संपुट करे.
Next up is Bhujasana. As you lift your legs over top of your shoulders, bend your elbows upwards so you can interlock your fingers around your neck. Visualize yourself as a cobra. Keep breathing in Rechaka Kumbhaka.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
The next asana is Kalyanasana. With your legs over top of your shoulders, bend your elbows downwards and interlock them behind your back. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
दोबू हाथ पकम विच आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
Next up is Sankatasana. Now place the top of the left foot flat on the mat and sit on the left heel. As you stack your knees, right knee over top, place your hands on opposite knees. Gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra without focusing on any external objects. Just focus on the object within as you visualize a swan in your inner space.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Next up is Dhenukasana. As you now slide the left foot outside the hip, sit on the ground and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Place your hands on the top knee as you visualize a cow in your inner space.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं वृषीलिन्दगल्यम्नी.
Next up is Machandasana. Now, place the right foot on the left thigh and the left foot on the right knee. Bring your left arm behind your back. Twist your spine to hold on to opposite thighs with your hands. As you gaze up and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजंगपरिदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्टीति स आनेत् बहुरोदक्षिणपतः जोयी ताकी नलिजो पकरे सोजी.
Next up is Machandrasana too. As you sit in Machandrasana, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra and lean forward and down. Place your navel on the heels and your forehead on the ground in front of you as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमजी मनोचरण जोजी वामजंगपरिराखे सोजी.
Rise back up, interlock the fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all the wonders and visualize Swamiji in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूलैतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
Now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. Place the top of the right foot flat, sit on the right heel, and stack the left knee over top. Hold on to opposite knees. Visualize yourself as a swan and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
वामपादं स्थितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन जाम्बेन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Now slide the right heel outside the hip, sit on the ground. Place your hands on the top knee. Engage Uddiyana Bandhan, Mula Bandhan, visualize the cow in Dhenukasana.
अनुषागिनगरपञ्चडं वृषीलिन्दकल्यम्नि.
Now repeat Machandrasana on the other side. Place the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Bring the right arm behind your back. Twist your spine, hold on to opposite thighs as you gaze up and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजंगपरिदक्षिणठाने वामहस्तपिष्टीति स आने.
Now repeat Machandrasana 2. Hold onto the big toes, lean forward and down. Place your forehead on the ground as you visualize Swamiji.
प्रथमजी मनोचरण जोजी वामजंगपरिराखे सोजी.
Next up is Machandrasana 2. Next up is Guru Asana on the other side. Interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all the wonders and visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in your inner space.
ऊर्मूलैतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Parashasana. Now place your feet flat and raise your knees up. Cross your arms and pull opposite knees against your chest with your hands. Press your tongue upwards and Kechari Mudra along your nasal tract if you can, as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय जाननिवृति निधाय विपरीत हस्ताभ्याम ऊरु सहित जंगे निबध्य.
Next up is Bodhashokasana. Now hold on to opposite wrists with your hands. Place your chin on the knees and gaze to the nose as you visualize that you reside in a abode of bliss. Breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama.
दोवु पगतली भूपरिधरे कोरमाहिली ऐसे करे कोरमिलाजी उकड़बई से जंगा छाती अग्रणी वैसे.
Next up is Kurakatasana. Now bring your arms underneath your legs. Hold on to opposite elbows as you gaze to your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ पग बाहर ल्यावे गोडा नीचे ले टहरावे.
Now cross the ankle of the right foot over the left with the toes pointing up. Gaze to your nose and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारी धरती परिठाने डावा पग परितछ पद आने.
Next up is Dandasana. Extend your legs forward and interlock your fingers as you raise your arms up above your head with the wrists pointing outwards. Now engage all the bandhas. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Dandasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुख प्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Next up is Arambhasana. Now lean forward and down, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra as you bring your head down towards the knees and start performing Nadi Shodhana. Inhale through one nostril, exhale through the other alternatingly, leading the prana along your spine through all the 7 chakras and cleansing Ida and Pingala Nadi as you alternate the breath. Visualize Swamiji.
दोवो पग मिलिवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीलाट गोड़ा लगावे.
Next up is Bidokasana. Now separate your feet and slightly raise your knees as you bring your arms underneath the shins and hold your soles of the feet from the outside. Now gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बे सीधो पाव पसारी कछुक ऊर्ध को कुरुडो डारे.
Next up is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now join the soles of the feet together. Bring your hands underneath the shins with the palms facing up. Place your face on the feet, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो एड़ी में लिखे दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
Next up is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. As you sit, with the legs extended, lift one leg behind your neck. Then lean forward and down and hold onto the front foot as in Paschimottanasana. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space. As you breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama, visualize your prana flowing through 9 points of your body. The soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of the eyebrows, the top of your forehead, and the Brahmanda, the crown of your head.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Okay, if you Next up is Anantasana. With your leg behind your neck, lean backwards, hold onto the foot, and extend the opposite leg forward. Gaze to the tip of your nose as you visualize yourself being infinite, endless, eternal, Ananta.
उत्तारशैले एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य इतरहस्तेन पावाग्रं गृहीत्वा.
Now roll onto the side. Keep holding onto the foot behind your neck as you gaze to the nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशैते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन् इतरहस्तं कर्णमूले स्थापयेत्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now continue with Drishasana, the next asana of the next posture of the sequence. As you pull your knees up against your chest, encircle them with your arms, squeeze your body into a ball and rock your body from side to side, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. As you breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama, visualize the pranas flowing upwards within your body.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनि हृदयवष्टम्बा जङ्घासहितौरूनि करद्वये बद्ध्वा.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. As you lift the other leg behind your neck, hold on to the front foot, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पश्चिमदानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with your leg behind your neck. Hold onto the foot with the opposite hand as you extend the opposite leg forward, gazing to the nose, visualizing yourself being unending in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयने एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto your side as you gaze to your nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Next up is Yoga Nidrasana. As you lay on your back, lift your legs behind your neck, one by one. If you can't bring them behind your neck, you can bring them over your shoulders or pull them towards your chest. Open up your hips. Once they are locked, bring your hands behind your back and interlock them in Paramashivoham as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा.
Next up is Atmaramasana with your legs over top of your shoulders. Now bend your elbows up and interlock them behind your neck. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्माराम आसन प्रथम सुधोसोवे.
Next up is Kochikasana. As you lay on your back, pull your knees up against your chest and extend your arms out to the side, soles of the feet facing upwards. As you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ चीता साकर तिनसो बेस पाकरे.
The next asana is Jatara Parivritti. This asana consists of 3 steps. We are going to perform the first 3 steps and then repeat them on the other side. As you pull your knees against the chest and extend your arms out to the side. This is the neutral position to which we are going to return. The first step is bending one knee to the side and extending the opposite leg straight. Now bend both knees to the side. Now extend both your legs to the side, hold onto the feet, and gaze in the opposite direction. Now return to the center and drop the other knee to the side, extend the opposite leg down. Step 1. Now bend both knees to the side. Step 2. Extend both legs to the side, hold onto the feet, and gaze away from the feet as you visualize Swamiji and perform the Mula Bandha.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षे भागे त्रिता हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Next up is the Dvipara Pitam. Now lay on your back with your feet flat, your knees raised. Hold on to your ankles as you push your hips up high. Gaze to your nose, engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha, and visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge as you breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानामिति गार्गी जगादनु.
Next up is Paryankasana. Now bring your hands over your shoulders. Place them on the mat, fingers pointing towards your feet as you lift your entire body off the ground. Push your hips up high. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahata Kumbhaka and Paryankasana.
उत्तानशयनमस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्यः पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Now lay down on your back. Lift your knees against your chest and place your hands on the respective shoulders. Move your hips in a circular motion as you visualize yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back in Shvotanasana.
शववच्छरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभुवानीजा.
Now place your arms flat and raise your hips up high. Point the toes upwards. Balance with your arms on the ground and move your hips in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in the Viparita Karani.
भूतले सशिरो दत्त्वा खेनये चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Now stop the movement of your legs. Be stable in Viparita Karani too.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यमभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाटराग्निविवर्धनी.
Now drop the toes down over top of your head. Touch the ground above you as you interlock your fingers behind your back in Padusha Mudra and place them on the mat. Now visualize yourself as a plow and breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka in Langalasana.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
Next up is Shaita Paschimottanasana. Now hold on to your feet above your head as you keep the toes on the mat. Internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham and visualize Paramashiva as this is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. As you bring your hips above the shoulder level, now extend your legs out to the side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षे भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Next up is Chaklasana. Now hold onto your ankles and then roll onto your back. Keep your arms and legs straight as you visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो व्युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रमेतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
Next up is Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. As you keep your legs straight, vertical, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you then separate your legs wide to the side, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Supta Padangushtasana. Join the feet back together above your body. Keep the legs straight. Hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra as you visualize Swamiji.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now cross your legs into Padmasana from the same position. As you lay flat on your back, hold on to opposite elbows above your head. Breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth as you visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, in Matsyasana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्य मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Next up is Parasharamasana. As you place the back side of the right hand on top of the left palm, over top of your head, palms facing up, gaze to the nose and visualize Lord Rama in your inner space.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सुधो सोवे भूपरिपाछे.
Next up is Sarvangasana. With your legs in Padmasana, raise your knees and then your hips up off the mat. Support your lower back with your hands. Press your elbows on the ground and gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, engaging Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha as you breathe in Moksha Kumbhaka.
अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनमुत्तमं यत् कृत्वा योगनिपुणो विद्याभिः पण्डितो यथा.
Next up is Vrishya. As you lay on your back, place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and pull the opposite knee up against your chest. Extend your arms up, poke your fingers forward, tuck your chin to the chest. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a scorpion.
प्रथमशयन सुधो शीशिकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Exchange the position of your feet. As you repeat Vrishikasana, the scorpion posture on the other side.
प्रथमशयन सुधो शीशिकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Next up is the Vrisha Parakshipasana. As you lay on your back with your legs flat, interlock your fingers around your neck, and then lift your legs off the mat, alternate pulling them in towards your chest, back and forth, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Calmly breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिः कन्द्रां बद्ध्वा कूर्परो मिलित्वा.
Next up is Marottanasana. Laying on your back, place your arms flat next to your body and alternate touching your ears with the respective knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
श्वोत्तानवत् संस्थितिः कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
The next asana is Vrikasana. As you lay on your back, place your feet flat, stand up and lay back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is Lutasana. As you lay down, roll over completely again and again. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, finally end in a prone position on your stomach.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य.
As you lay on your stomach, with your hands next to the shoulders, contract your lips, make a whistling sound like a flute on the inhalation. as you visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a bed for dharma on your chariot back in Salatasana.
निब्जशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय संबद्धस्ताभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next up is Tehali Ulanganasana. With your hands flat now, push your body up into the plank position and jump your feet in between the hands back and forth as you visualize yourself transcend body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्ये चरणद्वयमुड्डानैव बहिरानीय.
Next up is Chatyasana. As you lean forward and down, place your hands on the mat and walk around on hands and feet, visualizing yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जाति स्मरो भवेत्. हस्तान् त्रिभूमौ च गमनम् आगमनं ततः.
Next up is Lolitika Karana. Now bring the heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent in Arimandi. Then raise your elbows to the shoulder level and rotate your arms around your body. Tilt your head back, lean back and move your head in all directions. Next up is Sarpasana. Now tie your feet with a rope if you have a rope available. And then stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your arms at the side, close to your body, hands on the thighs. As you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka, lead the prana along your spine and visualize your Kundalini Devi raising and curling upwards around your body in Sarpasana.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपाणाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः.
Next up is Ushtrasalanasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down, place your hands on the ground and step your toes onto your fingers as you clench your hands at your wrists. Now walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरिपादतले संस्थाप्य.
Now, from the same posture, hold onto the toes from the outside, walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a horse.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरिपादतले संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Kapota Nidakasana. As you stand straight with the heels together, interlock your fingers behind your back and pull them down towards your calf. Open up your chest, lean back, tilt your head back. As you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving, breathe calmly and deeply through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तो जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा.
Next up is Tala Pushpaputam Karana. Now, stand in Arimandi posture and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Bow down to one side and open up the respective palms as you raise the respective heels. Repeat the movement as you visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashivoham. Next up is Khadgasana. Now visualize yourself as a rhinoceros and gaze to the tip of your nose as you lay on your stomach. And then jump your feet up towards your hands and stand with your hands in Namaskara Mudra extended to the front, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros.
आसनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य उत्तिष्ठेत. खड्गासनं भवति.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Hold weights. You want to intensify this asana as you sit down on the ground or as low as you can to the ground and stand back up again and again. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यमथितव्यमिति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
Next up is Musalasana. Raise your arms above your head and jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नजेत् वारं वारम् उड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is Utsheshakasana. As you catch hold of one foot, pull it up against your chest, sit down and stand back up on the opposite leg, alternating on both sides as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय तिष्ठेत् उत्शीर्षकं भवति.
Next up is Parshvajanukarana. Now turn one foot so the toes are pointing outside and lift the other knee against your chest. And circle the raised knee with one arm, keep the hand in the fist and place the other hand on the respective inner thigh. Next up is Tandavasana. Now hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana, and then visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva. As you extend your arms and one leg forward, sit down and stand back up in Tandavasana.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. Now raise the left foot towards the inner right thigh. Keep the heel at the perineum. Hands relaxed by the sides as you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now bring the left toe over and around the right knee. Tuck the toes behind the right calf. Bring the left arm below the right and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहद्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Now place the left foot on top of the right thigh. Keep your hands by the side and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Next up is Dhruvasana, the pole-star posture. Hold onto the big toe of the left foot as you extend it out to the side. Rotate quickly on the standing leg as you visualize yourself as the North Pole Star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा.
We move on to Trivikramasana. Now lift one leg behind your neck as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within. Then stand tall on the mat. Sit down and stand back up, performing the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu.
एके ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Now repeat Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Lift the other knee up. Hold it with your hand in the fist. Other hand on the respective thigh. Now repeat Tandavasana on the other side. Extend the other leg forward. Sit down and stand back up.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. Now lift the right foot towards the inner left thigh with the heel up against the perineum. Hands by the sides. Visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now bring the right foot over and around the left thigh. The toes tucked behind. In the right arm below the left. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Now bring the right foot on top of the left thigh. Stand with the hands by the side, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
तक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च
Now repeat Dhruvasana, the pose up posture on the other side. Hold on to the right big toe in Prana Mudra as you rotate quickly, visualizing yourself as the North Pole Star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा
Now repeat Trivikramasana, the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu on the other side. Lift your leg behind your neck and sit down and stand back up as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति
Next up is Sammanaka Karana. As you stand with the heels together, toes pointing outwards, hands slightly extended away from the body. Point your fingers one by one. Let us now get ready for the final 100 asanas of this sequence. As we continue with Gorak Anjali Asana. Now, squat down and bring your hands from the outside in between the legs. Interlock your fingers in front of your navel as you visualize the great sage Goraknath, founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. Breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply. Hold your breath. And move the retained prana upwards, downwards, within your body and through the various limbs of your body, along with your mind. Bring your attention through the body and lead the prana freely as per your will. As you visualize the great sage Goraknath, founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya.
प्रथम हि बोहो ये बाहुरी नीचो पुनिहो वे
Next up is Kanchi Asana. As you squat down, interlock your fingers behind your back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्वमध्यात् हस्तो निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य
Next up is Bhairava-asana. Now bring the heels together, close to the body, and interlock your fingers behind as you squat down all the way. Gaze to your navel as you visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दोवूपक की थलिया की माहिली कोर मिलाजी फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे
Performing Bhairava-asana can resolve hiccups. Next up is Varaha-asana. Now keep the heels against your perineum and squat down as you separate the toes. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra and bring them behind your neck with the fingers pointing down towards the ground as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पागथली की माहिली कोर मिलाजी फना पानी उकड़ वैसे
Next up is Vipitasana. Now hold on to the big toes of Prana Mudra and raise your hips to the same level as your knees. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पार्श्वद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानप्रदेश आनीय
Next up is Pakasana. Now place your hands on the ground and bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward, lift your feet off the mat, and balance as you visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्यामवनिमवष्टभ्य
The next asana is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. Now place your head on the mat, keep your hands flat, and then Raise your legs up, crossing them into Padmasana. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, gaze to the tip of your nose and move the prana freely within your body in Jivachala Kumbhaka.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछू जी.
The next asana is Guptasana. As you sit in a kneeling posture, place your hands on the knees, keep the heels outside the hips, the toes touching behind. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize that you're sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत् पादोपरि च संस्थाप्य गुतं गुप्तासनं विदुः.
The next asana is the Vrikshasana too. As you place your hands on the mat, raise your hips over top of your body and straighten your legs up into a handstand. You can lean against a wall for support or ask a partner to assist you in the performance of this asana. This asana should be performed to purify all the 7 chakras as you visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासनविशेषकान्.
Next up is Shiva Asana. From the handstand posture, bring the hands and feet closer together. Gaze upwards towards your third eye. As you visualize, Tejas energy is flowing towards your third eye, rejuvenating your body.
दो पगजोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
Next up is Matsyasana. As you place your hands flat, step your feet back and lower your body down and push it back up again and again, visualizing yourself as a fish.
निब्जं शयनं गुरुपरो पार्श्वभागाय मूर्धकृत्य.
Next up is Sarvasana too. Now place your hands on the hips and lift your head and chest from side to side, visualizing and moving your body like a snake.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य पादौ दीर्घीकृत्य.
Next up is Niralambanasana. As you lay on your stomach, bring your elbows on the mat in front of you. Your hands in Padma Mudra, the lotus mudra, resting your chin on your hands. Now feel self-supported and completely independent as you breathe calmly through your nose.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कुर्परयासुदीः. मुखमुण्डमनुच्चायी निरालम्बनमासनम्.
Next up is Chaturasana. Now place your hands flat and raise your feet off the mat. Straighten your arms and push your upper back and feet closer together as you visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनमस्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य उन्नयात् छत्रासनं भवति.
Next up is Vajrasana. As you sit on your heels, lean forward and down. Place your hands and your forehead on the ground as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघुसुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि दण्डपद्मभरद्वाज वीरवज्रसमानितो आसनानि सदा कुर्यात् सुदीर्घैरे च पूरकैः.
Next up is Meshasana. As you raise your hips up into Gajasana position, Alternate striking the ground with your hands as you visualize yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
The next asana is Ajasana. From Gajasana position, raise your legs over top of your body and slowly lower and angle your face down towards the ground. And visualize you are unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळैकृत्य मस्तकेन भूमिं स्पृशेत्.
Next up is Dhanantarasana. Sit in a kneeling posture and hold on to the big toes as you pull them in towards your perineum. Then place your hands on top of your knees, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
पूरब विधि परिहाता की काकसी स्यो फना शरा मोड़ी पगा की अंगुली अग्रिमेड लगावे.
Next up is the Angamottanam. Now interlock your fingers in front. Move them up, down, left, right in all directions. Give massage to various different joints and muscles of your body. As you then interlock them behind your back and repeat the same thing behind your back. Visualizing Swamiji, performing Mula Bandha and breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana form. Now turn the toes so they are pointing outwards and sit on the ground with the thighs and calves on the mat. Place your hands on the knees and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जङ्गोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना जानु परिकरद्वन्द्व गरुडासन उच्यते.
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. As you bring the soles of the feet together, toes pointing back, sit on your heels and hold on to your ankles as you bring the front of your buttocks on the ground. You can gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ पक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. Now overlap your feet and sit on your heels. Place your hands below the knees. Press your tongue up flat against the top of your mouth. Manduki Mudra as you visualize yourself as a frog and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सवलयाकृतिः हस्तौ पादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्.
Next up is Narasimhasana. Now tuck the toes and sit on raised heels. Place your hands on the ground, thumbs touching. Stick your tongue out, gaze to your nose, exhale forcefully again and again as you visualize yourself as Narasimha, the lion man avatar of Mahavishnu.
दो फणा पाणी होय वैसे एड़ी मेलर कुदानी वैसे समशरीरनि काटहरावे नासा अग्रदृष्टि को ल्यावे.
Next up is Prishtakasana. Now sit on raised heels and cover your mouth with your hands. Pin the thumbs underneath the teeth and close your lips. Inhale through your right nostril and exhale through your mouth as per your capacity in Vishtaka Pranayama. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Devi, victorious over all your fears.
दो उपका की एड़ी जो जी घोड़ा फनो बान अपनी हो जी घोड़ा जंग अधर करी रहे आड़े वाह इसी विधि कहे.
Next up is Makadasana. Now place the top of the feet flat, sit on the heels and Raise your elbows. Bring your fingers towards your armpits as if you are scratching yourself like a monkey, as you visualize yourself as a playful monkey, gazing to your third eye in Makadasana.
दो भूपगले संपुट आने तिनकी पिष्टि भूमि परिठाने.
Next up is Vajra Sangarasana. Now stand on the toes, bring the soles of the feet together, knees separated. As you hold onto opposite elbows behind your back, gaze to your nose and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
प्रथम पणा पाणी होए बैसे दोबू एडी गुदानी वैसे.
Next up is Kanjanasana. Now cross your feet and sit on the heels as you place your knees flat on the mat. Keep your hands on the ground next to your body, gaze to your nose, and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments, performing Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
खञ्जनासनमा वक्षे यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत्. पृष्ठे पादद्वयं बद्ध्वा हस्तो भूमौ प्रधारयेत्.
Next up is Kurmasana. Now place your hands on the knees, maintain the same position, make your upper body and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries in Kurmasana.
गुल्फौ च वर्षणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितो ऋजुकाय शिरो ग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
Maintain your hands on top of the knees. Relax your upper back and neck as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Yogasana.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेदेतदिति योगविदो विदुः.
Next up is Vijyogasana. Now stand on your knees and cross your feet behind. Bring the feet near opposite knees. Hold your calves with your fingers inside and the thumbs outside. As you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Visualize a space of eternal oneness, Advaita with Swamiji.
गोड़ा वामो बोहोई गोड़ा आड़ा राखे दो जी.
Next up is Ushtrasana 2. Now place your feet flat and hold on to your heels as you lean back, push your hips forward, tilt your head back all the way and visualize yourself as a camel.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ्य संविपादयि शुप्पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यास कुर्यान्वित हिताशनः.
Next up is Chadyasana 2. Now lean back, hold onto the soles of the feet, place your elbows and then the back of your head on the mat. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as a lotus blooming.
दोवु एडी संपुट करे सोले मूल द्वारी तरि धरे फणा पाणी उकड़ होए बैसे बहुरी पिष्टि दिशि करे जो ऐसे.
Next up is Virathasana. As you maintain the same posture, lay your back to the ground and raise back up again and again. Gaze to your nose and visualize the healing and liberation of all causes and forms of your body.
जंगा पृष्ठि भूमो निधाय जंगोदरयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapotasana. As you maintain the posture, bring your hands over top of your shoulders. Lay back as far as you can. Reach for your feet as you bring your head in between the feet, visualizing yourself as a beautiful dove.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ्य संविपादयि शुप्पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यास कुर्यान्वित हिताशनः.
Next up is Varasana. As you sit in a stand on top of your knees, keep the toes tucked, and hold on to opposite arms as you gaze to your nose. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space, for this is the boon-fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva. Internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जानुनि भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा सरलं तिष्ठेत्.
Next up is Varahasana 2. Now lean forward and down, sit on raised heels and place your forearms on the mat, resting your head on your hands. Visualize yourself as Varaha, the poor avatar of Lord Vishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते कूर्परो भूमौ स्थापयित्वा जानुभ्यामवनिमवष्टभ्य.
Next up is Mundasana. Now place your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart, fingers interlocked. Place your forehead on the ground, support it with your hands. Walk your feet up and lift your feet off the ground, extending them upwards into a headstand posture. Now gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a locked tree.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Next up is Andhasana. Now come back down into a kneeling posture, feet flat, sit on the heels, and bring your head in between the knees. Hold your head with both hands as you inhale through your nose and exhale through your mouth. Visualize Swamiji and gaze to your nose in Andhasana.
प्रथम पगतली समटहरावे कोरमाहिली उभे मिलावे फनापानी उकड़ कर बैसे दोवु एडी गुदा निवैसे.
The next asana is Viparita Shalabhasana. Lay down on your stomach and extend your arms up above your head. Hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana. As you lift your arms, your legs, and your chest off the mat and hold, visualizing yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
To move on to Kapalasana. Now place your forehead on the ground. Keep your arms flat next to your hips and lift your feet off the mat as you visualize a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत् कपालासनं भवति.
The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. As you lay on your stomach with your arms flat, bend your knees and push them up over top of your body. Place your feet on the ground in front of your face as you visualize yourself as if free and opened up.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा.
Next up is Chatakasana. Now sit in a kneeling posture with your forearms on the ground in front of you as you visualize yourself as a sparrow.
कूर्परपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामौष्टभ्य.
Next up is Vrishikasana too. As you place your forearms on the ground, walk your feet forward, raise your hips up high, and lift your legs over top of your body. Bend your knees so you can bring your feet towards the back of your head, visualizing yourself as a scorpion.
विच्छीव पुच्छ प्रतिमाङ्गिरिवा श्रीधृत्वा स्वशीर्षचिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
Next up is Vrishasana. Now sit on the right heel, bring the left foot outside the hip with the toes pointing to the side. Place your hands in front of the knees and visualize yourself as a bull as you breathe in Antaranga Kumbhaka. Inhale forcefully, hold your breath for a short while, and then again slowly exhale through your nose.
याम्य गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Lodasana. Place your hands on the ground and then lift your knees off the mat, crossing the toes of the left foot over the right. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now repeat Vrishasana, the bull posture on the other side.
याम्य गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Now we move on to Bala Gunasana. Now tuck the toes of the left foot and sit on the left heel. Place the right foot flat and raise the right knee against your chest. Keep your hands on top of the knees and visualize Bala Guna High, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Grahasana. Rise up and squat down, bring your hands in and around the legs and hold on to your ankles from the outside. Now, gaze in Vaishnavi Mudra. Don't focus on any external objects as you visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये गुरुपरौ स्थाप्य.
Now tuck the right toes and sit on the right heel as you repeat Palagunasana on the other side.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Utkatasana. Now step both the feet in and sit on raised heels. Keep your knees together and place your hands on top of the knees. Hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
युजास्पिजोस्थित ऊर्वजानु यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana too. Now bring the soles of your feet together. Open up your knees wide and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम प्रणापाणी होए जैसे दोबू एड़ी गुदा निवैसे घोड़ा उभा राखे धीर आड़े वाज पसारे धीर.
Next up is Anilasana. Now place your hands on the ground, palms facing down. Step your heels on top of the back of your hands. Keep your arms straight as you squat down all the way. Gaze to your nose and visualize that you are able to live off of air alone.
दोबू हाथ भूमि पर ठाने कहुनी जाड़ी ना भी लग आने.
Next up is Padukasana. Now stand up and place the back of your hands on the mat as you lean forward and down. Step your feet onto your hands and wrap your hands around the feet like shoes. Start walking around on the mat. Visualize that you are wearing padukas walking all over India.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next up is Kukkutoddanasana. Now place your hands on the mat and kick your legs up and let them fall back down again and again. Visualize yourself as a rooster and breathe in Antarangaka Kumbhaka.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is the Viparitandriyasana. As you raise your body up on two hands, move your legs around, dance on two hands as you feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
Next up is Kunjarasana. Now lean forward and down, separate your feet and place one hand on the mat as you place the other hand on the respective ear. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahasra Kumbhaka.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरःकरः.
Now place the other hand on the mat. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरःकरः.
Next up is Kadambasana. Now squat down with the heels close to your body. Hold on to your ankles and lift your feet off the ground as you visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्श्वेभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कदम्ब भवति.
Next up is Pavana Muktasana. Now place your feet flat and sit on the ground. Cross your arms and pull opposite knees against your chest as you visualize any excess water being released or balanced within your system.
द्वयोः सुपादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके जानुनी वक्षसि साधुर्बभ्रतीकरबन्धनैः.
Next up is Chakrasana. Now lift one leg behind your neck, place both your hands to the sides, and then lift your entire body off the ground. Extend the opposite leg forward, gaze upwards, and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. Now extend the right leg and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra as you pull the left foot towards your ear. Visualize yourself as a bull.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Now lift one leg over top of the respective shoulder and poke the other foot over top. Extend the legs out at the side, lean forward, balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Next up is Pranasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and raise the opposite knee with a foot flat. Bring the shoulder underneath the respective raised knee as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize you are immortal and able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्तचामरः एकपादमुरौ बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेऽन्यत्पादरक्षणम्.
Next up is Paramashivoham. Now bring the left foot outside the right hip and step the right foot over top of the left knee. Bring the left elbow outside the raised knee and bring the hand below as you interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze up and visualize Sage Matsindana.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Now repeat Chakrasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. Extend the opposite leg forward. Lift your body up as you visualize yourself as powerful source of energy. Gaze up towards your third eye in Chakrasana.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. Now hold onto the big toes and pull the right foot towards your ear as you visualize yourself as a ball.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Extend your legs out to the side as you lean forward and balance, visualizing yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Next up is Pranasana on the other side. Place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Raise the opposite knee and bring your shoulder underneath the raised knee. Visualize that you are immortal, existing solely on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्तचामरः.
Now bring the right foot outside the left hip and step the left foot over the right knee. Twist your right elbow around the raised knee. Bring it below the raised knee and interlock your fingers behind your spine as you gaze through the third eye and visualize Sage Matsindana and Paramashivoham on the other side.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now bring one heel against the perineum. Extend the opposite leg forward. Lean forward and down. Hold on to the front foot with both hands. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, move the prana freely within your system.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Crown Shasana. Now keep the right foot outside the hip. Place the top of the foot on the ground and then hold on to the other foot, extending it up in front of your face with the knees straight, visualizing yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel against the perineum. Extend the opposite leg forward. Lean forward and down. Visualize Swamiji.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Now repeat Crown Shasana on the other side. Bring the other foot outside the hip, extending the opposite leg. Visualize yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
The next asana is Swastikasana. Now sit in a comfortable cross-legged position and place your feet in between the thighs and calves. Keep your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, and embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity as you visualize a swastika in your inner space.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे ऋजुकाय समासीन स्वस्तिकं तत् प्रचक्षते.
Next up is Kodakshasana. Now cover your heels with your hands, gaze to your nose, and tuck your chin to the chest as you visualize the great sage Goraknath, founder of the Nata Yoga Hindu Sampradaya.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्फौ छाच्छाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. Now, bring your left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left thigh. Get ready. Gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji and meditate on Arihanta, the Enlightened One, the Lord, the Avatar. As we close all our senses with our hands, close your mouth with little fingers, nostrils with ring fingers, eyes with middle and index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs in Shanmukhi Mudra.
वामपार्श्वौ बुधं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजघने.
Next up is Yogasana 2. As you place your feet on top of opposite knees, place your hands on the ground next to your body, palms facing up. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji, and breathe in Kakachandrakumbhaka. Keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow and inhale through your lips. Keep your tongue away from the teeth and feel the cooling effect of this pranayama.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः आसनोपरि संस्थाप्य चोत्तानं करयुग्मकम् ऊरकैर्वायुमाकृष्य नासाग्रमवलोकयेत् योगासनं भवेदेतद् योगीनां योगसाधने.
The next asana is Urdhva Kukkuttasana. Now rotate your hands, place them flat on the ground next to your body. As you lift your entire body off the ground and balance on your arms, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Next up is Siddhartha Asana. Now bring your hands in between the legs, place the palms flat on the ground, but stay seated on the ground. Don't lift your body up. Gaze to your nose, breathe in Kakachancha Kumbhaka with your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे हस्तु दो वो गोड़ासन दिदरे.
Now push your hands into the mat, lift your body off the ground. Lift your knees up high as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कन्दपर्यन्तं मूरोनि नीत्वा.
Next up is Karmukhasana. Now bring your hands in between the legs, lift your hips and push the hands through behind your back, interlocking them in Parashu Mudra as you place your forehead on the ground in front of you. Visualize that you are Vinaka, Lord Shiva's bow in Karmukhasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे गोड़ासन दिमाहि करि धरे.
Next up is Kurmasana too. Now lift your knees off the ground, sitting in Padmasana still, as you bring your hands in between the legs, bend your elbows upwards and hold on to the respective shoulders. As you visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries.
बाई जंग पर दक्षिण पावा दाई जंग परि बाई ल्यावा.
From the same posture, now tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the nose. Cut through all the granthis, the knots in the nadis and the energy channels as you engage Jalandhara Bandha and rejoice knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture, Granthi Vedasana.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभं ज्ञात्वा रुद्रो भवे क्षिप्रं सूक्ष्मवायुनिषेवनात्.
Now roll onto your back. Maintain this posture. Hold onto your shoulders as you embody a turtle laying on its back, gazing at the nose in Uttana Kurmasana.
कुक्कुटासन बन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरं पीठं कूर्मवदुत्तानम् एतदुत्तानकूर्मकम्.
Next up is Pangu Kukkutasana. Sit up with the legs in Padmasana. Bring your hands to the center of your legs. Place one hand flat on the mat and hold the wrist of that hand with the other hand. As you balance on one arm, visualize yourself as a rooster.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now place the other hand on the mat, lift your body up. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Kritasana. As you sit in Padmasana, place your elbows down on your toes, interlock your fingers, and rest your chin on your hands, pressing your thumbs against your throat. As you visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous, breathe in Kakachancha Kumbhaka.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्फौ छाच्छाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Now place your hands over top of each other, palms facing up in your lap. Gaze to your nose, engage all three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानो चरणो विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितो योगिरात्.
Next up is Padmasana 4. Place your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham as you visualize Paramashiva in your inner space.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये शुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः.
Now keep the left hand on the left knee and hook the index and middle finger of the right hand around the foot as you move the big toe round and round. Visualize Pinaka and then rotate the other big toe. Repeat the movement on the other side and Karmakasana too.
अथान्यासनमावक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं पाद अङ्गुष्ठजङ्घयोस्थितम्.
Next up is Karmakasana 3. Now cross your arms behind your back. Keep your legs still in Padmasana and hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Try to cross your elbows behind your back to reach for your feet. As you engage all three bandhas and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bowl, gazing at the tip of your nose.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखं तत वायुर्वसो जाति कालेन सूक्ष्मवायुना.
Maintain this posture. Gaze up and visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across in Viruddhasana.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः दक्षिणं सव्यदेशे च सव्यं दक्षिणदेशके.
Next up is Nagrasana. Now roll onto your back. Keep holding onto the feet. Keep your arms crossed behind your back, your legs in Padmasana. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as a snake. Breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Nagrasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोठाने दो हाथ पाछाने आने पाद अंगूठा पकड़े आनी सोवई कहुन्या कुल्या पानी.
Now free your arms and legs. Pull your knees up against your chest. Interlock your fingers and squeeze your body into a ball as you bring your chin towards the knees in Kandukasana.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत्.
Now place your feet flat, interlock your fingers behind your neck, and gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in Urdhva Bhavanasana.
प्रथमे सूधो सैन करावे गोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Next up is Marakata Pitasana. Place your upturned palms underneath your heels and engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha. As you breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka, visualizing yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pitasana.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत् पृष्ठभागमुत्रमजेत्.
With your hips raised, bring your hands to the lower back and straighten your legs as you rest your body weight on your elbows, gaze to your nose, and visualize Swamiji in Uttana Shikipita.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम् अप्रमत्तः प्रकुर्वीत भुक्तेः प्राग्विजितेन्द्रियः.
Now straighten your legs up, place your arms flat on the ground. Engage Jalandhara Bandha as you visualize yourself blissfully traversing Naraka Loka in Narakasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयमूर्ध्वमुत्रयेत्.
Now bring your hands to the lower back and tilt your legs down. Keep them straight. Engage your core. Visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiranaukasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now place your hands back on the ground. Straighten your legs upwards. Be stable and sturdy like a flagpole in Dvajasana as you visualize yourself as the Kailasa flag respected across all nations.
तिर्यन्नौकावते ग्रीवापृष्ठकूर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य मस्तकलाक्षेन पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वमुत्रयेत्.
Next up is Mritasana. Lay down flat on your back. Keep your hands at the side of your body. Lay as flat as possible. Sink in the ground and pull the Kundalini Shakti upwards along your spine as you completely unclutch from any internal or external movements. Visualize that your body is dead and Swamiji is liberating you. Leave your body behind, internally chanting Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Squeeze your body into a ball and rock your body from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations. You completed the Vidya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence. With this, let us now get ready for the next session of the day, which is going to be the power manifestation. So stay tuned. Manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva. As we conclude today's Nithyananda Yoga session, sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and chant the Purna mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all, Nithyanandam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyananda. We welcome all the Paramashivoham participants here for the next session which we're going to have as we're entering the day 20 of the Paramashivoham. Hope all the participants are enjoying and having different experiences and having various different powerful cognitions and manifesting powers as well throughout this entire 3 weeks, the complete 21 days of the Paramashivoham. And we have been having many different powers darshan as well to raise our consciousness to the next level. So today, as we completed the 308 asanas blessed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the whole Nithyananda Yoga session, let's prepare ourselves with that very space as we rejuvenate our body with the space of Paramashiva through these asanas. Let's enter to the power manifestation directly, manifesting the Shaktis of Paramashiva. So what are we going to do today? What did we do yesterday as well? In yesterday's power manifestation session, we had various different jumbled about like seeing shapes, numbers, colors, pictures, and so on. Today it's going to be a little fun and it's going to be tricky as well in today's power manifestation session. But let's see what are we going to do today. And before that, requesting each of the participants, if you are watching us from the Zoom rooms and sitting in the Zoom room, please turn on your cameras and give your intense listening and participation for the next intense 21 minutes of these power manifestation sessions. And if you're watching us live on the YouTube, please be seated and watch us completely, and you also can join into these power manifestation exercises. Please get your eye bands, pen and paper. If you have your Atmalinga, you can wear it, your Atmalinga, or keep it with you. And if you have the Jnana Anjana, the blessed eyeliner, you can take that and apply it on your third eye. In the meantime, let's listen to the Shastra Pramana, which are the scriptural reference to manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva. Yes.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasada.
Now let's go into the Shastra Pramana as we get ready to manifest the powers of Paramashiva, to get our eye bands and be seated. The Shastra Pramana is from the Shiva Samhita, where Paramashiva beautifully reveals to us the power of the third eye and how he uses his third eye to manifest liberation. Tatsarvam kathayishyami yoga yuktya shruno priye yat swarupam nijam shuddham vyapakam sarvato mukham. The translation for this beautiful verse is: I am the abode of the three bodies of Shrishti, manifestation, Sthiti, maintenance, and Samhara, rejuvenation, from my increasing and pure core, greatest core of the Netra, the divine third eye. All these actions manifest. This is called the Mrityunjaya, the conqueror of death and the giver of liberation, moksha, to all the beings. So here we can hear beautifully Paramashiva declaring that it is only through his third eye that he manifests the Panchakritya and gives all of us the liberation. So now, as in these few days we have been initiated every day by Swamiji, let's now enter the manifestation and start manifesting the power of third eye reading. Exactly. So as we heard now, the Shastra Pramana, blessed by Paramashiva himself, Swamiji, where all these power manifestation signs are redirected back to the Vedas and Agamas, which are the source scriptures of Hinduism. Now, so what are we going to do today? Are all the participants excited? So what are we going to do today? Because we're entering another day 20 of the Paramashivoham. So in this whole science, what are we going to do now in this round? We're going to have, I think so, 2 to 3 rounds, but it's going to be completely unique. What are we going to do is you can first blindfold yourself, each of the participants, to please keep blindfold yourself. Not now, but when I tell to blindfold, please blindfold yourself. But what are we going to do is we're going to identify the selected letter which is going to get projected on your screen. So it's going to be 5 different letters. I'm not going to let you know which are the 5 different letters. So all those 5 different letters are arranged in a weird, like completely different directions. It can be in the left, it can be in the right, it can be up, it can be down, it can be center, it can be anywhere in your screen. But in that very letter, any one of those letters I'll be circled. There'll be one letter, specific letter where I've been highlighted, and that is a letter where you're supposed to see through your third eye and let me know what is the exact letter which is that. So there are 5 different letters. In that one letter, I would have chosen one letter and I would have marked it in a circle, telling this is the letter where you need to see through your third eye. So hope all the participants are able to get along. I'll repeat again, if for those of you who are not able to understand. In this round and in the next coming up rounds as well, we're going to identify a specific selected letter which is going to get projected on your screens. But you're going to keep your eyes closed, not open. You're going to keep your eyes closed, and there'll be 5 letters kept in a various different directions. It can be the letter placed in the left, letter placed in the right, letter is placed in the middle. It can be anywhere. I jumbled the whole letters around. And in those 5 letters, I chose one letter and circled it, telling this is the letter where you need to see through your eyes closed. And you're going to just tell it out. What is the one letter which Swamiji is showing you? So hope all the participants are clear. And if you have any doubts before we am entering to the power manifestation, please leave your comments or like doubts asking I'm still not able to understand, or what is exactly the whole power about. Because when we enter, I don't want any of the participants to take off your eye bands and actually see, because that's how the round is designed itself. So please close your eyes now. Now I request each of the participants to please put on your blindfold. As now we are entering to the round 1. We are not going to have 45 seconds or 50 seconds, but we're going to have at least 1.5 minutes of a round. So we're going to just see and allow Swamiji to flow through you, and let's see what are the manifestations which is going to take place in this time, in this period of the entire manifestation which we are going to do. So please close your eyes. Take a few moments to remember Swamiji onto your inner space. Put on your blindfold. Now just keep chanting the Mahavakya. Start chanting until the manifestation ends, and let's see what does Swamiji wants to reveal through each one of us. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes and now share with us what you saw in this round of the manifestation. Whatever the letters you saw in this round of the manifestation, you can share. Even if it's 3-4 letters, write them down and give it, post it on the YouTube or the other social media platforms where you're watching from. And one important thing I would like to share with all of you is, throughout this manifestation, try to be as much unclutched. Don't use your phone or other devices because there's a lot of distraction. Try to be as much unclutched as possible, because only when you're unclutched will you be able to actually see, because we are not yet adept in the power of third eye reading. So that subtle feeling of unclutching is what brings the visualization of Swamiji clearly in your third eye, and when that happens, you'll be able to see the answers much more clearly. So with this, I hope all the participants, you have posted your answers in the Zoom or the social media platform where you're watching from.
Yes, so let's all move on to see the image which is there and which letter is actually chosen in this round of power manifestation. As you can see on your screens, there are 5 different letters. The letter H, which is on the left, the letter T, which is on the middle, the letter D, which is the bottom left, and the letter E, which is actually the letter which you are supposed to see through your third eye, and the letter C, which is on the bottom right. So in these 5 letters, the highlighted letter, which the selected letter, is the letter E. So if any of the participants were able to see the letter E, that's actually wonderful. But if you're able to see even any one of these letters which is there on the screen, it can be H, T, C, or D, even that is also a manifestation. But in this round, we are trying to focus on seeing the specific letter which is selected. So the selected letter is the letter E. But if you're able to see any of those letters, wonderful, and you have actually manifested this round of seeing letters blindfolded. Okay, so now let's all move on to the next round of the power manifestation. Please again blindfold yourself. It's going to be again, I'm going to change the letters now. So I'm going to jumble the letters, but it's not going to be these 5 letters. It's going to be completely different new 5 letters. And again, I'm going to select any one letter and then circle it, telling this is the letter where you have to read through your third eye. So please blindfold yourself now, requesting each of the participants to please put on your eye bands. Take a few seconds to remember Swamiji now, at your third eye. And start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Now, very slowly, please open your eyes, and once again, we have completed the step of seeing through our third eye what the picture is. Now, let's start writing down the answers that we have seen that Swamiji has revealed to us in this round of the manifestation. So, start writing down all the letters. It's okay even if you have not seen anything, or you have seen even 4 or 5 letters. That's perfectly fine. You can even see all the 5 letters that are being shown to you. So write down all the letters that you saw, and if you saw more than 2-3 letters, write down which of those few letters was the selected letter. And as you write down, also continue to visualize and hold this cognition that it's Swamiji who is manifesting, not us. Throughout this session, whenever we manifest powers of Swamiji, it is Swamiji only manifesting that energy, because he is the one who's initiated us, and he is the one who's flowing through our energy channels to manifest the power of third eye reading or any power, let it be. So make sure that you don't feel that, oh, I am not able to do, I'm not able to see, every time I get it wrong. Don't hold that powerless cognition. Keep the space that Swamiji is showing. And I hope all the participants have now written all the letters that you saw.
Yes, so now let's all move on to see the image, which is the in this round of the power manifestation. So in this round of the power manifestation, again there is 5 different letters. As you can see, the letter N, which is on the left, letter S, which is on the right, letter X, which is on the middle, letter I, which is on the bottom left, and the M, which is on the bottom right. And the chosen letter was the letter S, which is there on the right, and it is circled as well in this round of the power manifestation. And if you are actually able to manifest and see the letter S, wonderful, that you have actually manifested this round of the power manifestation as well. As I said earlier, if you're able to see any one of these letters as well, the letter N, I, X, or M, even that is also a manifestation. Now, as we prepare ourselves, we have completed the 2 rounds of the power manifestation, the entire 21 minutes manifesting the Shaktis of Paramashiva, seeing the letters blindfolded. Let us all prepare ourselves. In the meantime, you can share your experience onto the social media, telling what was your experience in this entire rounds of the power manifestation and how you felt, and how does Swamiji show each one of you in this power manifestation sessions. Let's all move on to the next session in a few minutes. Stay tuned. Thank you. Nithyananda.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Sit as Paramashiva. Inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam, everyone. We welcome all the participants of Paramashivoham Level 3 for this most beautiful and one of the most, I would say, powerful days of the program. Today is the 20th day of Paramashivoham Level 3, and we're all here to learn, to experience the state of Paramashanta, the ultimate peace, bliss, and the ultimate energy. Today, get ready to break from all the societal bondage and all the delusions that are put. And each one of you that are sitting here are going to be experiencing that most blissful, powerful, and the most one of the most important source code software of the cosmos. How exactly does the cosmos function? Even the most actions which we think could be very ferocious, very violent, are they really violent? What is the way to deal with inner conflicts? How do we really achieve peace? What is the definition of peace? We are going to be learning about all of it in today's session.
So before we enter into today's day, I just have a question to ask all the participants. How many of you here feel like you have this restlessness or innate inner violence, like where you carry a self-sabotaging pattern or patterns where you yourself on your own put yourself down? How many of you have faced this? Please take a moment and please post it in the chat, because today Swamiji is going to teach something extremely powerful where you don't need to have anxiety attack. Actually, anyone who has anxiety attacks, panic attacks pretty often, and like them, it might be you or someone who's going through this. Please get them here today, because today's session is going to help them a lot in healing from that. A very, very, very powerful initiation we are going to receive. And moreover, we're going to learn that science which can heal them from that. So please take a few minutes to invite anyone who would definitely need this support.
All of you that are sitting here today, the truths that we're going to be learning today are going to be beginning from understanding about what is Paramashanta Swarupa, understanding about the delusions that we live in. End of the day, your experience, your powers, all the powerful cognitions Swamiji is giving you. It is all to break you free from your delusion, from your bondage. Maya is so powerful that you fall into it without even realizing you've fallen into it. It is like you don't even know you have a wound, but there's a wound and it needs healing. First thing Swamiji makes us realize is yes, there's a wound. He heals it afterwards. Today, we are going to be experiencing or addressing that the most important aspect. Each one of you that are sitting here, just remember this one principle, this one truth. Every single time, whenever that you feel like there's too much delusion, you can't handle it, go back to this one ultimate principle in life. And that principle, that key cognition that you need to have is what we're going to be learning today. How excited are all of you? Nithyanandam, Ma Nitya Arunachala, Nithyanandam, Ma Jian, Ma Amsakala. Very nice to see all of you. Can I request every one of you to please come on the camera? Today is actually a very important day, and none of you should miss it because today's initiation, every bit of today's session is preparing you for the initiation that you're going to be receiving today. Okay. Thank you, Ma. Yes, I see all of you on camera now. Thank you. Maniti Arunachala and the others, can I please request all of you also to please come and sit down in the camera? See, the delusion that all of us are stuck in, many times this delusion becomes so strong. The frequency of our existence, delusion takes over. Our individual consciousness that expresses through us completely reduces. And it is only the delusion based on which we make decision life. Today we are going to be completely removing the aspect. We start manifesting the best, beautiful state. See, otherwise it is like the delusion does the backseat driving for all of us. It's a nice story that Swamiji tells. That once a wife was making breakfast for the husband, and suddenly her husband burst into the kitchen, and he started shouting, "Careful, careful! Put in some more button. Turn it over now. Put in some more butter." And then he said, make sure that the stove is not too hot. Make sure you're roasting it well. Make sure you're toasting it well. You never listen to me. I know you always forget to add salt. You salt, you salt, you salt. He screams into her ears. So wife was a little bewildered, surprised. She looks back and stares at him. She says, "What in the world is wrong with you? You think I don't know how to make some breakfast?" The husband then calmly replies, "No, but I just wanted to show you what it feels like when I am driving." This delusion does backseat driving in all of our lives. Currently, you're not given the time to cognize, make conscious decisions. Your delusion takes over you. The parasites, toxins, everything adds up. All of them lead to your getting stuck in the delusion. From that, all your decisions that you make are going to be again and again and again putting you back, pulling you down into this space. If you just understand what is delusion, how do we break free from delusion, all these principles will very beautifully reveal to us about how we can experience that ultimate space, Paramadvaita, Paramashivoham, whatever we call it. Let's all get ready to experience this breaking free from delusion today and discovering the Paramashanta Swarupa in us. And the first step towards it is understanding, experiencing the space and state of Nirvikalpa Samadhi.
Practice Samadhi. Enrich the world with Samadhi. Listen. Whether the individual problems you are facing, your personal health related issues, or the whole world health related issues, whether you are facing your personal economic problems or the world health crisis, whether you are facing personal relationship issues or the relationship issues between the countries globally, for everything, practicing Samadhi is the most powerful solution. Please understand. When you practice Samadhi, everything in your control becomes conscious, powerful, right, and best for you and for the world. I'll give you an example. If you start practicing Samadhi, your health will become best. And all the people who are under you, like for example, if you are heading a family, all the family members are under you. You will make sure they are all healthy. If you practice Samadhi, you will keep your relationship with you best, and everyone who is under you, around you, all their relationships best. If you practice Samadhi, you will keep yourself highly conscious. See, unconscious blind spots, which is responsible for almost all the problems in our life, will be eliminated. I tell you, if the decision makers of the world start practicing Samadhi, if the decision makers of the world start practicing Samadhi, not only their people will be peaceful, world will become peaceful. I am not selling the dreams of utopia. I am giving you the plan for utopia. Understand? Elaborately, I have spoken about How to practice Nirvikalpa Samadhi, unclutching. Practice just 21 minutes a day. That's enough. I'm not asking you more than that. Just 21 minutes a day is enough. Nirvikalpa Samadhi is silence, soaked in silence, soaked inside the silence. Shanti, soaked inside the Shanti, soaked inside the Shanti. Listen, I'll repeat. Nirvikalpa Samadhi is silence, soaked inside the silence, soaked inside the silence. Contemplate on it. Contemplate on it. I'll initiate all of you into Nirvikalpa Samadhi as a living experience today. If you are a person using English as the language for your inner talk, use this line to meditate now. Silence, soaked inside the silence, soaked inside the silence. Understand? I'm going to fill you with intense, ferocious, powerful, living silence, not dead silence. Living silence. The silence I'm going to inject into your being will touch your Swadhisthana chakra, means it will just terrorize the patterns and fears in you. The fears and patterns will melt down like how the metals melt in the extreme heat. In that absolute heat, how the metal melts, same way all your patterns will melt. So it is not dead silence. So listen carefully. It is not dead silence. It's a living silence. I'll initiate you into this living silence. So you are liberated from the patterns, I tell you, freeing yourself from the fear gives you the power to negotiate in life. Understand? Everything is negotiation in the life. Whether the decision you take, what time to wake up, how to wake up, what to use to brush your teeth, what to use to wash your body, everything is negotiation. Whether you talk to yourself and convince yourself for some activity, or convince your spouse for something, convince your team, your boss, your subordinates, your assistants, everything is all about negotiation. It's all negotiation. All relationships are negotiation. When your fear patterns melts away, you will be so clear about the negotiation with the life. You will create such blissful, happy, powerful ambience around you. And you will know very clearly with whom you should negotiate, what, how. You will be the boss of your life if you master your fears and ability to negotiate. That's all. That's all is life. So with this infusing Nirvikalpa Samadhi in you, melting down your fears, I will empower you with the negotiation power. Negotiation skills. When you start negotiating in life, in business or personal relationships or with yourself, many times even what time to sleep, what time to wake up, if you learn how to negotiate with yourself, you will be successful in all the lifestyle I am teaching. I'll continue the initiation into Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Sit straight. Remember this one line. Silence. Soaked in silence. Soaked in silence. Silence. Soaked in silence. Soaked in silence. Just meditate on this one line. Om. Listen. whether the knowledge about the cosmology or astrology, astronomy, physics, chemistry, biology, any level, any knowledge, I tell you, the source is Nirvikalpa Samadhi. If you can touch that, you will have something original in your life. Maybe you can nicely cook and arrange others' vomit. That ability cannot be called as your contribution. My every Gurukul kid will have original contribution because I am grooming them, growing them up with the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Understand? Paramashanta Swarupa, and living with no reactionary assumptions, fully awakened non-mechanical parts, fully awakened including non-mechanical parts of the brain. Understand? Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Paramashiva resides in Nirvikalpa Samadhi and radiates it in the form of Dakshinamurti. In all our temples, Dakshinamurti radiates the biology of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Anybody wants Nirvikalpa Samadhi, go to our temples, Dakshinamurtis, and touch the Dakshinamurti deity, do puja, sit in the front of Dakshinamurti, sit in front of the third eye of Dakshinamurti, and just see him with your third eye. You will fall into Nirvikalpa Samadhi. He carries the very bio-memory, conscious decision, will to be in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. In Nirvikalpa Samadhi, all will melts down. That Tattva, Nirvikalpa Samadhi Tattva, radiates as a living will in all our Dakshinamurtis. Understand? Whether you are a kid studying for your school examination or an adult studying for some interview or presentation, or a CEO studying to present something to your team, or an enlightened being teaching to your disciples, or incarnation wanted to reveal the Paramashiva's message every day. The source you need to look in is only one, Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Nirvikalpa Samadhi makes a tireless inner space. So, it's an amazing combination of ultimate memory power, ultimate usefulness, stability, and pure power of enlightenment. Understand? How much ever attacks happen, injustice done, you can see every day I come and sit go on revealing original truths. Listen. Every satsang is I am opening my inner space, Kailasa, for all of you to taste. You can see very clearly all the assassination attempts are lawfare, injustice, defamation, abuse, done in every level. Nothing touches that inner space tirelessly. Go on downloading the highest truths and go on radiating and manifesting. Actually, if you accept that I am Paramashiva, you take me for granted. People who say that I am not Paramashiva, they realize my glory more than people who declare I am Paramashiva. Because many times you just declare that Swamiji is Paramashiva and take me for granted, and because you don't know much about Paramashiva, you just push me aside. But people who think that I am not Paramashiva, they only, oh God, if he is not enlightened, if he is not an incarnation, what kind of a metal he is made? Nothing could be done to him. He is just going on and on and on. You see, whole day, your mind will be planning, thinking, preparing your reply, and it will be depressed, heavy. Whole day you will be doing that job, but you will be doing your job, office work. Am I right or not? When you can be depressed and do your office job, why can't you be liberated and do your office job? Simple logic. When a part of you can be depressed and continue your office job, why can't part of you be unclutched and continue the same office job? It is possible. We never tried. It is possible. We never tried. Understand? Even if part of you is depressed, tensed, planning for your evening fight, you are doing your job. You are doing your office job. You are making decisions. You are doing all your work. Everything is going smoothly. Everything is handled. You can see many times. You will sit in your car, drive more than half an hour. Only when you reach your office and switch off the car, you remember you drove for half an hour. You only took right, left, gave brake for the signal. You did everything. Pressing the accelerator, taking right turn, left turn, pressing the brake for signal. You did at least 200 things. Only when you switch off the car in your office, parking lot, you just remember, oh God, half an hour you drove. Half an hour you drove. How many of you had this experience in your life? Then you are already master. You have mastered the art of unclutching and driving. Then why should you have fear? 3 hours of your life, 24 hours, if you remember this and come back to your center, actually, when you unclutch, please understand, just understand that first. See, now, whole thing is, now what I am talking in this NSP, like this 5-6 NSP initiations I have put in YouTube. Sit with YouTube. Now, don't waste time in taking notes. You will miss it. 5-6 different versions of my initiation is in YouTube. Watch. Now understand, internalize every point. Don't miss. Understand? When you unclutch and sit for a few minutes, you will have a kind of a awareness in this area. This area you will settle down. Below the heart center, above the navel center. That is the area you will usually feel like you are settling. All I am saying is, when you again and again and again unclutch in your whole day routine, whenever emotional tsunami attacks you, unclutch and come back. Whether your boss firing at you, or you firing at somebody, when you are imbalanced, come back. Come back to that center. Even if you come back and be in that center for 2 to 3 hours in a day, you will carry that flavor of unclutching whole day. All your decisions will be made out of that unclutching mood. All your decisions, your actions will be out of that nirvikalpa mood. See, carrying that nirvikalpa mood in your life is enough. You will be Jivan Mukta. You will be Jivan Mukta. Nothing else is required. Instead of carrying the depressed mood whole day, irritated mood whole day and working, I am just replacing that mood to this mood. Actually, what will happen, if you practice the replacing of irritation mood to this unclutching mood, within a month you will see, you just start rejoicing that unclutching mood. The time in which you stay in that unclutching mood will start expanding. The recovery time from any tsunami will start reducing. The first 10 days, the recovery time will be 2-3 hours. If you had a fight, it will take 2 hours for you to recover and come back to the center. After a month, it will be half an hour. After 2 months, it will not be more than 3-4 thought. 3-4 thought. Hey, all right, this is what, come on, get back, over. Nothing else. Recovery time, reducing the recovery time is Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Understand? I am making the whole thing practical day to day. If you lose something, think it is a Guru Dakshina given to me. Forget about it. I tell you, just a simple process. Anything which creates agitation in you, irritation in you, raises the heat of your blood. Just say, unclutch. Know thoroughly, nothing can sit in your inner space more than few seconds. Understand? This is a basic truth. Just the moment you have the thought of moving the right hand, it has already moved. If it comes back, again move the left hand. If it comes back, all you need, only 2-3 few times, not more than that. You will see very clearly, no problem is more adamant than your fear that problem may come back.
One of the biggest enemy stopping you experience Nirvikalpa Samadhi is your self-criticizing pattern. See, you strongly believe you have not achieved oneness, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, unclutching, completion, because there is a definition for that state and that definition is not manifesting in you. You are such a, first of all, any person who thinks there is a definition for Nirvikalpa Samadhi, there is a definition for oneness, is a fool. Your mind cannot grasp even the definition. Forget about using the definition as the scale to measure whether you achieved it or not. You can do only one thing. Continuously remember to surrender, consciously declare to Mahadeva, Paramashiva, I am consciously declaring. Manifesting in me, only you can do. I'll tell you precisely, exactly right attitude. Declare to Paramashiva, Prabhu, really, I personally do not know much about the way you exist. But as per your declaration in Vedas and Agamas and my Guru's confirmation, I have some idea about how you exist. Whether that idea is complete or not, I do not know. But what I know as me, I surrender unto you. I offer me to you. Please, you take away me in you. You radiate. Let you alone exist. Let me experience absolute oneness, nirvikalpa samadhi, unclutching, complete completion, or whatever the highest state. I may not know the name or words to describe. Let me experience that. Declare it consciously. Remember one thing. Even if you are consciously enjoying somebody swimming, his brain activity, his neuron activity is mirrored in you. Even ordinary swimming, his neuron activities are mirrored in your brain. Can't you understand the great cosmic experience, existence, Paramashiva, when you surrender to him, will his neuron activity not mirror in you? Don't you understand? When you pray, when you decide to have feeling connection, when you declare to have oneness with Paramashiva, be assured simply his neuron activities mirror in your brain. How it should, you don't put a condition. Once you surrender and declare, whatever is happening, decide to know very clearly that is he manifesting. If you are even feeling irritated, what can be done? That is the way he is manifesting. Whatever he is manifesting. Go with that peacefulness, Shanta Swarupa. Then he sinks deeper and deeper into your being. Your being sinks deeper and deeper into his existence.
Nithyananda. The one of the most beautiful truths that Swamiji has revealed in this session. Nirvikalpa Samadhi is literally silence, soaked in silence, soaked in silence, soaked in silence. Literally, it is Paramashanta, peace, that is soaked in peace, that which is soaked in peace and is soaked in peace. It may sound too, what, oh my god, what is this? Nirvikalpa Samadhi is an existence, the highest space when you are in that Paramashanta. See, Paramashanta Swarupa is nothing but your ability to unclutch, your ability to retain that unclutched space, which is not affected by any kind of an ups and downs or any such thing. And that experience is what Paramashanta Swarupa is. Every one of you that are sitting here, we're all going to be experiencing this exact same space, this state, where we're all going to
Today, what Swamiji revealed about Shanti, soaked in Shanti, that is what is going to become our experience today. Where the silence that Swamiji is talking about is way different from the silence that all of us generally understand. This is not the general, normal silence as we know, but the silence that's vibrant, alive. All of us are going to be experiencing this as a part of our life. Like today, we are going to be experiencing this as our inner space during the darshan. Take a few minutes and you're going to pen down 11 recent incidents where you, in your life, you had an emotional tsunami, like literally you were so imbalanced and like you went through some really tough time. 11 incidents like that, quickly. Just 11 incidents. You just need to identify quick, pen down 11 incidents where you went through that emotional turmoil, like a tsunami inside of you. Whenever emotional tsunami attacks you, take a few minutes. It can even be your boss fired you in front of so many people. It can be anything, right? Take a few minutes and please pen that down. I request all the participants to please do this now. Request all the participants take a few minutes and quickly please write this down. Just 11 incidents. Can be anything. See, the incidents that you write, like recent, take the most recent ones which you can immediately quickly remember. Moment you, when this was asked, what are the 11 incidents that came on top of your mind? Please pen them down. Any 11 incidents. See, whenever these emotional tsunamis attack you, unclutch and come back into that original space, the powerfulness, the space of Paramashanta Swarupa of Paramashiva. It can be your boss is firing you, it can be anything. Whatever you're going through. But that emotional tsunami that you would be experiencing, just use unclutching as the powerful technique inside of you. You will simply see how even the worst situations, you might be thinking, oh my God, this is like so bad. Why is it even happening? Whether your boss is firing at you or firing at somebody, when you're imbalanced, come back. Unclutch. Sit for a few minutes. You'll have a kind of awareness in your Ananda Gandha, which is below your heart center and above your navel center. This is the area you will usually feel like you're settling. So take a few minutes and decide to unclutch from each of those. It's a simple decision. Please start now.
Yes, Nithyanandam. Swamiji revealed this most beautiful, powerful cognition for all of us. See, the technique is very simple. It is precise. Whenever you experience that silence, soaked in silence, when you just experience that space, right, you will automatically see how beautifully the experience of consciousness, experiencing the state, the truth that you are consciousness will start blossoming in you. Every one of you that are sitting here, just intensely, now sit, decide to experience Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Decide to build the experience of Sada Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Connect intensely to Swamiji. Each of you will actually see how beautifully the power manifestation will start blossoming in you. It will not at all be it will not be a struggle at all for you. Simply you will have that breakthrough. Sit with that ultimate conscious decision. Now, I request every one of you to connect, get any deity. You can get an object, deity, anything, and connect to it intensely. You're going to keep it on a solid surface and you're going to be connecting to Swamiji and manifesting the power using your consciousness. Experience whenever you feel you're stuck, it's not moving. Come back to the space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Nirvikalpa, without any obstruction. When you are having that state of silence, soaked in silence, so beautifully you will manifest that state. Sit in that same state. I request all of you to connect to Swamiji. Chant the Mahavakya. Every one of you, bring your complete awareness. Do not try to listen. Listen very carefully to the precise technique to manifest this. Do not engage with the idea that it is an object, you need to move it. Only focus on the experience that you are sitting inside you with that intense silence. Only focus on that. Forget about what is there outside, what you need to do, what is should be there, what should not be there. Just forget about it. Sit intensely, connect intensely. Whatever is the principle, whatever is the experience that Swamiji is giving, receive it. Your whole being should just cherish that experience inside your inner space. You will automatically start manifesting the power. Come on, can I request every one of you to please keep an object in front of the camera? Mamuda, Ma Jayalakshmi, Ma Istak, Ma Lita. Come on, all of you sit. Chant the Mahavakya. Just again and again bring your awareness to this experience. Experience the Nirvikalpa Samadhi in you. Experience that intense silence in your inner space. Your inner space should be soaked in that silence. Nithyanandam Temasaya, are you there? And Lincoln Souza, Ezequiel Franco Aya. I request all of you to please come on the camera and start manifesting. See, it is very important. This whole experience, what all of us will be receiving, is absolutely the ultimate expression of how the Nirvikalpa Samadhi blossoms in us. bring your whole awareness into that experience of that silence unit. Drop your distractions in trying to identify, okay, what is happening. I want to see if the object is moving. I want to see if I'm able to experience that result. Forget about all the distractions. My head is sharp. Bring your whole awareness to the inner space, the experience in your inner space. All of you bring that complete awareness. And if you feel like it's out of your control, there's a very simple technique. Whenever you bring your awareness on your breathing, you will not have thoughts. When you just come to the present moment, you can't have thoughts. Come on, ma Shireen, ma Rekha Pai, intensely chant ma. Ma Rekha Pai, if you have the aushadas, please apply. Actually, I request every one of you to please apply the aushada. Do not forget, aushada has a very important role to play in you having the breakthrough in power manifestation. Okay, ma Jian, since I see you very sincerely doing it, listen very carefully. Cognize the exact definition of Nirvikalpa Samadhi Swamiji gave. It is just peace, soaked in peace. What does that mean? Where there is no expectation, where there is no opinion, where there is no judgment, where there is no fixed notions about what the reality in front of you should be. Just tune yourself in that space first. Settle down into that space. From there, bring your complete awareness. Forget about, okay, the deity has to move, because the more and more you remember the deity has to move, you're distracting yourself from the space of completion. Don't give that focus on that. Experience that your consciousness. Come to that Nirvikalpa Samadhi, where you're just purely existing. Bring your awareness to your Ananda Gandha, the the being center. From there, you'll experience a pure, subtle silence. Just come to the awareness, hey, I am consciousness. From that awareness that you are the consciousness, declare for the matter in front of you to move. All of you continue to manifest, chant the Mahavakya. Intensely continue to manifest.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Bring your complete awareness to the experience of Nirvikalpa Samadhi within. That should be your point of focus. not the result, not the action, not your output in itself.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Now, slowly, please relax. Now, in this same space, we are all going to be entering into the next session for the day, where we'll be understanding one of the most important principles. Today, the whole manifestations of Paramashiva is all about breaking free from delusion, and we are going to be understanding how to liberate yourself from Maya matrix, how to break free from delusion. Let us now listen to the revelations.
Everything in your inner space which does not allow you to manifest Sadashivoham is fear. It is like a undigested material in your biomemory. Undigested material in your biomemory. In your muscles, if something is not digested, becomes part of your muscles, it will become cancerous. In your muscle memory, if something is not digested and stays back, it becomes fear. It becomes fear. So understand, reduction of bad cholesterol in your body and your health are directly proportionate to each other. Reduction of fears in your system and your enlightenment is directly proportionate. Understand how the reduction of bad cholesterol and your health is directly proportionate to each other. Same way, reduction of fears and manifestation of Sadashivoham is directly proportionate to each other, because the cholesterol does not stop on that extra tire around you, your waist. It sits there and spoils everything. Life sits in Anandagandha and makes everything positive. Like Guru sits in one place but clears the ignorance and raises people all over the world. Negative fellows sit in one side and create disturbance everywhere. They sit in one place and send viruses all over internet. Same way, cholesterol may sit on your stomach but sends disturbances to all organs of your system. You need to understand. Fear, you may be thinking, is only in one corner, but it doesn't keep quiet. It doesn't keep quiet. It interferes in everything. That is the reason I am saying reduction of the cholesterol is directly proportionate to your health. Bad cholesterol. Reduction of fears is directly proportionate to your manifestation of Sadashivoham. Everything under matrix only can create fear in you. Anything above matrix cannot create fear in you. Understand that? Something which is beyond matrix may not be attractive towards you, to your mind as and now, but understand that can never generate any fear. Fear cannot be generated by something which is beyond matrix. So all fears are by the things under the matrix. Anything under the matrix. See how you have to deal with matrix, You should make him as comedy villain, not even a real villain. Like comedy police. If you see in Tamil movies, always the police will come after everything is done to carry the dead body. The bodies which are fallen here and there will be fight, hero will be dun 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 dun. The funny thing about Indian movies is the villain will be going in helicopter, hero will go in bullock cart and catch the villain. Hero will go only in bullock cart. Villain will be going in helicopter. But somehow hero will catch the villain. Anyhow, make your matrix comedy villain, comedy police. The way you have to deal with this, treat anything under matrix as like a dirt. I can give you many examples. If a frog is trying to kick the elephant, how the elephant will look at the frog, same way look at your matrix. I wanted to tell you one important thing. Be rest assured. Even if you think you are under the matrix, ultimately there is a space in you which cannot be bound by any matrix. That is Sadashivoham. Ultimately, it does not give up on you. When you melt down the fears, you will understand what I am saying. மரத்தை மறைத்தது மாமத யானை, மரத்தில் மறைந்தது மாமத யானை. பரத்தை மறைத்தது பார்முதல் பூதம், பரத்தில் மறைந்தது பார்முதல் பூதம். பொன்னை மறைத்தது பொன்னணி பூஷணம், பொன்னில் மறைந்தது பொன்னணி பூஷணம். தன்னை மறைத்தது தன்கரணங்களே, தன்னில் மறைந்தது தன்கரணங்களே. I'll give you the translation. In a wooden elephant carving, if you see the intricacies of carving and perceive it as elephant, you forget it is wood. If you perceive it as a wood, you forget it's a carving. Listen carefully. When you get involved in every intricacy of what is shown in front of you by building an opinion about everything as good or bad, you are caught in the Maya matrix. Listen. The every curve, ups and downs of what is being shown, what is appearing in front of you, whatever is appearing in front of you, listen carefully. Getting involved with opinions, whether it is good or bad, keeps you engaged in Maya matrix. If you build opinion about every person, every situation, everything around your life, you will polarize the whole life. All this good for me, all this bad for me. Building more and more opinions. You have to be very clear. Building more and more opinions about the things you are seeing within the matrix keeps you engaged with the matrix and establishes matrix's authority over you. Understand? Building opinion as good or bad is what I call seeing the elephant and forgetting it is wood. Understand? In the world, it is a wood sculpture of elephant. But if you perceive that as elephant, it's my world. It may look very funny, but I should ask this question. In your iPad, when you are seeing some video clip about cobra or python or a big snake, how many of you don't even touch the iPad where the face or the head of the snake is? Raise your hand. Do you remember you are all adults? And it cannot bite you from inside the iPad. Listen. So much of opinion getting built about what is seen. Many of you have not raised the hand, I know. But you will not even dare to touch the screen, I know. I know. Now in LED screen, if I project a huge cobra which is moving, a video about the cobra, let me ask and let me see how many are able to touch the LED screen. Listen, it may be very simple pattern, it may look too simple, but it is not. I want you to contemplate on it. It is one of the very important revelation I wanted to share today. Opinions. Building opinion about everything is taught to you as knowledge. If your purpose is based on existential reality, and having all the artificial ignorance to support that, you are already out of the matrix. But if your purpose is artificial ignorance, even if you own the whole planet Earth, ownership idea itself is artificial stupidity. Within the matrix, anything you do is waste of your time, which is life for you. Your time is money for your boss, pleasure for your beloved, Your time has a various meaning for many people in your life. But for you, your time is life. Understand the meaning of your time. For your boss is money. Meaning of your time for the people who is in love with you or loved by you is attention, love. Meaning of your time for your son or daughter is to have what they want, their education or their house or whatever they want. Each one of them have a different meaning for your time. Your meaning you need to have for your time. The word your time, the meaning you need to have is your life. Understand, if your purpose is existential reality and artificial ignorance, artificial intelligence of the matrix is used to support it, great, you are out of the matrix. But if your purpose itself is artificial ignorance or artificial intelligence, I tell you, you are wasting your life. You are not living, you are grown. You are not living, you are grown. When you hook your gadgets to the grid, be very clear, you are hooked, not your gadgets. When you hook your gadgets to the grid, you are hooked to the grid, not your gadgets. Your gadgets are the tub in which you are sleeping and you are hooked. The artificial pleasure you feel in your Facebook friends and the gadgets, with that is the liquid, lubrication liquid on which you are grown. Understand, it is 110 volt current in the Matrix movie. I'll call it as a 120 because 120B is conspiracy in Indian IPC. It's a 120B, greatest conspiracy against humanity. Please listen. If artificial intelligence or artificial ignorance, which all of us commonly accepted and created, if that becomes the purpose of your goal, you are grown, not living. Jiva, listen, the individual existence, perceptional, experiential, comparative, all put together, your individual existence is Jiva. It goes through 25 states of consciousness. From sleeping, 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 dreaming, dreaming, sleeping, waking, 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 awakened, awakened, waking. Totally 25 various states of consciousness you go through as a Jiva. Jagat, the universe. It has 11 dimension. Length, breadth, depth is all you know. Time and space still scientists are exploring. But various permutations and combinations of length, breadth, depth, time and space forms 11 dimension. That is the Jagat, universe. Sadashiva, Ishvara, who manifests as 5 dimension and unmanifest part of him. That is Ishvara. Listen. Jiva, soul. Jagat, universe. Ishvara, Sadashiva. The matrix between these three is called Sri Vidya. The knowledge of Sri. Sri means Adi Shakti. The knowledge of Adi Shakti is the knowledge which will liberate you from this matrix. Understand? When you are caught in this matrix, whatever you think you are, you will continue to be slave. It is like a lion hypnotized all the sheep, saying that you are all lion. Don't bring lion cub story here. It is different. It's a different lion. The lion hypnotized all the sheep, saying you are all lions. So you can come without fear every day. He will have one. Even what society teaches you, the choices as freedom is nothing but you being hypnotized. You being sheep and hypnotized as lion. Understand? That is why Kathopanishad again and again insists on right, not the pleasant. If both can come together, great. If you have to make a choice, always right, not the pleasant. Because most of the time, in the form of the pleasant, enters matrix into you. Listen. Listen. I'll tell you, when you fall into the matrix, Maya, when you fall into the Maya, I'll tell you exactly. Listen carefully. I'll give you this example. Listen carefully. You come and ask me, Swamiji, give me the way for enlightenment. I tell you nothing. Just have integrity and listening with the Guru. You will immediately be liberated. And you start thinking, oh God, integrity means I have to be completely in tune with what he is telling. And listening. Maybe. I think I tried 2-3 times. It did not work out. So I'll start practicing. First, integrity with my father, mother, brother, husband, father-in-law, son-in-law, daughter-in-law, Then I'll bring integrity with master. Gone. You have already fallen into the matrix. Listen. If you feel, the moment you feel, I tried being integrated and listening, but enlightenment did not happen. When you come with that statement, when you come to that statement itself, decide, no, will persistence is the solution, not dilution. Understand the first principle. The first principle itself should be practiced with will persistence. The moment you feel you need a second principle, you have fallen into the matrix. Over. You have fallen into the matrix. If I say, unclutch now, I'll give you enlightenment. And you say, I tried unclutching many times, it doesn't work. So let me start the completion. I'll pen down all my pain pattern and complete one by one and remove all the load and do the catharsis, cleaning up. Then I'll come to the unclutching. Gone. You are under matrix. You are under Maya. The first principle. If I say unclutch now, I'll give you enlightenment. If I say come to integrity and listening now, I'll give you enlightenment. Hanging on to that, if you are failing, use persistence to make it successful without dilution is Sri Vidya. Sri Vidya means the will persistence. To master the mystery of the matrix, how this Jiva Ishvara Jagat is spinned around, how this Jiva Ishvara Jagat overlaps on each other, how this Jiva Ishvara Jagat coordinates with each other, how this Jiva Ishvara Jagat moves with each other. Whenever you do not compromise on the first principle, first word, for example, I utter Shivatvamasi. It means you are Shiva. Then you declare Sadashivoham. Decide to be in that space. If you are missing, use will persistence to be in that space again and again. But the moment you decide it is not happening, so let me pick up some methodology or some situation, some completion, some process, something through which I will travel and reach Sadashivoham. Gone. You are under matrix. You are under Maya. Understanding the Maya matrix, ferociously breaking from it, using all your ferociousness to make one hole into that Maya matrix and getting out, reaching the spaceship. Then, using the same ferociousness to break the Maya matrix, being inside. That is what is manifesting powers. Listen carefully. When you manifest powers, you are not letting any of the rules, regulations, bondages, powerlessness of the matrix come to any agreement with you. Matrix tries its best. Let's have a contract. You don't expose me. But you are very clear. I am not going to have anything extraordinary by you giving me like a bhiksha. I'll break you, only then I'll have powers. Not by having understanding with you, but by making you shiver. Listen, that is the attitude of a Shaivite. Even the reality, grahas, cannot touch, disturb a man who is beyond the Maya matrix. Accident cannot happen to a being beyond Maya matrix. If you read the Kolarabadhikam of Jnanasambandar, how beautifully he describes. He does not stop with just 9 grahas. He says, the wild animals, other devatas, thieves, forest fire, nothing can touch you. Nothing can touch you. The whole Kolarabadhikam of Jnanasambandar, the thought current is conveying to us is, have the ferociousness towards the Maya matrix. It cannot touch you. It cannot touch you. Prevalent things which makes you powerless are reality. Nothing can touch you. Avai nalla adiyar avarkku migave. That's a beautiful word he uses, ending every stanza. He describes detailed way how the grahas and then all the other gods, goddesses and the gods of the directions, nakshatras, rashis and wild animals. Nothing can touch you. Understand? The ferociousness with which you need to handle Maya matrix, you can learn from this one Kolarabadhikam of Jnanasambandamurti. Tirunavukkaras Peruman, another saint tells Jnanasambandamurti, don't go to Madurai now. Neither the grahas are right, nor the situation there is right. Jnanasambandamurti never listens to anybody other than Sadashiva. He does not care about anything which is under the Maya matrix. Veyuru Dolivangan Vidamunda Gandan Viganalla Vinay Dadavi Masaru Dingal Gangai Mudimelanindian Ulame Bugundadanal Nyayiru Dingal Sevai Budan Vyadan Velli Sanibam Birandu Mudane Asaru Nalla Avai Nalla Adiyara Varkumigave. See the thought current. When I know reality is my purpose, I cannot entertain the powerlessness, victim pornography, and I cannot be affected, I will not be affected by any of this powerlessness. The child, see the ferociousness. One more thing, it is not
the arrogance of ignorance. No. The way he describes all the possible obstacles which can come shows very clearly he is aware of all that. See, out of ignorance, what can happen? That is different. Here he is not out of ignorance, he is describing everything. He is describing everything. Enbodu kombu aadamai இவை மார்பிலங்க எருதேறி ஏழையுடனே பொன்பதி மத்த மாலை புனல் சூடி வந்தென் உளமே புகுந்தாதனால் 9 ஒன்றும் 6 18 உடனாய நாங்கள் ஆள்கள் அவைதாம் அன்போடு நல்ல நல்ல அவை நல்ல நல்ல அடியார் அவர்க்கு மிகவே. He is describing every possible danger. And then he says, all that will be only good for the person who is carrying Sadashiva within him, who is beyond matrix. His purpose, because his purpose is beyond matrix, he does not bother about anything which is under the Maya matrix. The ferociousness you need to have to handle the Maya matrix. Understand here, see the way structure. First, he defines the Sadashiva, how he is in his heart. Then only he describes even this poverty pornography items. He is not describing this first. He is not describing ஞாயிறு திங்கள் செவ்வாய் புதன் வியாழன் வெள்ளி சனிபாம்பு இரண்டும் வேயுரு தோழிமங்கன் விடமுண்ட கண்டன் மிக நல்ல வீணை தடவி. No, he is not describing the problem first. Please understand, the fellow who does not know the problem also is not complete. The fellow who thinks about the problem first also is not complete. Neither the ignorance of the problem will solve the issue, nor putting that as a first is going to solve the issue. A proper right solution. First, be very clear. The matrix has no place in you. Beyond Maya matrix only sits in your heart. He says, Veyuru Dolivangan Vidamunda Gandan. Even the description of Sadashiva, see, Veyuru Dolivangan Vidamunda Gandan means the worst matrix. Alahala, that itself is swallowed and kept in his throat. Even the description of Sadashiva, who is beyond matrix, is sitting inside me. It's a beautiful story. Actually, after having the whole alagala in his throat, he is playing veena, Rudra veena, and enjoying the taste. You need to know, Rudra veena can be played only when you are in high awareness. It means even the alahala cannot make him miss even awareness. After drinking alahala, he proves he is in the highest awareness by playing Rudra veena. Understand this 3 word. Again I will remind. First, understanding the matrix. What is your inner space holding as purpose? Is it prevalent ideas or existential reality that decides whether you are under Maya matrix or moving out of Maya matrix? Understanding Maya matrix. Second, being ferocious with Maya matrix. If you are already bitten by Maya matrix, even with you, be ferocious. With that part of you, be ferocious. And break from the Maya matrix. And same ferociousness will manifest as powers within the Maya matrix when you play.
Very free from the Maya matrix, breaking free from the whole Maya matrix getting inside of you, the delusion that gets inside of you. Swamiji explained this very elaborately, clearly, and Swamiji also explained the importance of understanding this, right? Swamiji explained to us about how when you engage with Maya, engage with delusion, you will forever be in delusion. Now, what is it that keeps us from experiencing the ultimate? Swamiji says, anything which is not letting your inner space when you to experience this manifest Sadashivoham, where you manifest the space that I am Paramashiva, is fear. If you build opinions about every person, every situation, everything around your life, you'll polarize your whole. All this is good for me. All this is bad for me. Building more and more opinions will be very clear, because more and more opinions about the things you're seeing within the matrix keeps you engaged in the matrix. How many of you understood this extremely powerful cognition Swamiji gave us? When you go on engaging with the matrix, whenever you go on cherishing within the matrix, what does cherishing mean? Whenever you say, okay, now all this, this person is very good, this person is very bad, that person cares for me, this person doesn't care for me, etc., etc. All this will only make you engage more and more into the matrix. Please understand, this is a very, very important cognition for us to understand, because this is what is going to help you to be able to not be affected by the Maya matrix. So if you don't want to be affected by the Maya matrix, this particular understanding is too important. I request all of you sincere listening to this. And if you have any questions, feel free to post. You can post and share any questions that you have. But this is the first and foremost understanding that each of us need to get. Did all of us understand this? See, simple thing. Like you go on carrying that judgment. Mahapurushananda saying, yes, because opinions keeps our mind strong. Opinions keeps your mind strong, and it makes you get engaged with the Maya matrix. Even when you say, Ma, oh, this is very bad for me, it is going to get you engaged with Maya matrix. You should make things redundant, not have a judgment about something, but you should become so complete that that becomes redundant for you. It does not affect you, it does not pull you down. That is what is really breaking free from Maya matrix. Understanding? Opinions, building opinion about everything is taught to us as knowledge. Understand? Your time is money for your boss, pleasure for your beloved. Your time has various meaning for many people in your life, but for you, your time is your life. If your purpose is based on existential reality and having all the artificial ignorance to support that, you're already out of the matrix. Understand? If you have whatever is your existential reality, if that is based on whatever is the purpose you're having, if that's based on this eternity, existential reality, and you use the AI, you use everything else to support that, then you're already out of the matrix. But if your purpose is artificial ignorance, even if you own the whole world, like for example, even when your core purpose is based upon something that's not eternal, something that's not existential, you will see you are going to be caught under the Maya matrix. Sit today and understand, identify how much of you is matrix filled and how much of you is not. Take a few minutes and please pen this down. We'll give you all a few minutes now.
every one of you, as you are writing down, see, remember this. All the purpose that you're defining, is it based on existential reality and having the artificial ignorance to support? Or is it purpose is artificial ignorance even if you know that this is your purpose, this is your original goal, the existential reality? You have to categorize it. Like, for example, are you driving your whole life based on your goal of, okay, I need money, where that artificial ignorance based support system becomes your reality? Look back, revisit your life and pen them down. I request every one of you to sincerely do this. Write down. Revisit in all aspects of your life. Look in and pen down detailing. Now, let's do a 3-step process. First thing, what is exactly your inner space holding as purpose? Is it prevalent ideas or existential reality that decides if you're under Maya matrix or moving out from Maya matrix? First thing, write down what do you define as a purpose. For example, you may think, okay, the best purpose, like I really feel what I really want to do in my life is I want to make money, or I want to really get a promotion. I want to get a raise in my salary. What do you define as the purpose? First, pen that down. Is your purpose based on existential reality or is it based on Maya matrix? Anything that is other than something that gives you the experience that you are Paramashiva, takes you towards enlightenment, anything other than that is simply Maya matrix. It is delusion convincing you to be deluded to stay within that limits of delusion. So list them down, pen them down. Now, in every aspect that you have listed down, bring ferociousness with Maya matrix. For example, you know already that every single time you try to distract yourself in earning money, you already know, you have convinced yourself, you will try, you will fail, it will happen, but it will just gets put you into a vicious cycle, right? You already know that because you have tried it too many times and it happens again and again and again. Listen very carefully. Swami will tell a very beautiful line which clearly summarizes this whole exercise. Purse should not be your purpose. Your purpose should fill your purse. Understand, money should not be your purpose. Money can be a supporting mechanism for your purpose. For example, for your purpose is towards becoming part of this enlightened civilization, KAILASA, to revive the nation. Money is going to support you for that, where you're enabled to, avail more opportunities for that. But money cannot become your purpose itself. Are you understanding? You need to catch that subtle difference. So wherever you're strengthening something, the Maya matrix as the purpose, attend to that. Now, I request all of you, if you once you understand you can ferociously make a decision. Next step of the process, intensely decide to bring that powerful cognition based on which you're going to operate. See, it is not that, like for example, Swami will give a very practical example, I'll tell you. Swamiji, if you see, he is having all the latest technology that is available, AI, all the latest tools. Swamiji will use every single resource to enrich more beings to experience enlightenment. Go to Instagram, you will find Swamiji there. Go to TikTok, you will find Swamiji there. Every single platform. But are any of these supporting mechanisms binding Swamiji? Of course not. There's a difference. See, they themselves don't become a purpose, but they become a beautiful tool to support the purpose. Identify in your respective lives. Ma Purushananda, we will fix it, ma. I apologize for the inconvenience. Yes. Sorry, ma. Hope this is better now. Wherever in your life you encourage something to be that is not in alignment to your purpose, you make just a supporting tool as your purpose, list that down. Now, with the same ferociousness, you will be able to manifest that as powers within the Maya matrix when you play. With this powerful cognition, you will start manifesting them as powers in your everyday life. Sit now. Sit with this ferocious decision, powerful intention. Bring the object in front of you. Intensely make a decision to consciously will. Create the will. Anything that convinces you it is not possible is not simply not Paramashiva. It is simply not Swamiji. Consciously will. Bring that ferocious intention inside of you. And from that space, go ahead and start manifesting the power of consciousness over matter. Remember, whenever you manifest this power, you are literally creating that conscious will. Chant the Mahavakya intensely. Connect to Swamiji. Bring that ferocious will in your inner space.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda
Please relax.
Paramashivoham.
I request all of you to relax. Now understand, the moment you start manifesting this power, that itself is enough for you to have a breakthrough in having the right powerful cognition, the right understanding, and manifesting the results through that. Now, please understand, even whether it takes time for you, you have still not started manifesting, the object is not moving. Start somewhere. Somewhere start taking that step. From there, one after the other, you will start having the breakthrough. Okay. Now, I request every one of you to please relax, and we are going to be entering into the next session of our day, where we will be understanding about Throbhava Sankalpa. What is delusional arrogance, and how do we break free from delusional arrogance?
Your existence, what you feel as you consciously, does not get disturbed, shaken, even when your body is pulled out of you. When your mind is pulled out of you, it doesn't get shaken by anything being pulled out of you. Listen, I am not brainwashing you. Keeping Mahadeva, Paramashiva as a witness, I am revealing his inner space. How he is inside, I am opening it to all of you. I am just opening a door for all of you to experience Paramashiva's inner space. I am telling you, just internalize this. Your balance sheet will go up. You will take amazing business decision. You will take enlightened business decisions, enlightened relationship decisions. enlightened health decisions, enlightened life strategies. Your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial does not impact you. It does not have a stay over you. When you torture yourself with your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, you become demon. I have always seen people who torture themselves become murderers. Strength because you can get involved with the life is freedom. Having a son or daughter, kid, does not make you father or mother. The feeling, experience you have by knowing you can get involved with that kid's life and mold it beautifully in an enlightened way, that makes you father or mother. Ability to get involved in your responsibility builds your career. Ability to get involved with your guru and his sangha makes you enlightened. Ability to make enlightened decisions about your health makes you live healthy and long. See, life is all about the diagnosis and solution. Not having blind spots in your diagnosis or making enlightened decisions or executing those enlightened decisions. That's all life is all about. The physics, chemistry, biology of this pralaya, this pandemic happening, is rooted in delusion. Do not allow delusion. Do not allow delusion. I'll give you examples for delusion. 1. False diagnosis. The real problem is you having headache, but falsely diagnosing your spouse is responsible for all your sufferings. You just need a cup of coffee, not diverse liar or dating site. Stop false diagnosis. always first choice should be looking inside for the cause of the problem, and solution for the problem is enlightened way of living. Understand? If you are not able to find any reason for your problems, cause and solution inside, then start looking for outside. But first, looking inside for the source and cause of the problem and solution is enlightened living. False diagnosis is delusion. That's first. Next, I know the solution, but I am not able to do it. That is the delusional arrogance. Understand? Delusional arrogance looks like almost humbleness, but extreme demonic violence. Listen. Ravana knows the solution is simply return Sita to Rama. But delusional arrogance. Shishubala knows, just shut the mouth and stop abusing Krishna. But delusional arrogance. I tell you, stop delusion and delusional arrogance. Stop delusion and delusional arrogance. I am repeating. If you rightly diagnose cause of your one problem inside and decide to work to solve it, suddenly Paramashiva gives you so much energy, you will solve 10 of your problems. I tell you, this Pralaya, Paramashiva is opening the stargate of Kailasa to liberate billions. Actually, he is waiting to liberate all of us. Otherwise, he would not have sent me here. Especially with so much of torture and suffering, attacks, he will not be keeping me alive still if he does not have a purpose. I tell you, I am useless for myself and for the world other than giving liberation. I am only useful for only one thing. I can liberate people, that's all. I have no other use. If you start developing your core consciously with these practices, cognitions, experience, I tell you, you form a core for a most beautiful existence. Listen, I'll repeat. The core of a murderer will always be unsubstantiated fears. The unsubstantiated fears only snowballs into anger, frustration, feeling violated, then suicidal, delusional arrogance, then enters into murderous, violent. Stop unsubstantiated fears through tyaga, unclutching, completion, enlightenment, living oneness, ajapa of Mahavagya. Use all these powerful cognitions and drop the unsubstantiated fears. See, I am not saying if a poisonous snake enters your room, you are expected to move out of that place. I am not saying don't run away if a poisonous snake enters your room. No, I am only saying stop unsubstantiated fears shaking your nervous system constant. Actually, if you start practicing unclutching, you don't even know how many fears you dropped. Your nervous system becomes so beautiful. Suma taga pala ulla abdiye Paramashiva mayama minnumappa olagame. Your inner space should be like a KAILASA, shining taga pala like Paramashiva. No blind spot, no unsubstantiated fear, no unsubstantiated frustration, no unsubstantiated anger. I tell you, anything which is not known to you, do not be afraid. See, listen. For example, if you know a president of a country, he knows you, you know him. Will you be afraid of anything else under his rule? Same way, all my disciples, be rest assured, Paramashiva knows you. It's my promise to you, Paramashiva knows you. All my disciples who declared your integrity to me, it's my assurance and promise to you, Paramashiva knows you. Do not be ever afraid of anything. Be loving. Don't be arrogant. I am not asking you to be arrogant. Just be relaxed. You are protected. Name bhakta pranashyat. Hey, listen. I really love you guys. I will not lie. I will only tell you guys very clearly where I can take care of you and where you will have to take the responsibility on your own. I will very clearly bifurcate all that and tell you. Now I am making a very responsible statement. All my disciples who declared your integrity to me, to all of, Either you have declared your integrity to me, or initiated, or recognizing my identity. In any one of this or all of is enough. I am not saying all this should be there. Even in any one of this, if you fit yourself, that's enough. To all of you, I tell you, Paramashiva knows you. You know Paramashiva. Do not be afraid. You don't have to be arrogant, but you do not need to be afraid. You do not need to be afraid. Unsubstantiated fear forms the core, and from that the snowballing effect starts and demons are formed. Do not form the core for demon. I have a beautiful verse. I'll read out for all of you. Esha Brahmaisha Indrayesha Prajapatirete Sarve Deva Imani Cha Panchamahabhutani Prithvi Vayurakasha Apo Jyotim Shityeta Ni Mani Cha Chutramisrani va Vichani Darani Chetarani Chantajani cha Jarujani cha Svedachani Shodvichani Chashwagavaha Purusha Astino Yatkim Chetam Prani Jangamancha Padatrischa Yascha Stavaram Sarvam Tat Pragnyanetram Pragnane Pratishtitam Pragnanetro Lokaha Pragnya Pratishta Pragnanam Brahma. I'll read out the translation. This one is Brahman, this is Indra, this is Prajapati, this is all these gods, and this is 5 elements: earth, air, space, water, fire, and this is all these together with the tiny ones that are the procreators of others and referable in pairs to wit those that are born of eggs, of wombs, of moisture, and of earth, horses, cattle, men, elephants, and all creatures that are which move or fly, to those which do not move. All these are impelled by consciousness. In consciousness, all are established. All these have consciousness as the giver of their reality. The universe has consciousness as its eye, and consciousness is its end. Consciousness is Brahman. Prajna Pratishta Prajnanam Brahma. I tell you, universe is consciousness. This is Rigveda, Aitreya Upanishad, 1st Adhyaya, 5th Kanta, 3rd mantra. Prajnanam Brahma. Prajnanam Brahma. Prajnanam Brahma. I tell you, universe is consciousness. Paramashiva is consciousness. I should say Paramashiva is the source of that consciousness, and he knows you. Understand? He knows you by his own declaration. He has declared clearly. In Vedas and Agamas, he knows the people who are initiated by his parampara. I am from the bona fide Guru Parampara and received the experience and authentication of Paramashiva. Experience for myself and authentication, authenticated to initiate others. Both the ways I have received his command. Only then I am doing my job. So, be assured, Paramashiva knows you. You are protected. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Consciously decide to be surrendered, to be in oneness with Paramashiva. It is not necessary you need to be 24 hours remembering him or any other prerequisite or demand. Listen, I'll explain detailed way. Consciously, what you know as you, from that integrity, if you decide and declare, O Mahadeva, Paramashiva, consciously what I know as me, with that whole my core being, I declare, I surrender myself to you, Prabhu Mahadeva, Paramashiva, manifest through me. Let oneness happen between you and what I know as me. Just this simple declaration, connection is enough. After that, there is no condition you should be this way, that way, all that. Please understand, you have your own false scales, ideas, conditions, which starts self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial in you. You feel, once you say, Paramashiva, I surrender to you, immediately you say some light should flash, doom, and then Paramashiva should appear and say, oh my son, I am here. I accepted you, sit in my lap. No. All your ideas about how Paramashiva should react is stupid. Be very clear. He manifests in your consciousness in his own way. I am telling you. Today I was in such samadhi and ecstasy. I literally pulled myself out of my seat and made me sit here just to connect you all with the bliss of samadhi, nirvikalpa samadhi, I tell you. One of the biggest enemy stopping you experience nirvikalpa samadhi is your self-criticizing pattern. See, you strongly believe you have not achieved oneness, nirvikalpa samadhi, unclutching, completion, because there is a definition for that state and that definition is not manifesting in you. You are such a, first of all, any person who thinks there is a definition for Nirvikalpa Samadhi, there is a definition for oneness, is a fool. Your mind cannot grasp even the definition. Forget about using the definition as the scale to measure whether you achieved it or not. You can do only one thing. Continuously remember to surrender, consciously declare to Mahadeva, Paramashiva, I am consciously declaring. Manifesting in me only you can do. I'll tell you precisely, exactly right attitude. Declare to Paramashiva, Prabhu, really, I personally do not know much about the way you exist. But as per your declaration in Vedas and Agamas and my Guru's confirmation, I have some idea about how you exist. Whether that idea is complete or not, I do not know. But what I know as me, I surrender unto you. I offer me to you. Please, you take away me in you. You radiate. Let you alone exist. Let me experience absolute oneness, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, unclutching, complete completion, or whatever the highest state. I may not know the name or words to describe. Let me experience that. Declare it consciously. Remember one thing. Even if you are consciously enjoying somebody swimming, his brain activity, his neuron activity is mirrored in you. Even ordinary swimming, his neuron activities are mirrored in your brain. Can't you understand the great cosmic experience, existence, Paramashiva, when you surrender to him? Will his neuron activity not mirror in you? Don't you understand? When you pray, when you decide to have feeling connection, when you declare to have oneness with Paramashiva, be assured simply his neuron activities mirror in your brain. How it should, you don't put a condition. Once you surrender and declare, whatever is happening, decide to know very clearly that is he manifesting. If you are even feeling irritated, what can be done? That is the way he is manifesting. Whatever he is manifesting. Go with that peacefulness, Shanta Swarupa. Then he sinks deeper and deeper into your being. Your being sinks deeper and deeper into his existence. Every situation you feel irritated, angry, violated, intruded, just don't react. Be calm and look in. What is making you feel violated? What is making you feel irritated? What is it that is getting into your nervous system? What is it that constantly shakes you? If you see you will understand it has nothing to do with what is happening externally. It is something triggered internally. I tell you. Getting triggered internally and reacting for it externally and making stupid decisions is called delusion. Delusion is worse than death, because death is only 1 minute happening. Delusion destroys you, which is like a continuous suffering. The decisions you make in delusion is worse than death. Death is actually nothing. It's just changing clothes. I tell you. If the load of getting irritated, getting violent is taken away from your system, you will start having feeling connection with powerful cognitions and higher existence intensely. I tell you. I have seen this work thousands of times, not just in my life, my gurus. See, actually, when people come to my gurus, I have seen how my gurus deal the disciples, devotees. People come with the problems. I have seen my guru, Isaki Swami, personally advising and people getting benefit of this Nirahara Samyama. See, Nirahara Samyama is nothing but you becoming Mahabhairava. See, Mahabhairava is described to be a human flesh eater. Naramamsa Bhakshini. That doesn't mean you will kill human beings and eat. No. Your own body eating itself is Naramamsa Bhakshini. Your own flesh is eaten by your own body. When you don't give solid food, you are Mahabhairava, Akasha Bhairava. Sit as Akasha Bhairava. Don't give solid food, only lubricate your system through liquid diet. Give a very healthy liquid diet, very healthy juices, herbs. I'm not saying don't give nutrients. Give nutrients, minerals, everything needed for the body in a liquid form. When you start doing that, body will try to throw tantrum. It will behave like a mad mother-in-law, Indian mother-in-law, mad Indian mother-in-law. It will try to break everything. Listen. During those moments, if you can practice completion, if you can practice unclutching, you will master all kinds of impacts, influence of chemicals on your biology.
Nithyananda to all the participants. Nithyanandam, Ma Istek, Ma Heidi Shlak, Ma Anandeshwari, Ma Agamapriya. Nithyananda to all of you. That was a wonderful revelation. Swamiji spoke on delusionary arrogance and how we can come out of delusion. See, understand one thing. Delusion in Sanskrit is called Throbhava. And as all of us learn, the Panchakrityas, the Srishti, the creation, Sthiti, the sustenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Throbhava, putting yourself in delusion, and Anugraha, liberation. So understand, whenever you are going through your delusions, whenever you're going through your ups and downs, understand you are going through your delusion. You're putting yourself into Throbhava. Swamiji gave a very beautiful meaning on what is delusion. Swamiji said, getting triggered internally, getting triggered for something internally, and reacting for it externally, and making stupid decisions. See, you're triggered for something inside, but instead of completing with inside of yourself, you're showing it out. You are reacting for it, for external situation, what's happening around you. And based on this triggering, you take decisions. You take immature decisions. You taking stupid decisions is what is called delusion. Is everyone understanding? Ma Istek, Ma Agmapriya, Ma Susan? Is everyone understanding what exactly is delusion? So now, understand, so this is delusion. That you're reacting for something which has been, you're reacting for external situation, but the cause is actually something is triggered inside of you. Instead of looking inside and finding out what is triggering you, you react it out. So you blame it, you blame the external situation as, okay, because this is only triggering me only, I'm experiencing the pain, I'm experiencing my suffering. And out of this triggering, out of this reaction, out of all this thing, you taking decisions, you taking immature decisions for your life, which at the end you're spoiled. Like, if you see what a decision you might have taken, when you realize it, you yourself will say, what stupid decisions are made. What basically you causing more suffering for your own life is delusion. Swamiji said very beautifully, as long as we know, as long as we do not know we are in delusion, we are in delusion. The moment you realize, I'm caught in delusion, I'm stuck, I'm not able to move from it, that is when you liberate yourself from delusion. Understand, Swamiji said very beautifully, as long as you know that you are in delusion, you are still in delusion. You are not freed from delusion. But instead, what we do, instead of realizing that we are in delusion, we are marinating ourselves in the delusion. We feel this is the way of life, this is the law of life, this is the correct way. We have been brought up with it comfortably without even knowing it is delusion. Swamiji also explained about delusionary arrogance. Swamiji said very beautifully, you know the solution, but you're not able to do it. That is only called delusionary arrogance. So, is everyone understanding? You knowing the solution for your problems, you know very clearly that you can end your suffering, but still continue to cherish your suffering is called delusionary arrogance. It's like Swamiji said this one beautiful story in one satsang. Swamiji said, a cockroach is there, okay, and your wife is afraid of the cockroach, and Your husband is afraid of your wife, and your son is afraid of your father, and the dog, the family's dog, is afraid of the son, but the dog is scared of the cockroach. Can you understand this whole cycle of life? First, the wife is getting scared of the cockroach, then the husband is getting scared of the wife, then the son is getting afraid of the father, then the dog is afraid of the son. Sorry, um, the dog is afraid of the son, and the cockroach is afraid of the dog. So I understand this whole cycle of life, how stupid it is, how immature it is. The same way we are in our life. For silly things, for small situations, we get triggered. Unknowingly, we get triggered. But it's not that many of us does not know the solution for our problems. Instead of following the solution which is being given, we say, this is the way of my life. If you want to give me a solution, give me a practical solution. Or you help me so that I can come out from it. Till then, I'm going to be there. We enjoy being in the dirty swimming pool. Just visualize yourself in a very dirty swimming pool. Will you like it? Obviously, no. You know it's dirty. You know the swimming pool is dirty, but still continue to be there in the swimming pool. It is what is called delusionary arrogance. You know the solution for your problems, but we are not able to do it. You are not deciding to do it. Is delusionary arrogance. Yes, so now I request all the participants to post your understanding. What do you understand on delusion and delusionary arrogance? See, understand, if you realize, the moment you realize that, okay, I'm stuck in one position. See, yes, Ma Stephanie, that's how we are working. Yes, even though solution is there in front of our own eyes, you can see the solution, but we decide not to choose the solution. That's how all of us are running. See, it's not that all of us are born with suffering. We are not destined to be suffering in our life. Swami Paramashiva has very beautifully designed us not to have suffering. But whatever suffering you're going through, you know the solution for it. You know that whatever suffering you're going through, it is not you. It is only temporary, that's it. But we think it's a permanent thing. We think the suffering is like a birth karma. It's your birthright to have suffering. And even if solutions are given to you, instead of following the solution, we go on complain to people saying, I'm stuck in this problem. I'm not able to get out from this. This solution has been given to me. It's not been practical. And that's how we run our whole life. This cycle is called delusionary arrogance, where you know the solution is given to you. All of us know the solution for our problems. All of us know the solution to manifest our desires, to manifest our reality. But we are not doing the solution. We are not practicing what the solution is being given. That is only called delusionary arrogance. There an understanding. It's like the child is putting his hand on the fire. Won't the child know that the fire is dangerous for him? The child obviously knows that if he puts his hand on the fire, it's going to burn him. But in spite of knowing that, he continues to place his hand on the fire. Is delusionary arrogance. Even after the mother scolding the child and pulling him back from the fire, in spite of all this thing, the child goes back to the same area and plays with fire. That is called delusionary arrogance. This is how running in each and every single moment in our life. We know the solution. It's not that solution is not being given. Solutions are there. Many solutions are given. But we do not follow it. Understand, false diagnosis is delusion. I know the solution. I know the solution, but I'm not able to do it. For some reason, you're not able to practice it. You voluntarily decide not to follow it. That is called delusionary arrogance. Means, let's take an example. The same swimming pool. You know the swimming pool is dirty. You know the solution is cleaning the swimming pool, putting the uh, putting the powder, putting the chemical, and cleaning the whole swimming pool. But instead of doing that action, we are just being lazy and continue to be in a dirty swimming pool. And if someone asks you, one of your friends asks you, hey, why are there in a dirty swimming pool? Can't you just clean it? And you give me a reason that because of my maid, my servant did not clean, that's why I have to do what to do. And giving false diagnosis that you're giving false diagnosis for the situation what's been happening is delusionary arrogance. You know the pond is dirty. You know the solution for the pond. But when your friend is asking, you give completely irrelevant answer to it. Is delusionary arrogance. So first understand the wrong diagnosis which you made for the situation. The wrong diagnosis you made for your suffering. The reason why you're suffering is delusion. Is everyone understanding? The false diagnosis you come out for your suffering is delusion. Always, first choice should be looking inside for the cause of the problem. And solution to the problem is enlightened way of living. Strength. Because you can get involved with life is freedom. Consciously designing to be surrendered. To be in oneness with Paramashiva. Continuously reminding yourself to be in surrender. Continuously chanting the Mahavakya, reminding yourself that you are Paramashiva. Is the enlightened way of living. Okay. Ma Lita has posted. Ma, what happens in a situation where we know the solution, we know what action to take, but when we sit down for the action, we lose motivation to do it and get distracted, etc. Is it also delusional arrogance, or is it fear and lack of confidence, please? See, ma'am, you started taking decisions. See, so one thing Swamiji says very beautifully, if you know the solution itself will empower you to take the action. And you're getting distracted here and there and not moving the work and getting distracted is also delusionary arrogance. Means you know the solution. You know that as soon as you do the solution, you're going to come out of it as soon as possible. But you're not taking the first step is also delusionary arrogance. It is not lack of confidence, ma'am, because Swamiji says very beautifully, when solutions are manifested for you, it is nothing but Paramashiva is giving you the solution. It is Paramashiva is helping you. Naturally, when he is giving you a solution, he'll give you the energy. He'll give you the confidence for you to do the solution. But if you're getting distracted here and there, it is also delusionary arrogance. Okay, now Ma Lita's asking, so how do I overcome this pattern, Ma? See, now you have the situation. Looking means Ask yourself, internalize with yourself, talk with yourself. Why am I getting distracted? You will see there'll be a reason for it. Only when you complete with the internal thing, there'll be something which is triggering you from inside, which is letting you distracted. When you complete with that triggering, you will see that you will manifest your reality mark. This all about, see, to get out of delusion is first starting to look into yourself. Okay, you're asking, is it like a bad habit pattern that I have to push through? See, Ma, not exactly like that. See, now, okay, let's say you're like taking, you now, you have a solution for whatever situation you're having, but you're getting distracted. Now, sit with yourself and diagnose what is it which is making me distracted. Understanding? It is not, it, see, now all of us live there because of external situations only. We are experiencing the way life is. Instead of blaming ourselves, we blame outside. I'm not saying do not blame yourself, because you are Paramashiva. You are the cause for everything. It is with your permission only, it is with your willingness only you allow this suffering to happen. But instead of looking inside ourselves, what do? Most of the time, we blame the situation outside. Because externally it is distracting me, that's why I'm not able to push forward. But understand, you are the source for it. You are the cause for it. Let's say Swamiji is very clear. The first step for you to come out of delusion and arrogance is look in with yourself and find out the root cause of your problem. And continuously reminding yourself, I am Paramashiva. I was the one who created this. I was the one who sustained this situation. I am the one who's destroying now. I am the one who's putting myself in this delusion, in this situation. And now I am liberating myself from the situation. Continuously reminding yourself you are Paramashiva and looking in yourself that you are the cause for it and you have the right also to change it. Swami says very beautifully, yes, you have whatever done in your past, you can complete with it. But you can change your future also, the way it's gonna happen. You can change the way how your past has happened, and you have the card to decide how you want to be in your future. So, as soon as you look inside yourself and find out the actual problem which is triggering you, which is letting you distracted, you will know that you will see my immediately Swamiji will show you the best solution how you can come out from this problem. Yes, Malita, you understanding? Yes. So, continuously reminding yourself you are Paramashiva and looking in yourself that you are the manifester for all the problems. You are the manifester. You are the creator for your suffering and you have the solution and you can decide how you can break free from this delusionary arrogance. The moment you decide to break free of delusion, you will experience liberation, the Anugraha phase of Paramashiva. Is all the participants understanding? Okay, yes, Ma, Lita's gotten back saying, yes, Ma, indeed, and yes, very beautiful, you clarified, Ma. For me, it is a real struggle that I'm trying to break. See, Ma, understand you are not this struggle. You only created the struggle for yourself and you're putting yourself into delusion through the struggle. When you understand that you are the reason, you are the one who manifested it, you will see, you will know the solution for you to come out of the situation. You will know how to break free from the struggle which you are experiencing. Okay, yes. Yes. So now, Malita, now the situation which you are saying that you are experiencing tremendous struggle. Look into yourself and see what is the exact reason which is making me to get distracted, which is making me feel struggle. Talk to yourself and find out what exactly is the thing. You will see Swami will show you very beautifully, Ma. It is your decision of not to follow the solution, even if you decided, but you're getting distracted for it. You'll see Swami will show you very clearly why you're experiencing the real struggle. What is the reason? What is the source why you're experiencing the struggle? As soon as you diagnose it, Ma, you have liberated yourself from the struggle. You are giving anugraha. You are liberating yourself from the struggle. Everyone understanding? Yes. So let's all of us do let's take few minutes to do this exercise on how can we come out of this delusionary arrogance. Now decide, declare to yourself, declare to Paramashiva, Prabhu, O Prabhu. Now declare yourself, declare to Paramashiva saying, O Prabhu, really I personally do not know much about you, the way you exist. I do not know the way how you exist. But as per your declaration in the Vedas and Agamas and my Guru's confirmation, I have some ideas about how you exist. Whether the idea is complete or not, I do not know. But what I know, so now make a declaration to yourself saying, Oh Prabhu. Make a declaration to Paramashiva. Really, I personally do not know much about the way you exist. But as per your declaration in the Vedas and Agamas and my Guru's confirmation, I have some idea about how you exist. Whether the idea is complete or not, I do not know about it. But what I know as me, I surrender unto you. I offer me to you. Please, you take me away in you. Please, you take away me in you. You radiate, let you alone exist in me. Let me experience the absolute unclutching, nirvikalpa samadhi, oneness, complete completion, or whatever the highest state is. I may not know the name or words to describe that space. Let me experience that. The moment you make this declaration to yourself, you'll immediately see Swamiji will show you best solution where you can manifest your reality. So now I request all the participants to write down in your notebooks or you can type down in your phone this declaration so that it is a conscious manifestation in your life. Let this be a conscious declaration you make in your life. Let this declaration be a conscious manifestation in your life. I request all the participants to write this declaration down so that you're consciously declaring to yourself, and you will see consciously Paramashiva, Swamiji will make you experience the highest state. When you're writing or typing it down, decide consciously you are declaring. Let this be my conscious declaration to Swamiji, to Paramashiva. You will see all the delusions which you're suffering in your life, all the delusions which we are putting ourselves into. You will see Swamiji will liberate you from your delusions. Yes. Yes, Lita, you've posted. You know, sometimes when I do this, I get huge momentum and start doing. Then I go back again to the delusion. In this moment of time, declare you are Paramashiva. Declare to Paramashiva consciously. Now, all of us have made a conscious declaration to come out of delusional arrogance. Just remember this declaration whenever you're facing any obstacles, whenever you feel you are suffering, whenever you feel there's no momentum happening in your life. Oh, okay, yes. Ma Agama Priya, yes, ma, we will project for you. You're asking, I need more time to type. Can you please show it again? Sure, ma, we'll show it to you again. Yes, Malita. Whenever you feel the partner is coming again and again to you, whenever you feel there's no momentum in your life, whenever you feel you're stuck in one particular situation, just continue to declare. Look into yourself, find out the reason, the source of why you're experiencing, and declare to Paramashiva and surrender to him. You will see immediately Swamiji will manifest your reality.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. So now, with this beautiful understanding which we get, we can do the power of, we'll be entering to the power of consciousness over matter. Swamiji said very beautifully, one of the ways to move obstacles in your life, one of the ways to clear all your suffering, all of your obstacles in your life, you can do it through the power of consciousness over matter. How? See, the coconut which is kept in front of you, or the object which is kept in front of you, the coconut represents our inner space. The coconut represents our delusion. If you actually see, when you remove the top hairy part of the coconut, you will see the coconut will have 3 eyes. There will be like 3 dots. Those 3 eyes represents our 3 eyes which we have. When it is covered, we'll only see 2. It reminds us of our arrogance. The coconut represents our delusional arrogance which we have been stuck for a very long time, which we take decisions from our delusions. And this coconut which you're holding, the coconut which is there in front of you, represents your delusion. It represents all your obstacles, suffering, patterns, pains, and incompletions which you are experiencing in your life. Now, when you consciously recite Paramashiva, when you invoke his presence, the moment you invoke his presence itself, you'll experience liberation. And in that space of oneness, when you move the coconut, you'll see you're experiencing liberation in your life, and you'll experience tremendous breakthrough in your life. Just through the power of consciousness over matter, you can literally move all obstacles in your life. Many of us in Gurukul, if at all we experience any, if at all we feel stuck in something, let's say if you're stuck in examination, we're not able to memorize the concept, we'll simply do the power of consciousness over matter. When the coconut moves, we'll know, okay, Swamiji is going to manifest through me and I'll be able to do it. Actually, after doing the power manifestation, the kid will be able to go memorize the whole concept. He or she does not need like hours to sit and memorize the concept. Just 15 minutes. Run through the whole thing, ask questions. Verbatimly, the Balasins will be able to explain it to you. So, same way, whenever you feel stuck, whenever you feel you are caught in the delusional arrogance, do this part of consciousness over matter. You'll immediately experience breakthroughs in your life. So now, I request all of you to keep an object in front of you. Can be any object. You can keep a deity. You can keep Swamiji deity. You can keep any deity you want. Or you want to keep a coconut. You can keep a coconut. Any object you want to keep, you can keep it. Now, this object which you are keeping, I request all of you to keep it on the ground. Do not keep it on the silicon, or do not keep it on your hand. Keep it in front of you in ground. Okay, Ma Lita, you're asking, Ma, I just finished Nirahara Samyama and declared Om Hrim Nithyanandaya Namaha. Can you please say for me so I know how to pronounce Nithyanandaya in the mantra, please? It is Om Hrim Nithyanandaya Namaha. Okay, Ma Lita? It is Om Hrim Nithyanandaya Namaha. So now all the participants, I request all of you to keep an object in front of you. Keep it on the ground. We'll be manifesting the power of consciousness of matter, putting the matter on the ground. Okay? So now this object which you're keeping, it symbolizes your delusionary arrogance. It symbolizes your delusion. It symbolizes your patterns, incompletions, pains, suffering, which you are going through in your life, which you have created for yourself. Now, keep that object in front of you. if you have for you to experience the authentic manifestation, request all the participants to take a timestamp camera. You can put the object in a particular place where you can mark it, so you'll know that this is the starting point. And as soon as you mark the starting point, I request all of you to take a picture of the starting point with the object face on the ground with timestamp. So now the object which is being kept in front of you, it symbolizes all your delusion, your delusional arrogance, and all the sufferings you're experiencing in your life. Now, connect to Swamiji. Remember Swamiji in your third eye. Remind yourself continuously you are Paramashiva. You created this situation for yourself. You are putting yourself in delusion. You are sustaining the delusion. Now you're destroying the solution. You're destroying the delusion, and you're putting yourself again into the delusion. And by now chanting the Mahavakya, doing power manifestation, let me liberate myself from the delusion. Remind yourself, declare continuously the declaration which all of us made, the conscious declaration which all of you took. Continue to declare within yourself. Now, start chanting the Mahavakya intensely. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant Mahavakya. Now, in that same space of oneness, reminding yourself the declaration which you made. Look through your three eyes at the object and command the object to move. You will see, you'll experience tremendous breakthrough in your life. You will see the moment you start manifesting the power, the moment you start enjoying the space which you are in with Paramashiva, you will see you'll experience tremendous breakthrough in your life. You'll experience tremendous breakthrough in your manifestation. Continue chanting the Mahavakya. intensely connect to Swamiji. The moment, Swamiji says very beautifully, the moment you call me within your inner space, the moment you chant the Mahavakya, I am right there in front of you. Swamiji is right there in front of each and every one of us. All of you have chanted the Mahavakya now. You will see Swamiji is there in front of you. Just connect intensely. You will see Swamiji will manifest through you. You will see you'll be able, just in that same intense connection with Swamiji, you'll be able to move the matter. Understand, the object, you and Swamiji are one and the same. You and the object and you are coming from the same source, which is Swamiji. Just decide yourself. Intensely connect to Swamiji. Declare, I am Paramashiva. I am Swamiji. Yes. Wonderful, Malita. Yes. Wonderful. Yes, ma. When you experience the spontaneous moment, you will see it will reflect in your object, ma. Just continue being that same oneness. You will see Swamiji will move the object for you. First, little it will start moving. Then you will see the deity will move very fast. The object will move fast. Just continue be the same space. I request all participants, if your object started moving, immediately post it in the chat and just celebrate your existence. Ma, it is not necessarily to keep your eyes open or closed. Ma, whatever you prefer, which is comfortable for you, you can do that, ma. Just continue to be in the same space of oneness. Have intensely connect to Swamiji. Keep chanting the Mahavakya intensely, you will see your object will listen to you. The object in front of you is nothing but your reflection. It symbolizes your inner space. When you connect with Swamiji intensely, you will see the object also will move, will listen to you. You will be able to experience the power of consciousness over matter. So now, I request all the participants to relax and post whether you have manifested the power or not. Understand, if you're established, declaring yourself you are Paramashiva, enjoying that space, it will directly help you to come out of all the delusion and arrogance, all the delusions, all the sufferings, all the struggles which you are experiencing in your life. Just continuously remind yourself you are Paramashiva in whatever situation comes to you. So now, I request all the participants to post your understandings or your powerful cognitions or your experiences which you got from this session, and you can continue doing the manifestation. We'll be now moving ahead to one of the most important truth which Swami has given to all of us, which is ahimsa paramo dharma. Non-violence is the ultimate dharma. Let us directly listen from Swamiji.
The first truth, the first understanding we need to have is purpose of the world, the primal principle, the primary principle of the universe is let us all coexist and celebrate our life. Planet Earth may be ruled by human beings, but we have no right to feel this planet Earth is exclusively for human beings. No. That is the sin, that is the papa human beings are committing. When we are enamored by the binary logic, we fall in love with binary logic and forget the existence of cosmic logic. So when you are enamored by this beautiful planet Earth and all the resources it can offer to make your life comfortable and luxurious, you forget this planet Earth belongs to all other beings also. Out of extreme greed and delusion, we try to make this planet Earth exclusively for us human beings is the first sin, papa, we are committing. Let us stop this thought current of trying to make this planet Earth exclusively for us by making all other beings extinct. Understand? In last 100 years, the damage, destruction we did to planet Earth is unimaginable. Due to our greed, due to our extreme possessiveness, just because binary logic makes our life more comfortable and luxurious, we forget the cosmic logic. Karma exists. Same way, just because the beautiful things this planet Earth can offer to make our life comfortable and luxurious. We are trying to possess this planet Earth exclusively for us human beings. Understand? We are not just winning the nature, we are trying to kill nature. Billions of animals are killed for food every day. Whether for your food, or medicine, or cosmetic, or things which makes you comfortable, or luxurious needs, whatever may be the purpose. But we are forgetting the most important cosmic logic. Let us all coexist and celebrate life. Ahimsa paramo dharma. Non-violence is the ultimate natural law of life, cosmic logic of life. Paramashiva's message directly from Sri KAILASA. Listen. Tyaga, non-violence, unclutching, all these are not inactive, tamasic, inertia, lazy, tired, bored, withdrawn lifestyle. Non-violence means not only you will be non-violent, ahimsa, established in ahimsa, you will actively practice ahimsa and enrich everyone to live ahimsa. You will create an ecosystem where ahimsa can be practiced with integrity. Understand? All the infrastructures needed to keep the non-violence ahimsa alive. Media is the non-violent way of reaching out to people and telling the real truths and facts. Like media, education mechanisms, everything should be actively filled with the truths, ideas about non-violence, yaga, spiritual strength, powerful cognitions, all these great truths. Listen. Again and again and again, I am trying to make them really stronger. Understand? Strength is intelligent way of existing. Strength is not violence. Strength is not terrorism. Strength is not conversion. Understand? Neither by conversion nor by terrorism any religion is going to survive in the future. Future of the religions is not going to be decided by their capacity of conversion or terrorism. No, that period is over. All violence is delusion. Please listen. 99.9999% of the material out of which you are made and I am made. Listen. 99.9999% of you and 99.9999% of me, both not only same stuff, they also know each other as the same stuff. Hey, listen, I'm talking to each one of you. Listen to the second statement, that both material know that they are one and the same. That 0.0000001%, that only is the little arrogance, anger, makes you and me feel separate inside you. I call it delusion. I tell you, the worst delusion, greatest delusion, illusion in the universe is feeling of separation. Listen. 99.99999% of the stuff out of which you are made, I am made, all of us are made, that stuff is same. And the most important thing is not only it is same, it knows we are all same. So 0.1%, I won't even say 0.1%, 0.00001%, that only makes you feel you are separate from the universe. Anger and arrogance. Listen carefully. That is why I am telling, feeling separated is the most stupidest and worst delusion. Worst delusion. It is from the feeling separated stems violence. Violence is rooted in feeling separated. Royal knowledge, royal secret. Feeling separation should be handled with the tool of completion, not supported by your arrogance. When you feel separated, do not try to support your thought currents with arrogance. No. Try to deal yourself with completion. I tell you, I am telling you some of the basic truths. Listen. Listen carefully. Inside, if you decide no violence, no separation, if there is a separation feeling, No question of encouraging that feeling. See. You are dreaming as if a tiger is chasing you and you are screaming, hey, somebody give me my revolver, please somebody give me a weapon, please somebody give me a rifle, I have to kill this tiger and save myself. Unless your wife is really, really angry with you, she will not give you the revolver. Because if you get the revolver in the deluded state, you will surely kill yourself or the people around you, not the tiger you are seeing in the dream and in your delusion. Listen. When you are deluded and screaming like that, all you need is somebody just pouring a cup of water on you or slapping you for you to wake up. You need alarm, not revolver. Understand? The inside you healing and understanding the core delusion is separation. From that core delusion starts all violence and violent strategy. If you understand this, you will become non-violent for your whole life. You will never have birth and death. You will not have a strong violence which will pull you down again to this planet Earth. See, the greatest thing is, factually, so many murder attempts happened on me. Factually, so many people tried to kill me, so much of abuse, harassment, injustice done. But I decided not to hurt myself because they are trying to hurt me. Understand? They trying to hurt you, your enemies attacking you, is violence. But if you become violent, you are hurting yourself also. So now your enemy got one more person, which is you supporting him to destroy you. Listen to this equation carefully. Factually, there are so many murder attempts on me. Lawfare, character assassination, murder attempts, assassination attempts, literally destroying my whole hard work and sangha, making me illegitimate. Everything happened in factual level. The evidences are there all over the internet. But in my core inner space, I did not allow the reaction of violence. Because of my clarity, separation is delusion. I started operating from the cosmic logic, cosmic law, dharma. Dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. If you protect dharma, dharma will protect you. Dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. Listen. I operate from the cosmic law, cosmic logic. I never became violent. I only started analyzing what should I do now to fulfill my mission. What is my mission? To bring all the great things from Kailasa, Paramashiva's grace first. And all the great things like a state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva, super consciousness of Paramashiva, Kailasa of Paramashiva, all the great science, technology, methodology, knowledge, all those great things, bringing all of it and sharing it with the world. I tell you, if you don't react, don't get agitated with violence inside, you will be so aligned to your purpose, you will be productive for yourself. Feeling productive for yourself is the ultimate completion you need when you need to die, when you need to leave the body. You see, when I need to leave the body, I am absolutely clear. I have feeling that productive for myself, my goal. What I want as a life, I am productive to myself and my purpose, my strategy. That is what is fulfillment, Purnatva, completion. If you carry that when you are leaving the body, you will be enlightened, you will be liberated. You don't need to come back once more. I have absolutely that asset. And I want all my kids especially to learn this, understand, this is what Arunagiri Ishvara drilled inside my core when I was 10-year-old boy. Listen carefully. This is the most important punch. Even if you are trying to clean up the mess created by the reactionary assumption patterns and reactionary assumption lifestyle, even that will be delusion. The one and only solution is unclutching, withdrawing into supernal effulgence of Paramashiva. Listen. Yesterday's satsang, I gave a very simple method. If you just internally tell yourself, okay, I am not going to struggle anymore with this business which is torturing me, with this job which is torturing me, with the relationship which is suffocating me. I am declaring liberation and I am withdrawing. From the moment you wake up, the way you wake up, the way you feel about you and life when you wake up, and why you eat what you eat, why you do things what you do in the morning, how you run your life, why you do what you do in the daytime, how you handle you when you are up, how you handle you when you are down, how you handle you when you are feeling you are gaining whatever you want, how you handle you when you are feeling you are failing in what you want. This whole cognitions,
The bunch of cognitions is what is called swatantra. Right cognitions about you, life, how to handle yourself when you feel what you want is happening, and how to handle yourself when you feel what you want is failing, and how to handle you when you discover what you want itself is what you don't want. What you want itself is not what you really want. What you want, whether it happens or not happens, is called explosion. Explosion of joy and sadness. If you realize what you want is not what you really want, it's called implosion. During the implosions or explosions, how you hold you, the methodology with which you are handling yourself, this whole cognition is swatantra. Intensify your inner space through any one of these methods. I'll describe the methods now, just 5. Continuous, unbroken prayer. Or continuous, unbroken ajapa. Continuous, unbroken Paramashanta Swarupa Dhyana. Continuous, unbroken oneness. Continuous, unbroken, unclutching. Understand? I can give some more methods. First, let me describe these. Use any one of this or all of it, no problem. See, sometimes you may feel that prayer is so deeply helping you. Do that. Sometimes completely sitting in Paramashanta Swarupa, just letting the universe run, and you sit as Paramashanta Swarupa, Paramashiva Swarupa, as the center of the whole universe. I tell you, really, the life you feel inside you is center of the universe. I tell you, this is the fundamental truth. The inhaling prana going inside you touches the Dvatashanta, the space of Paramashiva, where Paramashiva resides in you. Only then it takes a turn and comes out. If you start living in the space of peace of Paramashiva, Paramashanta Swarupa, remembering the reality, he breathes, inhales and exhales in you. With the eternal bliss and peace. When that becomes Nithya in you, the very quality of your existence goes up.
See, that taste, what you consider as joy, bliss, that very quality raises. You become beautiful to yourself and to everyone around you. You become too cute to yourself. You yourself will start feeling, oh, I am so cute. And everyone around you will start feeling that, oh, he's so cute. That feeling, you feeling cute within you about you, and everyone around you feeling you are cute for them too. That is the fragrance of Paramashiva oozing out of you. That joy, Paramashanta Swarupa.
So powerfully, Swamiji revealed that science of ahimsa paramo dharmaha. It is not a moral that is being perceived through various things like veganism and everything. It is a clear science as to why it works. What is the effect of holding that truth within you? And when Swamiji talks about ahimsa paramo dharmaha, as Swamiji described, it is nothing but a understanding. It's a click, a cognition shift that happens when no longer are you seeing yourself and another being as separate. Then automatically that oneness happens and the pure ahimsa flowers. Can I request all the participants to post your understandings, your takeaway, your click from this session? What is it that you understood? Ma Lita Sege, Ma Stephanie Daters, Ma Nistre Gunya, Ma Heidi Schlack, Ma Ista. Can I request all of you to post? Swamiji revealed that the fundamental delusion is the concept, the idea, the feeling of separation. What does this mean? See, the very fact that we feel the separation between us and the world outside is the delusion, the time layer, which is, as we learned yesterday, The time is the skin of the cosmos. It is our skin that perceives us. If we didn't have skin, what would we be? Can I request you to just put in a few messages? What do you think we would look like without our skin? How would we look without our skin? Like we would not have any structure, right? That what we feel that we end at our skin. That is the delusion, that concept of separation. When we cognize, fundamentally, when you look at it, modern science says that at the fundamental level, when you go deeper, 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 or when you go to the macrocosmic level, it is all very less as physical perceivable matter. At the macrocosmic level, when you look at it, they say the world is only 5% of physical matter and 95% is dark matter and dark energy. Now, of this 5% matter, how much of it is actually matter? 99.999999999% of energy is present even within that what is perceived as physical matter. This is the powerful understanding. When you cognize it, you manifest powers and you realize the truth of ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Can I request all the participants to take a few minutes and post your understandings and your clicks from this session, where Swamiji revealed that non-violence is not powerlessness. Non-violence is the ultimate powerfulness. The very concept of might is right is incorrect the way Swamiji said. When Swamiji explains that ahimsa is not powerlessness, it's not powerlessness because Swamiji says real power is knowing that you can harm someone, hurt someone without suffering any consequences. And yet Yes, I apologize to all the participants for the technical glitch. There was a gap in the program. I want to apologize, sincerely apologize to all the participants for this technical glitch. We'll be continuing with understanding further and experiencing that space of ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Ahimsa, non-violence as the ultimate law. So, as I was explaining about how Swamiji reveals that ahimsa is actually pure powerfulness, not powerlessness. That is why every scripture in Hinduism emphasizes on non-violence. Non-violence means not only you will be non-violent, established in ahimsa, you will actually practice ahimsa and enrich others also to live ahimsa. The true non-violence is not just saying, oh, being an island, saying that I will practice it and that is my non-violence, but also constantly enriching the people around you to be non-violent. As Swamiji had said, 99.999999999% of the stuff out of which you are made, all of us are made, that stuff is the same. And the most important thing is that not only it is same, it knows we are all the same. See, the 99.999999999% of us is actually same. And not only is it same, when we start associating ourselves with that part of us, rather than the 0.000000001% of us that is matter, we start realizing, experiencing this oneness. It is only that 0.000000001% that makes you feel separate from the whole, from the universe. That is what is anger and arrogance. And as Swamiji said, feeling separate is the most strongest and worst delusion. All violence is rooted in the feeling of separation. This is what Swamiji means when he says that you are always associating with the part of you that is perishable, while drawing confidence from the part of you that is imperishable. That 99.99% is what is the imperishable. But that you always associate yourself with the 0.0001% of you, which is what is perceiving all separation. As Swamiji said, strength is the intelligent way of executing, of existing. Strength is not violence. Strength is not terrorism nor conversion. Let's take a few minutes to internalize this. Inside, if you decide, no violence. as Swamiji said, that inside, if you decide, no violence, no separation. If there's a separation feeling, no question of encouraging that feeling. Just think about this. See, two things are there here. First, no feeling of separation. See, when you start off, there's always a separation. My family versus people who are not my family. My country versus people who are not my country. My religion versus people who are not my religion. See, this separation, Swamiji says, is the cause for all war on the universe. Dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. If you protect dharma, dharma will protect you. That is what the meaning of dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. Swamiji also says, dharma is that which when you protect it, it protects you. So bring the minimalistic reactionary assumptions in your inner space. Let us take just 1 or 2 minutes to internalize this truth revealed by Swamiji about how to bring that feeling of oneness within us without any sort of separation. Okay. Malita, athletic jobs. Manana Pradaini, Mahedi Shlak, Maistak. Can I request all of you to post? What are your understandings till now from what Swamiji has revealed about Ahimsa? Okay. My stack has posted separation or not separation, remembering and forgetting. Okay. Ahimsa is a power. Mahedi Shlak. My stack, what is Swamiji saying here about separation is separation is the fundamental delusion. It is about declaring and living in the space of Ahimsa from the context that you are not separate from any being. So let's do a quick exercise, which is the powerful exercise to complete with boredom. Are we all ready? Can I request all of you to settle down? Sit comfortably. You can stretch your legs. Preferably if you can sit on the ground, on the floor. Ensure you're sitting on a cushion or something where you're completely comfortable for this short exercise that we are going to be doing. Okay, let us start. Start by bringing your attention to the tip of your nose. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible and as deeply as possible. Keep your complete attention on the tip of your nose. And inhale and exhale slowly, deeply. Start unclutching. Every idea, every thought, boredom coming up. Unclutch from that boredom. Make a conscious decision. Decide. I am not going to move my body till this boredom leaves me once and for all. till I complete the very idea of boredom. Unclutch from the very core of your being. Unclutch from the boredom of just sitting. Be comfortable. Stretch your legs or support your back. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible, as deeply as possible, and just unclutch from any ideas, any thoughts, any boredom coming up within you. Just a couple more minutes. Decide not to move your body till the boredom leaves your system. You will see within you at this moment only, you will feel like using the restroom, you'll be itching somewhere, you'll want to move, you'll be uncomfortable. Unclutch even from that. They are all expressions of your boredom. Slowly relax. You can relax your attention, open your eyes. How was it? How was the meditation for all of you? How was this short exercise for completing with boredom? Can I request you to post? All those who did the exercise can post in the chat. How did it feel for you? What did you experience as you were completing with your boredom? too short. My head is slack. Yes, ma'am. See, all of these processes, techniques which Swamiji is revealing during the program, you can always practice it at any time during the sessions and make it your lifestyle. Actually, Swamiji says unclutching is about making it as your very core of your being. Even when you're functioning, holding the unclutched space within. Now we'll be entering into the power manifestation session. And this very space actually, when they studied Swamiji's brain, they found that the two things were happening at the same time. The deep restfulness, the literally the delta state, lower than the epsilon state. The brain state when person is in deep sleep. Simultaneously, there is a high gamma radiation, the high gamma brain waves coming out of his brain, which is the ultimate awareness. When when they say athletes are in the zone, both were happening simultaneously within Swamiji's brain. That is the space from which power manifestation comes out. So now we are going to be continuing with the power of consciousness over matter. You can place the object in front of you on the ground. What you can also do is you can keep one, let's say you have an apple, keep one apple on your hand and keep one apple on the ground. If you're someone who's comfortable with moving it on the hand, cognize the same space which is happening within you, that non-boundedness, the non-separation, where the experience as described by Paramashiva and the Bhavet. He experiences this space of all pervasiveness or infinity, which is the space of all inclusiveness or infinity space, where there's nothing other than you exists. Catch that space and direct it towards the object on the floor. So can I request all of you to get ready for this power manifestation process? Keep an object on the floor and keep another object on your hand. You're going to be moving both simultaneously. See, you focus on moving the object which is in your hand. That space dimension which you're touching when power manifestation happens will automatically make the manifestation happen even on the ground. Hold the sankalpa for both. Okay? Shall we start? Are we all ready? Okay. So sit straight. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely connect with that object in that space of pure oneness with you. Swamiji, the ultimate, you as you know you, and that object which you have placed are all three inclusive, are all three one being in that space of oneness. intensely connect to Swamiji. When you understand, associate yourself with what is majority in you, that oneness space, the part of you that knows you can never be separated. When you connect with that, the power manifestation will manifest as just as a side effect. If any incompletions, any ideas of separation are coming up, you can post in the chat. Ma Vera Lucia Silva Agostino. You can also place the objects and do the manifestation. If any questions or doubts are coming up, feel free to share it and I can definitely address it. Whatever you are feeling within you, unclutch from it. That's the same technique through which the power manifestation happens. Mahedi Shlak, you can continue your unclutching meditation even through the power manifestation, Ma.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
You can connect to the Sakshi Pramana, the happening of this movement of object on the floor as you're manifesting.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
You can video record your manifestation and continuously post how the manifestation is going for you in the meeting chat.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Yes, you can check how the manifestation has been happening for you and post in the chat whatever you're able to see. See, even if it's experience within you that you experience, ensure you're posting it, sharing it, and that is a space which you are experiencing. Palm manifestation is nothing but a space which you are experiencing that reflects as some or the other physical manifestation.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Okay. Now you can also go to Facebook, post your experiences of your manifestation. If you took a video, also post that. How many of you moved to the coconut on your hand or the fruit on your hand? You can share that also. And now we'll be moving on to the next session.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Mahavagya. Spiritual lullaby.
Ma Purusha, were you doing the manifestation, Ma?
And Suprabha.
Can you share how the whole experience was for you doing the manifestation?
Paramashiva. This Mahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in samadhi.
Okay, my head is posted on the hand, it moved, but not on the floor. Okay. No problems, Ma. See, it's the space that matters. The more and more when you're able to connect to the space, which is the causing the manifestation to happen, that space is the key for all manifestation to happen. Yes, Ma Purusha, see, even if you're doing some other work or some other things as you're doing, you can just keep an object next to you and make a conscious intention. Swamiji, manifest. See, even generally when you're in your work, etc., when you do that, manifestation becomes your lifestyle. When you have a breakthrough in the work you're doing, you will see a breakthrough in the manifestation. If you have a breakthrough in the manifestation, you will see a breakthrough in whatever it is else that you are also doing.
Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this
as we are getting ready to enter into the next session, you can continue to post your experiences. Okay, Manandeshwari posted, coconut rolled manifested. Okay, Mahapurusha, yes, power manifestation as a lifestyle. It is not magic tricks, Swamiji always says. It is actually the way of life. For example, you can take if you're talking about a monkey, let's say. When a monkey sees, let's say, you using a computer, or even not something so complicated, something simple as a scissors, it's going to look like magic for the monkey. But you just realize it's a greater possibility for you. To a fish, you walking on land is going to be a manifestation. But you know it's just a lifestyle for you. The same way, these extraordinary powers are only seeming as powers till we cognize that as our existence. After that, it's like how seeing is a power, hearing is a power, walking is a power, talking is a power. These power manifestations, consciousness over matter, the way you move your legs and walk, you'll be able to move another object to walk along with you. You know, in the airports, we see these suitcases that will, through a magnetic pull, when they walk, the suitcase just follows them, right? Swamiji actually had a vision through power had a vision for the power of consciousness over matter, which was saying that through the power of consciousness over matter, your coconut will follow you around like a pet. That is how Swamiji envisions this science of power manifestation. If you ask your housemaid, hey, the keys are lost, can you tell me where it is? She will say, 1 minute, I'm just scanning through my third eye, and she will tell you where it is. That is how Swamiji envisions. He says, as common as an iPhone, as a phone, I will make power manifestation science. So it's all about living it as a lifestyle, ma.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Yes, Manandeshwari, that's beautiful. Manifest on hand, the coconuts.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Beautiful. Ma Purusha, you're sharing. Swamiji made the tangerine roll off your hand. That's awesome, Ma.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now we'll be entering into the next session where from this understanding about what real ahimsa is, what real non-violence is, we are going to be introducing ourselves towards the Paramashanta Swarupa of Paramashiva, that space of Paramashiva which is eternally peaceful. Isn't that something I would say many people, almost everyone wishes for that one thing, peace. Swamiji says, if you want happiness in your life, look for peace. So now we are going to be understanding powerful cognitions, the higher powerful cognitions from Swamiji about the introduction into Paramashanta Swarupa of Paramashiva. So he was managing, but one thing he refused: I will not eat vegetarian food. I want only non-veg food. Of course, engineers are not going to get that. For 17 days, he did not eat. For 7 days, he did not eat, saying that I will only eat non-veg food, I will not eat vegetarian food. Then the 18th day, he ate the food and he loved it.
Let's enter into today's satsang. Thought is nothing but your inability to cope up with reality. The definition of a thought as per Paramashiva, inability to cope up with the reality. Whenever you are complete with the reality, you just function without something called thought. If you know you are thinking, there will be an incompletion and itching, irritation. If you are acting out of completion, there will not be any thoughts. There will be signals, there will be instructions, there will be orders from your consciousness to you. but there will not be thoughts. Understand? Signals coming from your consciousness, instructions, orders, commands coming from your consciousness to function, to be alive, to be active, to do something is not to be confused with the irritating, itching, confusing, incomplete, internal incompletion thoughts or thought currents. Listen. Thoughts are not needed for the consciousness to own, possess your intra-organ, internal organ and your body and move your life. You need to know, you confuse between your thoughts and the instructions of your superconsciousness to your consciousness, to your consciousness, to your intra-organs, from your intra-organs to your internal organs, from internal organs to your body. Don't confuse that and this. Listen carefully. Paramashiva moves this whole universe without thoughts, being in the state of Paramashanta Swarupa. That shows thoughts are not needed to run your existence as Paramashiva manifested it. Thoughts are your feeling something is missing, inadequate, not enough, incomplete. That insecurity, suffocation, incompletion, that generates something cranky, worms going in your brain. Parasites running in your intestine. That crankiness, the thoughts and thought currents generated by that crankiness is not needed to run your life. This is the most powerful, important cognition you need to cognize. Understand, Hinduism fundamentally does not believe in belief system or faith system. It very clearly explains the methodology of powerful cognition-based functioning system. I am not going to tell you, believe, you don't need thoughts to run your life. No. I am going to say, Shravana, listen, Manana, internalize, Nithyananda, start living this powerful cognition. So the powerful cognition I am giving you now, Paramashiva, running the whole universe, much, much, much more than what we are running in our life. He is running it from the space of Paramashanta Swarupa, without any thought currents, out of pure intelligence. When he can run, you can run. Decide, you will be in the space and state of Paramashiva, Paramashanta Swarupa, and live your life. You will see thoughts and thought currents become redundant. They just fall off from you. Like a old skin getting peeled off and falling. The old hair falling. Old nail falling. Just like old things fall off from you, the ideology you need thoughts and thought currents to run your life will fall off from you. Meditate on this powerful cognition. Internalize it. Internalize it. Manifest it. Do Shravana Manana Nididhyasana of Paramashanta Swarupa, Paramashiva. who is so big, he does not need thoughts even to run this whole universe. Even to run this whole universe, he does not need thoughts. Why do you need thoughts to run your life? Too small. Decide to be in his space by listening, internalizing and manifesting this powerful cognition in your inner space. Live and experience thoughtless space. There is a space below your heart center, above the navel center, Anandagandha chakra, where all the 21 chakras, above 7, middle 7, below 7, all the 21 chakras merge in. In that Anandagandha space, remember you are Paramashiva. What you feel as Paramashiva, what you feel as I and Paramashiva is one and the same. With that decision to cognize Paramashivoham, Paramashanta Swarupa, Paramashivoham, he will manifest more and make you cognize you don't need thoughts and thought currents to run your life. Without thoughts and thought currents, just by directly manifesting his intuition and Paramashanta Swarupa, you become more and more efficient, more and more energetic, more and more alive, more and more spiritual, more and more strong, more and more enlightened. Your breathing and his breathing is one and the same. Please understand, this is the real good news he wants to tell you. If you are breathing, he is breathing inside you. Your breathing touches his breathing and comes back. Every time when you are inhaling, goes in and turns to come out, it touches his breathing and then comes out. So where your inhaling breath takes a turn as exhaling breath, that is where he is residing, he is available to you. His breathing and your breathing connects, only then takes a turn. Paramashiva's message from Sri KAILASA directly. Listen. Future can be manifested as you want. It can be planned and planted as you want. Listen to this whole science, step by step. First, listen, bring minimalistic, reactionary, assumptions in your inner space. Let me repeat this word. This is the key word. Minimalistic, reactionary assumptions means Paramashanta Swarupa is powerfulness, eternal youth, powerfulness. Reactionary assumptions makes you ugly, old, dead. Minimalistic, reactionary assumptions keeps you young, beautiful, alive. Withdrawing from reactionary assumptions is unclutching. Assumptions which makes you abusively react, explode. Understand? When you were young, you might have seen your uncle or dad or somebody in the family throwing tantrum, violently screaming, behaving abusively and establishing his supremacy and getting things done as he wants. Then unconsciously you decide and you learn this is the way to get your things done. And you associate that aggressive, reactionary, violent, throwing your weight is the methodology for getting your things done the way you want, and you associate that with heroism. Understand? This is the most fundamentally flawed, wrong assumption you come to assume. The binary logics exploitation over your system. Understand? Because your uncle or dad or somebody has thrown their weight and got the things as they want in one situation by reactionary aggression, does not mean life functions with that logic. Establishing your supremacy through the reactionary assumptions and aggressive, explosive, abusive, violent, throwing tantrum and establishing your supremacy through that violent, explosive behavior and associating abusive nature and heroism. Understand? All this might work in one or two situations for someone. But if you bring the binary logic and that is the way life happens, you are wrong. You are absolutely messed up. A little stronger word. So, there are some words I don't utter, but you hear. There are some words, even if I utter, you don't hear. But there are some words I don't utter, but you hear. Your life is, I have not uttered, but you heard. All right. Listen. Listen. Reactionary assumptions are poison planted in your system, bioenergy through binary logic. And every time the reactionary assumptions explode in your system, you have nervous breakdown. Reactionary assumptions are poison entered in your system, bioenergy through binary logic. And every time the reactionary assumptions explode in your system, you have nervous breakdown. If the nervous breakdown becomes a regular lifestyle, you have mental breakdown. Understand? But I will explain, and I request all of you to watch this satsang few times. See, principles of Ishana, principles of listening means, and principles of Ishana, principles of liberation means, I uttered the word principles of listening, it's principles of liberation. Principles of liberation means liberate yourself from reactionary assumptions. You will solve all the problems. You will manifest best possibility and best powers. I'll give you an example. I'll just give you an example, simple example. Almost 99% of the people have confusion between these two, anyone. Sometimes even both. Listen. The principles of liberation, applying the principles of liberation means withdraw. No, I'm not saying resign the job or divorce the spouse. No. Withdraw for just 48 hours, 2 days. Decide. I'm not going to be in this job anymore. I've decided. Liberation. Principle of liberation. Over. Now, this reactionary assumptions which is instigating me and making me feel this job is a torture. Let me discover all of it. Then, if you discover your reactionary assumptions which makes you feel that job is a torture, you will understand the real problems. And then you can list what for you were in that position, what all the good things that job is offering, what all the suffocations that job is making you feel. In this, how much is reactionary assumptions and how much is real suffocation? If you just sit and unclutch from Paramashanta Swarupa, Samadhi, Paramashanta Swarupa, and see the whole thing with the liberating principles. Understand? Whenever you come to the higher state, you are liberated from lower state. Whenever you decide to unclutch, you are liberated from that confusion. You get a clear vision into that confusion. Listen. If you are a visitor or viewer watching this satsang, to do this process I am describing, you will get a clicks understandings where your reactionary assumptions were making you feel suffocated without the real suffocation. So you can manifest more possibilities. If you are my disciple, I give you the promise, commitment. Do this process applying liberating principles, principles of Ishana into every complication, difficulty, suffocation you are going through, I give you the boon. You will manifest the power and change the whole situation. Suddenly, you will have a different manager. Your boss will be changed. You will have a transfer to the same unit you want. You will have transfer with promotion, higher pay, the way you want. I'll cause all the battles. Just apply this principles of Ishana. Understand? With the blessings of Paramashiva. With the grace of Paramashiva, for my disciples, I am giving you boon. You just apply the liberation principles inside. Transforming your boss, your subordinates, and cleaning up all the old mess you made is my responsibility. I commit with you. When I commit, you know I do it. With the grace of Paramashiva, I'll clean up the whole mess. You have decided internally, consciously. You tell Paramashiva, Paramashiva is inside your boss also. He is Antaryami. You tell Paramashiva, and with the grace of Paramashiva, for all my disciples, I give commitment. If you complete with Paramashiva, for everything you have done to your boss or your spouse, I commit with you. Paramashiva is responsible for transforming them, making them trust you are a new person, and let us start new. Let us start fresh. This is, with the grace of Paramashiva, my commitment to all my disciples. You don't have to feel, oh, I have to give up my ego now. I have to go and beg and ask them completion and all that. Relax. Listen carefully. Shanti means able to see the gap between what is the instinct of the I and what is the instinct of the mind. That is Shanti. Able to see inside your inner space. The thoughts generated in you, are they from mind or are they from I? Always the I realizes and releases only powerful cognitions. Always mind realizes and raises only powerless cognitions. It's an eternal law of life. Ability to see the gap is Shanti. Inability to see the gap is Moga. Understand? Worst shade of the lust is not the attachment with another person or the body. It is not the craving or the attachment you have for another person or the body. It is inability to see the cognitions you are carrying are from the I or from the mind. Shanti means ability to see the gap between these two. Is my decisions and ideas, identity is coming from the I or mind? Be very clear. All the great things comes from I and all the worst things comes from mind. Lust confuses you and makes you feel the I is the source of the mind, and many of the decisions of the mind gets the rubber stamp of I and gets executed. That is the worst forgery happens inside your system. Understand? It is like forging the president's signature. How can the country be safe if somebody forges the president's signature? Because once the moha is able to convince you the decision of the mind is the decision of the I, you just do it. Paramashiva is called as Paramashanta Swarupa. Meditate on this quality. I commit with you, I'll program this Paramashanta in you. Intensify your inner space through any one of these methods. I'll describe the methods now, just 5. Continuous, unbroken prayer. Or continuous, unbroken ajapa japa. Continuous, unbroken Paramashanta Swarupa Dhyana. Continuous, unbroken oneness. Continuous, unbroken, unclutching. Understand? I can give some more methods. First, let me describe these. Use any one of this or all of it, no problem. See, sometimes you may feel that prayer is so deeply helping you. Do that. Sometimes completely sitting in Paramashanta Swarupa, just letting the universe run, and you sit as Paramashanta Swarupa, Paramashiva Swarupa, as the center of the whole universe. I tell you, really, the life you feel inside you is center of the universe. I tell you, this is the fundamental truth. The inhaling prana going inside you touches the Dvata Shanta, the space of Paramashiva, where Paramashiva resides in you. Only then it takes a turn and comes out. If you start living in the space of peace of Paramashiva, Paramashanta Swarupa, remembering the reality, he breathes, inhales and exhales in you. With the eternal bliss and peace. When that becomes Nitya in you, the very quality of your existence goes up. See, the taste, what you consider as joy, bliss, that very quality raises. You become beautiful to yourself and to everyone around you. You become too cute to yourself. You yourself will start feeling, oh, I am so cute. And everyone around you will start feeling that, oh, he's so cute. That feeling, you feeling cute within you, about you, and everyone around you feeling you are cute for them too. That is the fragrance of Paramashiva oozing out of you. That joy, Paramashanta Swarupa.
Nithyanandam. Swamiji revealed to all of us a very, very, very important principle. Paramashanta Swarupa of Paramashiva. I request all the participants to please kindly come on the camera. Nithyanandam, please come on the camera. How many of you understood what Swamiji explained? I request every one of you, Ma Venkateshananda, Ma Saroj Oplish, Ma Shukrendrananda, Ma Wei Huang, Ma Nithyanandesha, Ma Anandeshwari, Ma Anandapriye, every one of you that are here with us. May I request all of you, please take a few minutes and just write few points, whatever you have understood. This is something very important because today's initiation is going to be based on this. It's so nice to see all of you being here. I request each of you take a few minutes of your time. Write down, just post it here in the chat. What did you understand from this session? What are the clicks you had? Even few clicks you had, please type it down. It's actually very nice. I really feel so wonderful when I see participants from time zones that are like really odd timing. I know it's quite late in so many places, and you all stay up with your nighttime and be here. It's like I'm just so amazed at your intensity for wanting to have this breakthrough. I request all the participants, please type it down and post it here. What did you understand? Ma Priyadarshini Chakravarti, Ma Margarita, Ma Sonia Rao. I request all of you, please come on camera. Ma Ankita, Ma Anisha. Now let us do a very important exercise. Listen carefully. You're going to be first take a few minutes. How many of you understand this? When you were young, you might have seen your uncle or your dad or somebody in the family throwing a tantrum, violently screaming, behaving abusively, establishing his supremacy and getting things done as he wants. Then, unconsciously, we decide, learn, this is the way to get my things done. And we associate that aggressive, reactionary, violent throwing away is the methodology for getting the things done the way you want. And we associate that as heroism. How many of you understand this important cognition? If you're understanding, I request all of you to please put yes in the chat. Oh, Ma Anisha, I'll just check on it. I see that you're not able to start your video. We'll just check on it. Thank you for letting me know. Meanwhile, I request all of you to type and post if you're able to relate with this. Many times we just catch this as a method to react. See, now we feel like no, I just get triggered, I react. But how many of you remember some point you see your parents? I've seen so many times like the kids, that's the way we learn as kids. We start having this issue where we start feeling like, oh, if I want to get something done, I have to throw big time. Margarita, I think it's fixed now. I just fixed it. I request if you could please just check once if you're able to start your video. Sorry for the technical glitch. Thank you so much. Okay, are you all understanding this? See, listen carefully. Many times it is, you see that this is the way your mother is talking, this is the way your father is talking, and you pick it up and you see when you throw a tantrum as a kid, I want that candy, and like you just yell, roll on the ground, throw a tantrum. Your mom will be forced to buy that for you, and then you think like, aha, I found this is the way that I can get things done. How many of you see, yes, 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 this is exactly how it happens? How many of you are able to see that? Please raise your hands if you're able to relate to what I'm saying. All the participants, come on. I want to hear proactively from everybody. Please take a moment and please post it in the chat. Ma Venkateshananda, are you able to relate to this? Ma Nithyananda has put 2 yes, okay. All of you, please post. Great. So now I see many of you saying yes. How does this tantrum thing start in us? How many of you see yourself many times, even for like small things, you just become this violent reactionary patterns is that like we just flare up thinking that that is what is going to actually give us what we want. How many of you are able to see that? Now take a few minutes, pen down all the times you threw a tantrum violently, screaming through aggressive reactionary behavior, by throwing your weight as a methodology for getting your things done. Like, for example, you see that you go politely ask, you see that your mom is not responding, she's not even bothering. Same thing, your younger sister is going, she's throwing a tantrum and then she's getting what she wants, and you're like, that's the way, and you decide you're going to throw a tantrum. You see, however, like the same thing happens. You learn something even from your spouse, you learn this from everyone. Take a few minutes and write down the incidents where this has happened. Purnasakanandaya, Saikun, Dario Trujillo. Take a few minutes and please come on camera. It doesn't work with you. You're saying, Unadanaya. See, it's not just it working with you. See, for example, I'll give you an example, okay? Sometimes what happens, somebody doesn't listen to us. So then what we start doing is like we start saying, hey, you know what, if you don't, like we start picking up an argument or we start trying to put them down, something in a way that you violently react. Actually, deep inside you, you don't want to be that person. But this is what we start becoming. Are you understanding what I mean? Everard Alfaroya, Arvind Menon, Lincoln Souza, Ezekiel Franco. How many of you are understanding this? I request all of you to please kindly come on camera. Okay, wonderful. Let us now sit and write this down. I'm going to give all of you a few minutes so you all can sit and please pen this down. Any doubts, any questions, feel free to ask us. We are right here. We can immediately answer your questions. Just feel free to post it here in the chat. I hope all the participants have now finished writing the step 1. Have all of you written? Any questions any of you have? Feel free to post that and ask. Any questions? Any of you have any kind of a question? You can post it now and ask. Okay. So no questions. Let's move to the second step. All right. Listen carefully. Now, all of us have written down the situations, right? Like, for example, you're in a terrible confusion whether to be in this job or not, and decide, I am not going to be in this job anymore. I had decided liberation over. Now, let me drop this reactionary assumptions, which is instigating me and making me feel that this job is a torture. Let me discover all of it. Then, if you discover your reactionary assumptions, which is making you feel that this job is a torture, you'll understand the real problems, and then you can list out what for you are in that position. Listen carefully. These reactionary assumptions that we carry. Okay. Ma Sonia, I was asking, like throwing a tantrum if things don't get our way. Is that what we're supposed to do? Not just that. For example, we just don't want to do some stuff. Like we just feel like I don't want this. It might be because you failed in something. It might be because you just can't handle it. It might be any of those. You just feel like you want to throw it away, or you want to throw a tantrum to get things the way you want it to be done. Mankita is saying, usually when I'm thinking of taking decision out of fear, I will become more aggressive in how I try to convince another person to allow me to take the decision. And if the person isn't convinced quickly, I become even more aggressive. So then my judgment will be distorted as I'm blinded by the fear. Ankita, wonderful that you have discovered this. Listen carefully. Now I want you to write down an incident. See, you don't need to put it even in everyone. If you need help in analyzing in that incident, you can just put it as a private message. But I want you to sit now and write down an incident where exactly you felt this as a pattern. Like actually write down. Like for example, you just feel some fear just attacking inside you. I remember this. So like this is a very simple incident, but I feel that this might also provide as an example and make it easier for us to understand. Because this is how I understood it. So I had messed up in something. Okay, I was trying to do something and I messed it up. Like I didn't do it properly. And then I was talking to someone, and that person and another person, like two of them, were asking me, like trying to help me identify why I missed it. What was the exact issue? All right. So then the fear, immediately I had an insecurity, some kind of a fear that kicked inside me. And the immediate reaction I had was like, oh, no, I have been actually working hard. I didn't do this. I didn't do that. I actually, I have done this work. I've been working really hard for this, that. For almost like 3-4 minutes, I was talking like this. Then the person told me, hey, just why don't you pause for a moment now and actually unclutch and see this whole sentences you spoke. Was it really matching to our actual conversation? I was like, okay, let me just try that. I unclutched. Then I myself revisited the same conversation we had. And I understood the question that was asked and the conversation that was going was completely irrelevant to what I was responding. What happened in me was some other incompletion from my past got triggered, making me come to my own reactionary assumptions, thinking, oh, this is what the people are telling me. But actually, in fact, that was not even the conversation that happened. This happens so many times for all of us. Simple thing. You might be feeling bad about something. And let's say the person who usually smiles at you, probably that person is busy. just one day he just did not look at you and smile. That's it. All your kundalini will get awakened in a wrong direction. You will like, oh my God, this person is now incomplete with me. This person is not going to talk to me. This happened, that happened. Like, so much reactions just kick inside your system. But actually, factually, it won't even be true. Are you understanding? Are you catching this? See, the decisions we may take would be from that reactionary assumptions and not really from what is factual. Swamiji says in the next level, even when factually people try to attack you, people try to violate you, Swamiji has gone through like factually, the numerous murder attempts done, the attacks done, the character assassination done. It's something you cannot handle. For Swamiji, what Swamiji has been through, yet Swamiji does not react to it. There's no reaction. There's only a response, a ferocious response by expanding himself and making all these redundant. Are you understanding? So we are going to look into this aspect right. How many of you are catching this? Write down, like for example, you're in a terrible confusion whether you want to be in this job or not. There's a reactionary pattern, there's a reaction that's happening. You already have so many, you're finding it difficult because of some particular reason, but already there are hundreds of reactions that are happening inside of you, because of which you're so convinced, you feel so strongly inside, you're going to fail, you're going to be, this is not going to work out for you, or this is torture for you, whatever. But actually, the simple reason would have been, I didn't finish 2 documents that I was supposed to review yesterday. But your reactionary assumption, the insecurities that come along with it, will project to you a great fail future or something that's going to pull you down. Sit now and analyze this. What all are the good things that this job is offering? What are the suffocations that this job is making me feel? In this, how much is my reactionary assumption? How much is my real suffocation? Identify the real problems first. Ankita, are you understanding? Now, first sit down and identify, write a situation and identify. See, even if 1 or 2 situations, if you're able to catch it, simply the pattern will disappear for you. Swamiji says, you will see every time you react to a certain situation in a certain manner, you empower that again and again. Actually, patterns don't have life. Our reactions, our conscious support to it gives them life. Sit now. I request all the participants to sit and actually analyze. Human beings cannot be with a problem for a long time. We are not programmed for it. If you're suffering, struggling with the same pattern, same problem, and finding the same solution again and again and again, be very clear, you have not found your problem yet. You're only juggling with your reactionary assumptions about you. So let's sit now and actually analyze our inner space. What's happening? Do a postmortem of your own inner space. Identify. Will actually help you a lot to gain a lot more insight about you inside of you. Please sit and write down. Identify this reactionary assumptions and patterns related to it. What are the problems you're struggling with? Take a few minutes and write it down. Any help you want, feel free to post it here in the chat. We'll help you. Ma, Anisha, are you understanding this? Are you able to relate at this? See, something simple. I'll give you another example. It might be someone might be talking to you about a certain project. Okay, I'll just give you a simple example. Now, but already inside of you, probably some other incompletion from some other situation, you'll carry it forward and you'll feel like, oh my God, this person is talking to me exactly with this agenda. Actually, this we find a lot, like, it is many of the South Indian women. They waste their whole time watching these TV serials. And there are some TV serials, all the time, same template story, where how all the worst things that can happen in a family, one person conspiring against another person, husband conspiring against a wife, this happens, that happens. When we start reacting inside, you start feeling like when they keep watching that again and again, they start feeling like probably this is what is happening even in me. Even this is, I might be also go be the victim of this. All these ideas get into their system. Poor husband. One day he would have been late by half an hour. Probably because his boss had asked him to sit and finish a job and only then go to the house. But that half an hour period, what they will go through these people, the women, what they would go through in their inner space. Probably he's cheating on. Probably he just left me. I know because the coffee was not good in the morning. He's upset at me. That is why he's doing this to me. 100 reactions would have gone in the inner space. By the time that poor fellow comes back from office to home, already this person would be ready with 10 divorce notices and 10, 20 times patch up and again reacting and seeing with a doubtful lens. By the time the actual fact would have been even getting to know, the inner space would have lost its energy, wasting its time in all these reactions. Let us first understand where we are struggling with. Shall we do it? Great. Please sit down now and write down. hope now all the participants, were all of you able to sit and write it down? Were each of you able to finish this? Now we're going to be moving to the next step. Decide. Unclutch from this reactionary assumptions which is instigating you and discover why it makes you feel the way it makes you feel. You will understand the real problems. Actually, how much is reactionary assumptions? How much is real suffocation? Sit and unclutch. Do not engage with it. See, for example, for all of us, our problems will feel so real. Like, honestly, that, like, many times I myself will feel like, no, I know, but I strongly feel this is not a reactionary assumption. Like, many times, if when I think, oh, if I'm wrongly being, blamed or things like these, actually think the situation would not be like that. But our own mind will convince us and will react from that reactionary assumption. So first take a few minutes and please pen this down. Take a few minutes, please pen this down. And once you finish it, just see, first consciously decide to unclutch. Sit as Paramashiva and the Paramashanta Swarup. And with that intense space of unclutching, Paramashanta Swarupa of Paramashiva, just visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Re-look at your situations. Simply Swamiji will reveal the solutions for you. You will itself understand, you'll be able to dissect. Please relax. Hope all of you have written down and with the unclutching. Wonderful. So now, as we all are approaching the most awaited part of our day, favorite for all of us, which is experiencing the darshan. We are going to be entering into the preparation for darshan very shortly. And before we go into the preparation for darshan, we have with us one of the devotees of Swamiji who happened to have met Swamiji very recently and has an amazing breakthrough. How Swamiji manifested for her in her life, making it so magical. We have Ma Shen Wong, who is joining us here for this session. Nithyananda Ma.
Nithyananda.
Nithyananda, so sweet to have you here. How are you doing?
I'm good today. Yes, I want to share that how Swamiji helped me and help people around me. I was bothered and controlled by some dark energy and very depressed the whole last year, totally 1 year. And I tried to get rid of this situation, but it was so difficult for me. Then I met Swamiji from YouTube, and I contacted the Sangha, and they suggest me to join Swamiji's Darshan. And I joined the Darshan. I just write a message to Swamiji, please help me get rid of this black energy and give me free. Just 2 minutes. All this dark energy and this depressed feeling and this conflict feeling disappear. And I felt myself can breathe again. So I was so astonished, so powerful. And I later, I also experienced another thing. I work as a doctor, and I had my clinic in Norway, in Oslo. And one day,
Sorry, I
yeah,
just wanted. Okay, so how long you've been connected to Swamiji?
From May of this year. Half year, I think. Yeah. From May, yeah.
For a few months. Oh wow. How
yeah, I sometimes surf on net and watch YouTube. And when I heard Mahavakya and when I see the film of Swamiji, I felt a lot of blessing energy, and I felt it's like very sweet energy around. And when I suffering from this black energy feeling, like this whole 1 year thing, when I watch Swamiji's video, suddenly I felt myself much better. So I contact the Sangha. And then the person suggests me to join the Darshan. And I just try. And in the Darshan, I write a message directly to Swamiji, please help me get rid of this affection of this black energy around me. And just 2 minutes, this disappeared. All this depressed conflict and very hopeless feeling disappeared. So I was very happy. And then I start to follow the lessons, follow the theory of inner waking, theory.
So I just have a question. So you were also in, I think, in the conversation you were mentioning, you're a doctor, is it? Like, maybe do you want to
Yeah.
just give a quick about, like, yeah. So you're a doctor, and what is the miracle that you wanted to share? What exactly you were going to share something?
Yeah, I experienced one thing recently. It's a boy. He's 22 years old. He's a Norwegian person, and um, he had a lot of angry and violent inside, and he hated his mother uh, at home, and the mother need to call the police to control him, and he can't control himself. And this boy always told that he want to do suicide, want to kill himself. And the mother is one of my patient, and the mother came to me and told me about this situation. And when he explained what happened at her home, her son's suicide issue, I felt my office atmosphere suddenly become very, very bad. It's like a lot of violent, angry, and a lot of like depressed, hopeless feeling. And I automatically reacted to play Mahavakya. I start to play Mahavakya in my office, just like a few minutes. The room, my office room's atmosphere changed to be a blessing, and even the mother, this patient, she felt something change, and she felt not so hopeless, not so depressed, and she asked me, "What's this?" And I told her, "This is Mahavakya. This is Swamiji's mantra. Swamiji is my guru." And the mother asked why I suddenly feel so much peaceful and I feel safe, and and I told her that you need to play Mahavakya at your home 24 hours in your living room and let your son can heard a little bit. You always play that. And she was so hopeless and she just tried. And next week when she came back to my office, she said her son stopped talking about suicide and
Wow.
stopped this very extremely violent behavior, and her son became much more calm. And I was also very surprised, and I just suggest her continue play Mahabakya, and also let her to register in KAILASA and try to help her to join the online license. Yeah,
Ma,
this is
uh,
the second thing. Mm.
actually, I just wanted to share something. You know, when you're sharing, it reminds me of something very beautifully tells. Even your act of just sharing one satsang link to someone, your act of just chanting Mahavakya to someone, or just having Swamiji in your video when you make a video, that would be life changing for another being who is waiting to connect. You told it very beautifully. I mean, imagine today. I this reminded me of one other similar. I encountered a situation with similar situation with one of the people who had attended the program, one of the participants, who had her own daughter who was extremely suicidal. And that poor mother would go through so much of trauma because she could not handle it's like to see their child talking about suicide, and she would say she could not even leave her child alone in the room. She's old enough, she's like 22 years old, but she could not leave the child alone because of the constant blackmail, and it took such an emotional toll on the whole family and extremely depressed. When you're saying just by listening to Mahavakya, which you played in the there is like she doesn't know Swamiji, she doesn't know Hinduism, she doesn't know anything. Just by merely hearing Swamiji's voice and going back and playing that to her son, her son walked out of the whole suicidal thought patterns. Oh my God. I mean, it is no joke, right? When Swamiji tells, even your one small act, when he tells, go share on Facebook, go make a post on Facebook, or when Swamiji tells, just take a minute to go and enrich someone with Bhagavad Gita, it just reminds me of the depth of compassion it comes from, and you know what difference it could make to people's lives.
That's I felt really very magic and very fast. Things change and the situation change, and it's I just tried share with her, and I said you can play, and I never think that she did every day, and the result comes so fast. And yes, and next time when she came to me, she just said he stopped talking about suicide, and it's much calmer at home. And before, it's like he was very violent and very a lot of angry. Everything is like wrong, and blame himself, felt the life is hopeless, and want to kill himself. But now, when the mother came, she said that he's like calm, and he's like start to think about the practical things. Yeah, so the situation already changed, and the mother also registered. She sent me message. She registered in KAILASA, and she will join the lessons. Yeah.
It's so nice to hear how you met Swamiji only, I mean, just through YouTube in May of this year. And just in that few months, what kind of a life transformation, not just to you, but through you, even saved her son from dying, like going through suicide, or even an entire family. That's so powerful. And earlier you had also mentioned to me about another breakthrough that you had. Do you want to share a few words about that, Mark?
Yeah, that's a very big. It's another very big issue, and it was very strange. Last month, when I work, came a patient, and she's the first time meet me, and I just do like the common treatment for her. And later, after 2 days, she sent a message. She said she bleed 750 milliliter, almost die. And I was very shocked because this thing never happened. I've been in this practicing in Norway like 10 years, and this thing never happened. And I was very shocked, and she blamed me, and it's like very dangerous, and it can be some very serious accident, medical accident. And I was very stressful, and I do not know how to deal with the situation. And I offered Swamiji a pad puja, and I asked help from Swamiji. And Swamiji gave me a emergency blessing. And I remember Swamiji said, "Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. I will heal her and heal you and protect your business and blessing." And I was like, okay, then things already happened, and I got blessing, and I feel a little bit safer. And every day when I felt worry about this, I will listen to Swamiji's darshan, this word to me, to make myself feel better. And after 2 weeks, it's proved that this patient, she had a kidney transplant surgeon before, and she has a bleeding history before. Like 1 year ago, she had a lot of bleeding before. So the case, this accident became another situation. So it's not, she can't like put all this responsibility, this blame to myself, to me, but it's already that her situation is in a very high risk of bleeding. So the whole situation, the whole case now it's become a more like a normal and a small case. And we still go through this, but I felt it's like before I felt myself was in the hell, but now I felt, oh, this is not a hell. It's just go through this case and things will getting better. Yeah.
Oh, so beautiful. How, see, it's so powerful. Actually, today we in the sessions we were learning about this reactionary assumptions and the reactionary patterns, right? How we all struggle because of that. And we all go through a lot of suffering because of that. We have our own reactionary patterns, and that pattern sit inside us and trouble us a lot. Like you feel so suffocated. You feel life is a torture. You feel life is hell. And at times you can complete and actually you can complete and come out of it. But there are at times where you feel like, no, factually it's impossible for me to come out of this. Only solution is Guru. Only solution is Guru. That is why when the moment actually your journey is so fast, beautiful. Like I'm just so happy that you got to meet Swamiji and that you attended the program, you connected to Swamiji, offered Palpuja, and you're able to be here having this beautiful miracle. I'm so happy for you because you just met Swamiji in the May month of May. Now we are in December, and just in such a short span of time the kind of things that have transformed inside of you, whether the cognitions, whether the dark energy leaving you, the depression leaving you. First, Swamiji removed the negativities away from you. Second, through you, helped few more people to remove that negativity from them. And then Swamiji caused a huge miracle. See, many times when we are experiencing the miracles, right, we ourselves would not know that, oh, this is a miracle, because we always have a perception miracle means it has to happen in this manner. I have to go through a struggle and then boom, some magic has to happen. And that's what we call as a miracle. So if the day one itself of this case had gotten solved, you would have not known that, oh my God, this is Swamiji who's there with me. But just out of that compassion, to have you experience a miracle so beautifully, Swamiji played his entire Leela and he himself manifested for you. And now it's so sweet to hear from you, where you know very strongly deep inside of you that no matter what, even my worst suffering, even I may think it is hell, I may think it's a torture, I have Cosmos, my Guru, Swamiji with me. And no matter what, he is there. He will protect me from it. He will walk me out of any problem that I'm in. See, now your own problem, whatever problems came, I mean, you could have lost your medical license. It was such a serious situation. And it's a life threatening situation even for another person. Swamiji created such a beautiful miracle. And correctly, like you said, right? The one word caught my attention ma was how the moment you offered Pada Puja, Swamiji gave it like an emergency blessing. Like immediately Swamiji blessed you and made sure that your situation is resolved. Like that's so sweet. Swamiji knows when Swamiji is doing what, like precisely, right? Like everything, why, when a person needs to receive the blessing, when Swamiji has to bless that person, Swamiji just knows that exactly. And rightly, Swamiji had blessed you, showered you with his blessings, caused this beautiful miracle for you. And I'm so happy listening to your powerful sharing. I also wanted to ask you, how was it when you offered Pada Puja to Swamiji for the first time?
First time it's after I finished this 21 days online license, and I just offer Pad Puja to connect it with the Guru and to ask the blessing of my family, myself, and that was the first time. And yeah, but I do not know so many how to say, so much knowledge about Hinduism and what is Pat Puja, what is Mahashra Puja, and I have no idea. I just the Sangha helped me and explained to me everything and suggest me to do this or to do that. Then I just follow. Since I'm quite new, I never know Hindus before. Yeah.
Don't worry, I just wanted to tell you, even Hindus don't know about all of these things. That's the truth. It's only Swamiji who is reviving all of these. I
Yeah.
honestly, like Maheshwar Puja or Pada Puja, I never heard about it before. Only Swamiji had even introduced these to us, and Swamiji only gave us these references from scriptures. And then only I got to know, oh my God, such a big tradition, such a powerful offering. You just offer Pratyaksha Pada Puja to Swamiji. Swamiji will manifest everything, shower you with everything, and with the powerfulness of I myself can manifest. Like you had that, you'll be empowered with that cognition also. So it's like so powerful. And thank you so much for taking your time and coming and sharing with us. It's really, really beautiful to hear. You shared the whole thing in a quick gist. And I think I see some comments also. People have posted saying that Mahavakya is powerful, wonderful story. This is such a wonderful sharing. Thank you for sharing, Ma. Wow. I see many messages. Participants are also posting. Thank you so much, my truly your story was very inspiring. And every time I really love listening from participants, people, how Swamiji manifested for them. Like every time I listen to it, I'm just like so awed how powerfully Swamiji is able to manifest for each one of us. Like each of us will feel like exclusively Swamiji is manifesting for me. And that is true. He is manifesting exclusively for us, listening to our prayers, listening to what we want, and continuously showering us, and showering us. This is truly beautiful to listen to your sharing. Thanks a lot for taking your time and coming. Nithyananda.
Yeah, and thank you.
सुराधिपं नमस्कृत्य शशाङ्ककृतशेखरं कपालवालिनं देवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं
सदाशिव सदाशिव नित्यानन्द सदाशिव 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 नित्यानन्द सदाशिव
कालेश्वर महाकालं कालाञ्जननिवासिनं कालकृत्कालवेत्तारं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं
सदाशिव सदाशिव नित्यानन्द सदाशिव 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 नित्यानन्द सदाशिव
सर्वकृत् सर्ववेत्तारं सर्वज्ञम् अपराजितं सर्वभूतात्मभूतस्थं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं
सदाशिव सदाशिव नित्यानन्द सदाशिव 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 नित्यानन्द सदाशिव
यो सृजत् सर्वभूतानि ब्रह्मान्द्याश्च सुरासुरा तमहं लोककर्तारं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं
सदाशिव सदाशिव नित्यानन्द सदाशिव 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 नित्यानन्द सदाशिव
वरं वरेण्यं वरदं वरिष्ठं वरवाहनं वनमालाधरं देवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं
सदाशिव सदाशिव नित्यानन्द सदाशिव 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 नित्यानन्द सदाशिव
प्रीतियत्प्रीतिदातारं सुप्रियं प्रियदर्शनम् उमापतिं सदाकान्तं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं
सदाशिव सदाशिव नित्यानन्द सदाशिव 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 नित्यानन्द सदाशिव
धर्माधर्ममयं देवं सुखदुःखफलोदयं बन्धमोक्षप्रणीतारं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं
सदाशिव सदाशिव नित्यानन्द सदाशिव 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 नित्यानन्द सदाशिव
मनोबुद्धिरहङ्कार तन्मात्रेन्द्रियगोचरं प्रधानपुरुषेशानं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं
सदाशिव सदाशिव नित्यानन्द सदाशिव 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 नित्यानन्द सदाशिव
यं ध्यायन्ति महात्मानो मुनयः संश्रितव्रताः तं ओङ्कारपरं सूक्ष्मं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं
सदाशिव सदाशिव नित्यानन्द सदाशिव 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 नित्यानन्द सदाशिव
सूक्ष्मं सर्वगतं नित्यं सर्वविद्येश्वरेश्वरं सर्वतत्त्वाश्रयं देवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं
सदाशिव सदाशिव नित्यानन्द सदाशिव 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 नित्यानन्द सदाशिव
పద సద సద గ పద పద పరి గ ప గ ప గ సరి గ రి గ ప గ పద పద సరి గ రి రి సద స పద సద సద గ పద పద పరి గ ప గ ప గ సంకట కవచ మధురానుభవానందం గురు స్మరణం
Nithyananda. Yes, that was a really beautiful sharing that we all saw. And how did you all enjoy the powerful sharing? We actually have anyone who wants to offer Pratyaksha Pada Puja to Swamiji. Understand any obstacle that you have, any kind of issues you have, whatever you might be going through. See, Ma Shenwang beautifully shared how she was going through a lot of struggle in her life. Like her main job, her career was at stake. Not just her job, but her entire career was at stake for something that she never even did. And she had no way out of it. It was a legal situation for her. And amidst that situation, she only met Swamiji. I was so touched to hear how she met Swamiji, right? She just met Swamiji in the month of May this year, just few months back. And she attended the program. And so far, she's already offered 2 Pada Pujas. The moment she went, she had this problem. She offered Pada Puja to Swamiji. Immediately, what she was going through, the struggle she was going through, got resolved for her just like that. Anyone who wants to avail this opportunity, we have a beautiful, auspicious day coming up, which is the day of Swamiji's avatar, when he descended on this planet, the Avatara Dinotsava. So that is coming up. And on that day, we have a beautiful opportunity to offer Pratyaksha Pada Puja at the lotus feet of Swamiji. So any of you want to offer, any of you want to use this opportunity and you want to offer Pratyaksha Pada Puja to Swamiji, please take a moment and sign up. Immediately our team would reach out to you and you can come and avail this beautiful, beautiful opportunity. Ma Saroj Oplesh has posted saying it was so empowering and inspiring. Ma, thank you so much. Thank you, Ma Saroj. You also shared so beautifully and so nice to hear that from you. So now, with this, let's enter into preparing ourselves for today's darshan. Today, we are going to be having a very, very, very unique, special initiation. Swamiji is going to be initiating us into his very super consciousness, the core of Paramashiva, into the core of each of us. Listen, that super conscious mutation is going to happen today. It's a very, very powerful process. Today we learned a lot about, we learned so many things where Swamiji explained to us the importance of non-violence, importance of having this Paramashanta Swarupa of Paramashiva as your inner space. You all learned this, right? Today's initiation, that core of Swamiji. Understand? The way how Swamiji operates, no matter what attack happens, not even a single moment is spent on reacting to it. Never. Like as a normal person, you will feel terrorized. Even if 0.1% of that experience had happened to us, probably would have had even a mental breakdown. But despite of so many, the number of assassination attempts, serious, brutal persecution that Swamiji has been subject to, till date, not even a single moment Swamiji had spent on reacting to it. Instead, Swamiji only, the flare up was only to contribute, intensifying more and more, expanding more and more, going on, expanding, expanding, and expanding. That is the powerful, extremely powerful inner space, that very core. How? No matter what happens outside, Swamiji is unperturbed, undisturbed by this whole thing. That inner space is going to be manifesting for us inside us. That is today's special initiation. where it is not just a powerful cognition transmission alone. Listen carefully. Initiation into Paramashanta, Shanti based Shakti, Bhakti, and Mukti. Where Shanti, not the peace that we know as dead peace, no, vibrant, alive peace, the peace of Shanti, that Shanti based Shakti, powers, powerful cognitions, Bhakti, feeling connection, and Mukti, liberation. That is the initiation we are going to be receiving, the initiation into Paramashanta. It's a very, very, very powerful, unique process that we are going to be experiencing today.
And one of the most important aspects today is we're all going to be blessed with the experience of being liberated from all anxiety, panic attacks, suffering, all of that. Ultimately, initiated with that most powerful, the most beautiful process. Swamiji is going to be conducting a process where Swamiji tells when Paramashiva sits, he exhales millions of Sarabeshwaras, and millions of Sarabeshwaras exhales millions of Kalabhairavas, and Kalabhairava destroys any anxiety in your inner space. Ultimately, reassuring the protection for each of us that when Swamiji is there is nothing for us to worry about. That is the experience all of us are going to be gaining today. Again and again, falling in love with Paramashiva, Swamiji in you. Every one of us are going to be experiencing this Shanti based bhakti. And suffering that you're going through, you really want to break free from. Today's process, today Swamiji is going to be taking us through a very powerful initiation, and that will help us completely walk out of all these anxiety and panic attacks. We are going to be doing a very unique meditation process for this purpose. I request all the participants to please settle down. I request you all to come in front of the camera.
This time, the powerful initiation that we are going to be receiving today, literally the core of Paramashiva's, Paramashanta Swarupa, how Swamiji is, that core is going to be transmitted to us today. Understand? You will see how, see, whenever you do any action, if any action brings you tiredness, boredom, that means you already have a belief of impossibility. Subtle impossibility has already developed in you. When you are carrying possibility and acting, every action brings more and more joy, excitement, and you'll start growing younger and younger. The space of Paramashanta Swarupa of Paramashiva brings that joy, powerful joy inside of you, excitement to life, continuous involvement with life. That is how Swamiji has made this whole Kailasa happen. Forget about, see, one side, the persecution attack happening, one more side, the excitement. It's not just that Swamiji is continuing the projects that Swamiji started. No, Swamiji is intensifying, expanding at that time, handling at least 500 projects, like easily. At that time, Swamiji will be handling so many projects, giving the next vision, micromanaging to the dot, and expanding, and expanding. That is how today Swamiji is just 46 years old, but Kailasa, a Hindu nation, has already formed, which till before Swamiji, no one had even the guts to be able to visualize or dream about. No, Swamiji has created it. Understand? This powerful core of Swamiji's Paramashanta Swarupa, no matter how many things Swamiji is doing, yet unperturbed, completely untouched. that nirvikalpa samadhi in his very core as Paramashanta Swarupa of Paramashiva, that intense, vibrant peace where it's unclutched from everything, yet intensely active, so involved with life, active, excited, blissful. That core Swamiji is going to be transmitting to us today. So we're going to be doing a special meditation process for this. We request all the participants to kindly please be seated in front of the camera.
Is a very powerful process, a meditation that Swamiji himself has guided and revealed. For doing it, for all of us to experience that Paramashanta within us. For each of us to awaken that ultimate peace, ultimate Paramashanta, the non-violent bliss inside our inner space. I request every one of you to please settle down.
Either give me sorry for the technical glitch. See, either, I hope all of you are able to hear me clearly now. See, either we start carrying like terrorizing, self-torturing thought currents in us, or we start carrying so much of violence towards outside. Neither the violence inside nor directing it outside is going to be able to make us manifest what we want. Today, by getting initiated into that powerful Paramashanta Swarupa of Paramashiva, literally that powerful inner space of Swamiji, we are going to be initiated into such an extraordinary power where we'll just be able to manifest life the way how Swamiji is manifested. Let us now get ready for the darshan. We are now going to be chanting the Dhyana Shloka. Today we are having the darshan of Bhagavan Vishapa Murti, form of Paramashiva, and the Simhagna Murti, form of Paramashiva.
And each of these manifestations of Paramashiva are the very forms through which he happens, liberates even Mahavishnu from Vishnu Maya. Bhagavan Paramashiva manifests as Simhagna Murti, Matsya Samhara Murti, Vishapaharana Murti, Kurma Samhara Murti, Varaha Samhara Murti, Raktabhiksha Pradana Murti. In each of these forms, he exudes that ultimate compassion, ultimate non-violence, ultimate Paramashanta by liberating anyone who connects to that form from all delusions, awakening the ultimate inner peace within. We will now chant the Dhyana Shloka of Bhagavan Vishapaharana Murti. We request all of you to please sit straight. Close your eyes.
अभयवरदहस्तं टङ्कसारङ्गयुक्तं शशिधरमहिभूषं पीतवस्त्रं त्रिनेत्रम् शिवमसितकलाट्यं तं वृषारूढदेवं विषहरणकमीशं चित्रपिञ्चाट्यरूपम् this beautiful form of Paramashiva as Bhagavan Vrishapa Murti. It's described, this Dhyana Shloka describes how this form of Vishapa Murti is as follows. He has Abhaya and Varada, Tanka and bow. He's wearing the crescent moon on his forehead, wearing yellow clothes, having 3 eyes. He has a dark complexioned body and rides on a bull. Such is the beautiful form of Bhagavan Vishapa Murti.
This is the very form of Paramashiva that all of us are going to be having darshan today. Today, you're going to be initiated into the Paramashanta Swarupa of Paramashiva. Actually, it was a powerful manifestation as Bhagavan Simhagna Murti, Sarabheshwara, where actually, how many of you know the story of how Bhagavan Narasimha manifested? Any of you know? How many of you have heard this story? How Bhagavan Narasimha manifested? How many of you know this story? Please take a moment and please post it in the chat if you know how Bhagavan Narasimha had manifested. Because that is that exact form, how he manifested is the same form. This whole initiation is directly related to. Now, let's understand what it is. Listen carefully. So what happens is, there's a beautiful story how a young boy named Prahalada, he is born to his father. His father is a demon king and an atheistic demon king named Hiranyakashipu. From very young age, this kid is so devoted to Parandama and so deeply connected, and he prays to him. But the demon king Hiranyakashipu tries to stop him, creates all obstacles, tries to kill him multiple times. Each time using his feeling connection with Parandama, Bhagavan Mahavishnu, he came out of this kid was saved every single time from the suffering. Finally, one day it goes to such an extent where actually Hiranyakashipu has a boon. His boon is that no human, no animal or any particular god can come and kill me, and no weapon can be used to kill me, and I cannot be killed in the morning or in the night. So this is a boon that he has. So this poor kid is being tortured every single day by this demon father who says, worship me. You should just forget Narayana, forget Bhagavan Vishnu. You should only worship me. Otherwise, I'm going to kill you. He tries to throw poisonous snakes on that kid, saying that if you chant once more Narayana's name, I'm going to kill you. But the kid just connects to Parandama, and the snakes that are coming towards him becomes garland on him. Like this, every single thing that obstacles, that attacks that were put on him kept getting converted into all auspicious things for this kid. So that one day this father drags a child and goes to a hall, and he says, tell my name, worship me. I am the god. You should not worship Mahavishnu or any other god. You should only worship me. And this kid says, no, I know Mahavishnu only exists everywhere. Parandama exists everywhere. And I only worship him. So then this father asks him, saying that, oh, you'd say he's worshipping everywhere. He's present everywhere. Is he present in this pillar? And the kid points towards the pillar and says, yes, he is present even in this pillar. And Hiranyakashipu takes a mace and bangs the pillar open. Appears Narasimha, ferocious form. Bhagavan Vishnu, Mahavishnu himself, he becomes Narasimha, where half lion and half human body. He has the face of a lion and body of a human and nails of a lion. He comes and stands ferociously, and he just uses, and he stands there in the twilight time, which is neither day nor night. So he manifests at the twilight time, and as a half human, half animal, and just with the long nails, no other weapons, he just tears open the stomach of this demon and kills the demon and liberates him from that and blesses and showers the child. Now, when this whole beautiful Leela happened, unfortunately, this anger of the demon, this Narasimha kills open the demon's stomach and drinks the blood. Unfortunately, the anger and the violence that is there in the demon enters into Mahavishnu's system now. And because he's come to this planet and done this whole thing, the anger, the extent to which it goes, the collective negativity, he takes up the entire negativity into himself. But unfortunately, it goes to an extent where he gets into a delusion and he himself starts struggling with that anger and he is not able to now come out of it. All the 14 lokas are trembling now. See, a demon has certain powers, but as a god, when he came down and he has gotten into his own Vishnumaya and gotten this anger into himself, all the worlds are trembling with fear. Wherever as Narasimha is walking, its fire is burning, every world is trembling with fear. And at this point, nobody knows what to do. Only one person everybody can turn to, Paramashiva. So all the devatas run to Paramashiva and request, Prabhu, see, we requested Narayana, Paramandama himself to come and save us. But now, drinking the demon's blood, he has become uncontrollably angry. And wherever he is walking, every world is getting destroyed. You only have to do something. Please do something. Then Paramashiva says, all right, I'll come, don't worry. He just wants me to come and liberate him. That's all, I'll take care. So Paramashiva comes. Ferocious, huge form. He comes with a lion face and eagle wings, lion's body, as Sarabheshwara. Sarabheshwara, actually this is one of the earliest reference we have for a genetically modified animal which had all the powerful qualities of a lion, of a bird, all of these put together. So he comes as Sarabheshwara, standing tall and with his wings flying. He goes to Narasimha. Narasimha now is in his delusion has gone to extreme. The anger has blinded him. He's in extreme violence, peak of violence. And like anger, like basically the demonic qualities that he has taken inside himself, that negativity, it's not able to find a way to come out. It needs liberation. Understand? For giving, for creation, or for creation, Paramashiva can sit as Brahma and do the creation. For sustenance, he can sit in Vaikuntha as Vishnu and do the sustenance. For rejuvenation, he can sit as Rudra, as Shiva in Kailasa and do the rejuvenation. Fourth, for putting into delusion, he does through various forms. But for liberation, he himself has to physically come. To liberate Mahavishnu himself, Paramashiva physically appears as Sarabheshwara. Seeing this powerfulness, intense ferociousness in the core, absolute non-violence. Intense ferociousness, absolute non-violence. May sound paradoxical, but listen to it carefully. He comes